shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you'll find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold that's worth this waiting cold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel alive.
My heart, don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so. Baby, every piece keeps us together in the cold. Oh, oh, oh. can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole. Maybe every piece keeps us together in the cold. Oh, 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 oh. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of
Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa, stayed up through the days and night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa, sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now. I've Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa, stayed up through the days and night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa, sunlight, freedom in.
Hello, and welcome to the spring series, a 4-week special event across a bunch of different regions. This weekend is all about North America. I'm your host, Brody Leafexmore, alongside me, Gibbs and Chiefs joining back as they were joining yesterday. And speaking of yesterday, we had a pretty good start to the North American region, Gibbs.
It was fun, man. That was a fun day and a long day. We had 9 matches, and of course, you know, the last 2 go 5 games. But it was fun. Pittsburgh Knights, unfortunately, one of those teams that kind of got hurt by those 2 reverse sweeps, but that's where the drama is, right? You got to see who plays their best on a given day. We saw it yesterday. Now we reset and we see who plays best today.
Yeah, I thought yesterday was great as well. Really exciting to see G2 continue to be in that awesome form. We got to see a lot of great matches, especially at a 72-pin connector in Charlotte Phoenix. Despite being eliminated early, I thought all the series they played was great. And of course, Pittsburgh Knights, perhaps the big heartbreakers yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But we're gonna cover those matches in just a few minutes here. Let's just remind people of what's going on the weekend. Of course, let's talk about the prize pool, what these guys are fighting for. $350,000 spread across all the different regions. $125,000 going to the North American region. Gibbs.
It's a big prize pool, and it's great for the teams that even just qualified. 13,000 going out to those two rival series teams that made it here, but unfortunately finished in 7th and 8th. That's a pretty good prize pool for them. Then it's 1,000 better for every place that you move up until that grand final. $6,000 on the line there.
Yeah, geez, you can't. I mean, like, you make money just getting in here, but I'm sure these teams probably aren't going to be satisfied until you make that first place spot.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, every team is definitely out here trying to win because, you know, everyone was a little bit sad. We had to cancel a lot of stuff, but having the opportunity to come out here and play in the spring series, always a great opportunity to play against, you know, top level competition. And we talked about it a little bit yesterday, you know, quality losses. Can you be satisfied with the loss? No, not particularly. Everyone obviously trying to push for that number one and make a good statement.
So on top of all that, there's also the prize of being on ESPN2. These teams want to showcase their talents, make it to the grand finals, and be showcased on ESPN2. That's, I think, maybe a bigger prize for some of these teams. Like, of course, the prize pool is nice, but they just want to win it on live TV. I think that'll be huge for them.
Gibbs, you're reading the wrong notes here. Those were my next notes.
Sorry.
No, it's great to mention. This is another thing is that the grand finals are going to be on ESPN, and that's that added pressure, that added excitement to be like able to showcase your talent to the world. So a lot more than just the prize on the line. But I do want to update people if they unfortunately did miss yesterday on what happens. Let's take a look at the bracket. And I just want to mention here off the back, this is a double elimination bracket, pretty familiar format for anybody that's, you know, playing in esports.
Yes, but the upper final, best of 7, G2 versus Energy. The lower final is also best of 7. And then the grand finals, you get a 1-game advantage, best of 7. So whoever wins from G2 and Energy has a 1-game advantage going into that final and will face whoever comes out of that brutal lower bracket.
Yeah, Chiefs. I mean, it's obviously a little bit different for some of these teams, you know, coming from league play. Do you think there's a lot of adjustment they have to make mentally to get prepared for a double elimination bracket? Do you think there's enough events out there that they're easy to snap into that format?
You know, I think having to adjust to play for a double elimination bracket in terms of a lot of these teams here, I think most of them have really been around the Rocket League scene for a long time. And even, you know, some of the newer players on 72-pin connector and Charlotte Phoenix have been playing community tournaments for a while. So I think the biggest hurdle isn't necessarily having to adjust for having to come back and play just as well the next day. The hardest part is the consistency. It's not thinking about, oh man, we got to do it again. It's actually doing it.
Well, I'm looking at all these matches. Honestly, I want to talk about a bunch of them. So let's recap here. I'm going to let Gibbs start off. A match that you had your eye on out yesterday, and I think that sidebar might give it away.
Yeah, like I called this. I was like, Pittsburgh Knights is a team that can take down Space Station Gaming. And not only did they take them down, it was a 3-0 sweep where Space Station, they only score 2 goals. And I want to talk about the Space Station side because going into yesterday, they were not feeling the best. They were on a 3-game losing streak and only scoring 0.5 goals per game. The offense did not wake up, and that is credit to the Pittsburgh Knight defense. But there were so many close plays, like right there on the goal line for a shot attempt. But Pittsburgh Knights came out swinging and played great throughout the series.
Yeah, definitely played a fantastic series. I think game 1 was Space Station's best look. And after that 0-second goal didn't go in, then they really hit a bit of a wall because that Pittsburgh Knights defense in game 2 locked down in the midfield, prevented a lot of great opportunities. I thought, you know, AJ was playing fantastic. So overall, I really enjoyed watching Pittsburgh Knights yesterday because they capitalized on a lot of poor defense from Space Station and made it work.
So one of the best things I thought was like these were the two teams that was the new era, the bump plays, and we saw it where the Arsenal, he doesn't go for a save because he knows his teammate is there, but Gyro had multiple bump plays that turned into goals, and this was so surprising because they scored with less than 20 seconds left in game 3. So we think Space Station is about to come back in the series. Then they get a kickoff goal where it's like wide open net, and just like that, Space Station was going from, all right, we're down 2-1, going for that reverse sweep, and it just ended out of nowhere. So now they're in that lower bracket. It's going to be really fun to see how they progress throughout this tournament.
Yeah, no, that's the thing about Space Station is you also, again, called this kind of early, is like at the beginning, I'm like, this has to be in the favor of Space Station, especially given, league play performance. But you've mentioned it, Gibbs, coming through the last bit of offseason up into this tournament, the Knights have clicked. Something that has started to work out for them. We even talked to Gyro yesterday about what that could be, what's starting to work for them. And it seems like everyone's just gelling. It took a bit more time than I think they would have hoped. They would have liked that during league play. But the fact that it's happening now for them is great. But for Space Station on the other side is they have to get that momentum early, and they know that. And I'm wondering if they're going to start looking at adjusting play style instead of relying on the momentum. But we'll have to find that out, of course, down the lower bracket. We got to talk about some of the other games that happened. So, Chiefs, I'm going to let you mention the game that you had your eye on.
Yeah, my favorite game yesterday, 72 pin connector versus Envy. It was a lot of fun to get to see Jacob come back on the pitch. And 72 pin connector, I felt, started off the series incredibly well. They definitely caught Envy off guard. The rotation was on point. Well-supported challenges in the midfield that didn't leave a lot of space for Envy to really get anything started. Unfortunately, though, 72 pin connector, that meant they were playing a lot of defense for a lot of the games. And as soon as they tried to get more aggressive, that's when Envy started picking them apart with a bit of extra space and crushed them.
That game 2 overtime was brutal for them. They could have went up 2-0 in the series, but after that, they held Atomic down in game 1, 0 shots. But we keep talking about him as a top 5, maybe top 3 player in all of North America. He started to show it in games 3 and 4. You can't lock him down for the entirety of a series. And Atomic, he started to warm up. And once he does that, it's going to be very hard to take down this Envy squad. But it was really fun to just see Team Envy back, because they haven't been in the scene for Rocket League since Landon, since London back in the Season 5 World Championship. So it's been a while. So it's really cool to see this org find a very successful team. And I bet they're going to see a lot more success coming forward.
Well, I think that's the fun thing about this story right now with Team Envy, previously as Ghost, is that roster, and we mention it a lot, had gone through a lot of changes trying to find that one roster that brought them out of that middle of the pack. They've always been consistently a 5 to 6 team. But now all of a sudden they're in talks to be that top 4, that top 3. And a lot of other teams we've heard after talking to them have said, watch out for Envy. This is a team that's fast, a team that's going to get in your face, and a team that's going to cause you trouble. So I'm really excited. And you can tell the fact that Team Envy's jumping back into the Rocket League scene, they believe in this roster right now. And I think everyone really should believe in this roster. On the other side for 72, I want to ask you, Chiefs, again. Obviously they're out of the tournament now, but looking forward, is this a roster that's going to continue to gel? We know that, they gave it one more shot. Do you think maybe they should look at something else? Or do you think this roster has that potential to eventually step it up to compete, in that top 10 area of North America?
Yeah, no, I think they should stick it out. They already went through the rough season in the rival series, decided to stay together. And I thought they came out here and played a nice, a great performance in a couple of real tough series. I think Rogue was a bit of a surprise for them, and they definitely got shocked by how well Turinturo, First Killer, and Kronovi were playing yesterday. But I think overall, it's worth it to give 72 Pin Connector one more shot, I think.
All right, we'll have to see what they do in the future again, as they are out of this tournament, knocked out yesterday. I'm going to move on and talk about the match I had my eye on, and it was actually down in the lower bracket. And the reason I was really excited for this was, first off, before the match even happened, we saw Rogue go off against G2, and then Pittsburgh Knights come off with that sweep. So me seeing Pittsburgh Knights and Rogue down that lower bracket, I'm like, this is going to be an exciting match, because Rogue honestly looked pretty good against G2 in that series. They didn't look bad. Of course, it was a sweep for them. And the Knights, I'm excited. I was a fan of the Knights. When they first hit the scene, they were blowing everyone up on the field. It was an exciting play style, so I've always been a fan of them. And I wasn't sure how this one would go. I think it was you, Achieves, that said this is going to be a lot closer than anybody expected. And boy, was it. A reverse sweep for Rogue. Pittsburgh Knights looked like they were coming in as that strongest choice for a win. Like, if you were betting on anyone, it would have been these guys. Pittsburgh Knights, unfortunately, let that slip through, though. And Rogue pushed on through. It's the story of Rogue. You know, they always seem to find themselves, Achieves, in a spot that you never expect them to be.
Yeah, it was a massive comeback for Rogue. They only scored 1 goal throughout games 1 and 2, took game 3 in overtime, and then from then on, still close games, but overall definitely generating a lot more pressure. Turinturo and First Killer proved to be an incredibly dangerous offensive duo. I thought Kronovi was going to be a big piece defensively in that series versus Pittsburgh Knights. Started off a little shaky, but then he started cutting off some of those passing lanes, getting some big bumps and putting pressure on people in the net, and that was giving First Killer and Turinturo a lot more space to work with, and they pulled it all the way back in great fashion.
Now, I want to credit Pittsburgh Knights because they got reverse swept and then had to play another series right after that. So they got reverse swept by NRG. So they could have been top 3 in this entire tournament. They come back, they win those first 2 games, but brutal, man, that they get reverse swept again in back-to-back matches. But Turinturo, so impressed from him. Games 3, 4, and 5 played absolutely great. And the spring series is a great chance for these teams that make roster moves to try them out. Well, Turinturo, you sold me completely. This is the roster move Rogue should make in a high pressure situation. He shows up. That's what I love to see.
I think this is exactly it. We asked what was missing for First Killer. He came out a little bit slow from the RLCS Season 9, but I think he just needed someone that could keep up with the speed with him, and that's exactly what we saw from Rogue. So we're going to get to see them later, of course, in lower bracket, but we need to talk about what's coming up in the upper bracket. Let's talk about G2 and NRG. G2's coming into this tournament as the heavy favorites, but NRG, of course, you can't sleep on NRG, Gibbs. NRG is the world champions at this. They are the reigning world champions, but they've had a little bit of a slump, and we're just hoping to see if they can bring that back today.
They are, but maybe it's because it's the early morning, but I'm a little sleepy when I watch NRG lately. When they played Charlotte Phoenix, they went to super long overtimes, and Charlotte Phoenix was hanging with them. When they play Pittsburgh Knights, they have to reverse sweep teams that they should dominate. This is NRG we're talking about. Well, for G2, Rogue's playing great, they still sweep them. When they play Envy, they're playing well, they win 3-1. G2 is on another level right now, and I am very, very afraid for NRG. The last few times that these teams played, though, it went the distance, and this is a classic matchup. I just can't wait to see it.
100%. And Garrett G was the first one to give G2 a ton of credit, even in their interview yesterday after a win. They're like, he came out and said it. He's like, G2's probably the best team in the world right now. They've got the mechanics and the best play style because they're able to find some phenomenal passes in some incredibly difficult situations, and they've got the aggression to back it up, the spacing to make it work. And that's why Garrett G is rightfully scared of this G2 squad.
And then G2 obviously has the team house, and they worked for it hard this entire season. And even when we talked to Chicago, he's like, we still picture us as that promotion team. We still think we are the underdogs. We are going to keep working at this to win everything. Basically, like, they don't feel like they have deserved a win yet. So they're still hungry. And this G2 squad, like, it's just insane right now. It just seems like it's so easy for them. We see it with Rizzo. He's just going, all right, I'm going to do one pass, then go for a demo. And it's just so easy. They don't have to worry about the counterattack. Then you got JNaps in Chicago making brilliant passes. Everything is clicking right now.
Well, I'm sure we can be quick on this next one because I feel like we generally know which way it's going to go. But let's get some last-minute early predictions and just kind of figure out who's going to take this whole thing. I mean, we see G2 and NRG up in that upper bracket. Down the lower, we got Rogue, Envy, and Space Station. G2, obviously, the heavy favorites. After what we've seen yesterday at Cheese, is this still the story? And do we still lean in favor of G2 taking the whole thing?
So for me, this is going to be one of the very few times in the past however many years I've been doing Rocket League commentary. I think I can count on one hand the amount of times I've picked against NRG, and I think today is going to be another one of those days. I am usually the biggest NRG supporter because generally I think they are the best. I think today G2 is going to beat them, though.
So we talked with me, Leaf, and James about our top 3 predictions yesterday. And me and Leaf, we had 2 different thirds. We had Envy and Space Station. They're battling one another later. But Achieves, who do you got? Like, who's your top 3?
Top 3, obviously G2 makes the grand finals.
Will NRG bounce back?
Will NRG bounce back? I think NRG is capable of beating whoever comes out of the lower bracket. Right. However, it could obviously go the other way. I think NRG makes top 3. Whether they make the grand finals is up for grabs. I think the other third team that makes it, though, I think I'm going to give it to Envy. I
Smart
think,
man, Achieve.
Envy knockoff Space Station.
I'm all alone out here. Come on.
But we all have the same grand final. We have G2 versus NRG, which
likely.
If we get that, that'll be a lot of fun.
Also, let us know if you guys completely disagree with our top 3. You can do that, of course, on Twitter with the hashtag RL Spring Series. We always want to hear your thoughts. But I think now is a good time, as that counter gets closer and closer to kick off, to talk about that first match. And it's going to be Space Station versus Envy. Now we get to run down whether it's going to be Gibbs or Leaf that's going to be right in this. Achieves, I already know what side you're taking, so I'm going to make you explain why you're taking that side. Why is Envy taking this one over Space Station?
So I think Envy overall have played a more consistent game over the past day. I think Space Station, with the defensive hiccups they had versus the Pittsburgh Knights that led to a loss, and the tight win versus Charlotte Phoenix, where I was really expecting Space Station to have at least maybe a little bit more space. To be fair, Wonder Mike was playing great yesterday, putting the ball in a lot of great spots, but I think Envy is capable of that exact same thing. And I have hope that Arsenal gets his breezy flick. But
as long as we get that, then we're fine.
Exactly.
We're all winners here.
Space Station is just slumping a little bit right now, and they just need some time to get back into it, while I think Envy is heating up.
So the one positive for Space Station is their offense was miserable for their last 3 series, 0.5 goals per game. But yesterday, when they played the Charlotte Phoenix, it's a very good defensive team for the rival series. They scored over 2.5 goals per game. So they figured something out. And we talked to Arsenal. They're a team that's all about momentum. Exactly. And there's no bigger momentum than winning the game 5 and when you're putting up over 2.5 goals per game. Now it's a new day, though, so they have to wake up and do it all again. This is a scary matchup because this is a loaded bracket. We have 2 of the top 4 teams for North America. Space Station was number 2, then Envy was number 4. And the reason why they're down here is because Pittsburgh Knights took down Space Station. My worry for Envy is Illusion had a rough series versus G2. He's going to have to pick it up a bit. It seemed like it was just a bad day for him. So if he picks it up, I think I still have Envy, but this is going to be incredibly close.
It's going to be incredibly close, and chat can't decide either. Thankfully, they're making the right decision and going in favor of Space Station Gaming because they know the better analyst. No, I'm going to present this. I'm going to present this to you, and the reason that I think Space Station is going to take this. We saw Team Envy yesterday take a little bit of time to get into that against 72 pin connector. They had to build up that speed. They had to get to that point. And we also know Space Station Gaming is a momentum-based team. If they get that early momentum while Team Envy is warming up, because it's a brand new day, they're not riding off yesterday's momentum. Space Station Gaming could easily come out the gates fast, aggressive, and just shut down Envy and not allow Envy to get that speed that allows them to do what they do. So at the end of the day, I feel like Space Station could very well have the upper hand. If they get that early game, I think it's over for Team Envy. Disagree? Did I change your mind, guys?
No, that's perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
I just think I think Atomic is good enough to break up a couple of the more dangerous Space Station chances. Despite Illusion having a bit of a rough day yesterday, so did Space Station. So it's not like it's a 70-30 split. You know, we're like 55-45.
It's honestly going to be close. So why don't we stop talking about it and start to witness this? Our first game of day 2 of the North American Spring Series about to start. It's Team Envy versus Space Station Gaming.
First game of the day 2 here for the Rocket League Spring Series. James and Corelli here to bring you all the action for game number 1. You heard it, Envy and Space Station Gaming kicking things off. And I heard the desk, James. I was listening very intently to what they had to say, and I'm a little apprehensive, I'd say, about Envy coming into this first game of the day. They were a little bit slow the last time you thought. Do you feel like they're going to bring it here right off the bat?
So I'm going to have to say yes, Corelli, because me and Gibbs yesterday, when we were talking about Envy, we had them in our top 3. We had Envy, G2, and NRG. So I am a believer in this Envy squad, and it comes down to Atomic. I believe that this guy is the next big star that's going to hit in North America. You've seen what he can do. You've seen the flip reset shots in RLCS League play. This guy, he can do it. He is a key player, but he'll have to do it against this Space Station squad that's been so good in the RLCS. But this tournament, they've been struggling a little bit. So we'll see who comes out on top. This is a big series for both teams.
Absolutely. Just making it here to the second day has not been easy. Just taking a look at the other series that we saw, even with bigger names, it has not been easy for anyone. And this series certainly won't be easy as Arsenal and Typical try and break out from their own side. Envy getting the first look, immediately cleared away by Space Station. And you do wonder about that slow start that Envy had yesterday. Mist talked about it in his interview. What can they do to get things going? And I think they had a lot of time to think about getting back into their starts, as they do find themselves a bit on defense here in the first minute. AXB tried to make something inside the box there, and fortunately broken up by Envy, doing a great job of keeping Space Station Gaming out. A couple of demos coming through. James, we talked about it yesterday. The demolition game was huge for Envy once it got going.
Yeah, they were having a rough start in their series. They were struggling, and it really started to turn around for them when they were able to start incorporating those demos. Atomic wasn't really on point. He was not hitting any shots really because he wasn't getting many opportunities, and the way that they dug themselves out of that was by getting space, getting demos, and switching up their play style. And we saw in the final game of the series, Atomic went insane, scoring a hat trick and was able to close out the series. But you're right, Corelli, when things weren't going that well for Envy, the demos provided that platform for them to build off of.
And to be fair, I think it's a good thing. You know, I think they started to realize that they had to change their play style in some way, and they did. And that's what earned them a goal. And Illusion almost lands on top of that for the first goal of the game. Still pretty even as we come halfway through game one. And Arsenal might just find the back of the net. The defense was caught out too far and nobody back. Space Station on the board first.
Atomic, he was trying to pass into the middle. You saw Illusion. Illusion wasn't in the perfect spot. He didn't have the cleanest takeoff. He was up a little slow, and that gave Arsenal the space and the time to be able to attack that ball. Although the idea was okay from Atomic, Illusion had to be there quicker. And so it was a tough break for Envy, but great speed from Arsenal as he gets the first goal. And he is a player, Corelli, that is all over you. You can see him getting the demos. He loves getting those demos. He's very quick to challenge, and that's what puts him in those positions to get those plays where he can cut off the pass and get those goals.
And he's such a catalyst for the offense as well. And really everyone from Space Station can really propel this offense forward in their own ways. Arsenal, more notably, has been the demo man in the last couple seasons, and Space Station have been better for it. Right now, up 1-0 in game one, and they look to put on another attack. And Typical gets by the defense, and that one's going to go in, but it looks like players ended up not playing through that play.
Yeah, you can see both AXB and Atomic not moving there for a moment. So we're going to wait to see what the call is on that play. We have a pause coming in. So we will get word on that very soon, Corelli. But what we can talk about was the solid start from Space Station. It was this was very back and forth. Envy and SSG, they seem to be going toe-to-toe and keeping it very close for a majority of the game. Really, the only point where we saw a breakdown was that one play. Atomic tried to pass it down to Illusion, and Illusion just might not have been expecting that pass. It looked like he was a little bit surprised that the pass was coming in. He might have thought that Atomic would go for a clear downfield or maybe try to slam it off the backboard. And when he went for that pass, it just caught him out. But Arsenal, kudos to him for being so quick to recognize his chance.
And you're right, James. You called it out during that play. I think Aleutian just didn't have the right angle for that pass, and it wasn't a bad idea. But Arsenal saw it all the way through, and he was able to cut it out and find the first goal. So for Space Station Gaming, it was a good start coming into this game. But you're right, it was pretty back and forth. I don't think that this series was blown wide open at any point by either team.
And we still have plenty of time left on the clock. That goal went in at 2:01, the second goal, which we're still waiting on the final word of what that happens. As soon as we can diagnose what the situation is, we will be sure to pass that along to you. But what we can talk about is that first goal, and we have been a little bit, Corelli. I think goals like that are few and far between for the most part. Usually you don't see RLCS teams having that type of miscommunication that badly. You do see it from time to time. But for Envy, you've got to be a little bit worried because, Atomic was the one who made that pass. Aleutian not on the same page. We're not really seeing Envy come out with as much fury as we have seen in the past. This is similar to their series against 72-pin Connector, where they actually lost that game one and then barely won game two in overtime. So another slow start for Envy. And SSG, they've got to be feeling good about that play.
Yeah, and I think now for Envy, it's how do you get back into it? Obviously, only a 1-goal deficit. You have half a game to play with here, but I don't think that they came out extremely slow here, even though they did give up the first goal. I think that they traded blows quite evenly with Space Station, and you're right. I think for Arsenal and crew, they were able to just cut out one quick pass, and that was really the difference maker between these two teams so far. So I feel like for Envy, though, it is about getting that demo game. If you talk about keys to victory for this team, we saw that a lot of the demo game came out in their previous series, and it awarded them a lot of goals and a lot of opportunity on offense.
And we just got word that the goal did not count, that last goal. There was a player disconnect. We're going to reset the clock to 2 minutes, 21 seconds and start from a kickoff. So we will be getting back into the action in just a few moments. But again, it's 1-0. Space Station will be in the lead. That last goal after the disconnect did not count. So we'll start from kickoff, Corelli. And this is a chance for Envy to get back into it. We have about half the game left to play, just a 1-goal game. So we'll see if this break helps either team, if they can figure this out off kickoff.
And I just talked about the keys to victory for Envy, James. What would you say for Space Station, taking a look at Arsenal, AXB, and Typical? What do you feel like these guys need to do to take down Envy?
I think you have to continue to have Arsenal upfield going for demos, or at least getting in the way of those passes. You saw him jump into that passing lane, punish the one play where they tried to go into the middle. Make sure Arsenal has the boost to do that. So if there's any situation where, maybe Typical or AXB, they're both in a position where they could get the boost, but Arsenal needs it, just let Arsenal take it. Let him take it. Let him get upfield. Let him get out. If you need to, just pick up some small pads. Make sure that he's got what he needs, because to me, Arsenal is that spark that lights the fire for Space Station, especially when he can get those rebound opportunities out into the middle for Typical, who is such a deadly shooter.
Well, everyone back into the server. We get things kicked off. As James said, we start at 2:21 from a kickoff. That goal was not awarded to Space Station on the restart. So a 1-0 lead for Space Station as they try and find themselves back onto attack. Here's Aleutian. No boost to work with, just forcing the challenge into AXB. Here's Atomic looking for options. He gets by Arsenal, but Typical to clean it up for Space Station. A bit of space awarded here for Typical on that win. A demo comes out from Arsenal onto Mist. So the net was opened up, but Typical couldn't get a hold of the ball.
And we see Mist. He's not playing right now. It appears that we may have another issue as play begins to stall. So we will get word from our admins as to what the situation is. It appears, if I could speculate here, which is not what's actually happening, but what I'm putting together is it appears Atomic is lagging. So they're trying to figure out if they can fix Atomic's connection issues. Atomic trying to get that figured out. But as soon as we get final word and final confirmation, we'll pass along what the issue is, and we will try to get that resolved as soon as possible. But sometimes, if it's a player connection, that can take a moment. So we apologize for the delay. We will get back into this game as soon as we can.
And in the meantime, James, we can kind of talk about what we've seen so far and what is ahead of us here as we wait for this connection issue to be resolved. We saw Team Envy take on 72 PC. I just completely blanked on their name. 72 PC in a 3-1 victory yesterday. And again, we talk about that slow start, but then they go on against G2. And in that series, it was actually quite close, even though it was a 3-1 win for G2. It felt like Envy was very much in that series.
Yeah, Envy, they're never out of a series, in my opinion, as long as there's still time on the clock and there's a 1 goal differential. These guys are very good. Even Mist, we've seen him make some incredible defensive stops, but not only that, he's very good in the midfield at making defenders miss and keeping possession. There was a play this game where he did such a good job of baiting in a defender. He was he was coming off the wall. They thought he was going to go for an air dribble, but he ended up just letting it drop, saved his boost, and then popped it by another defender. Illusion also is a very good shooter. I think he's an underrated shooter if you see his ability to score the ball. So you can never count Envy out, but the same can be said for Space Station. You can't give Typical space, and you don't want to let Arsenal start hunting you down and getting those demos.
And to your point, Typical through the last couple seasons, he's always been good. I don't want to take that away from him, but he's really gotten even better throughout the series and league plays that we've seen. And he's been looking very, very good. As we get things resolved here, connection-wise, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will have Space Station Gaming taking on Envy. Stay with us.
You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I. It's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I.
Welcome back to the North American Spring Series. We're about to watch the conclusion of Game 1 here between Envy and Space Station Gaming. I'm joined alongside James Bot. And James, we saw one goal go in from Arsenal from Space Station so far. As we are about to jump into the kickoff here, there'll be 1 minute and 31 seconds left on the clock with a 1-0 lead for Space Station Gaming.
And Curly, this is probably the longest Game 1 that I can remember.
It has been a long time, but we're going to try and finish it out. Typical. And Arsenal already finding the back of the net as soon as we start talking about it. A 2-goal lead now for Space Station.
A perfect kickoff. Typical goes and puts him in a tough spot. That's the worst kickoff that you can hope for if you're Envy. That is not what you want to see. The one that goes straight up and behind you, because that means the person who is cheating up has no shot at the ball, but the person who is cheating up on the other team has an easy line to either go for the shot or go for the backboard pass, and that's what Typical did. He passed it off the backboard. Mist was in net, but he had no hope. He had to either pre-jump and hope that he could get a block on the shot if it came in, and he likely didn't have enough boost or space to even deny the backboard. So that was a tough break, but quickly on the other end, Mist gets Envy back into it with a goal here.
And Mist gets credit, but this is all Atomic. Look how he picks this one up into the air and then bumps Typical out of the way. And Mist puts it home. Atomic, though, setting up everything for Envy to keep him in it.
And that was a good spot on that bump, Corelli. Atomic, one of those guys who's in control of his car so well, even if he's got barely any boost, he uses it as best as possible. That bump opening up the window for Mist to score on.
With less than a minute to go, Space Station still holding on to a 1-goal lead. Envy trying to fight back, and this could be their opportunity as Mist puts one wide. Follow up from Atomic. We got a tie game.
Atomic, he was coming in. You saw Aleutian on the goal line. He was thinking about hitting it here, but then got called off, turns aside. Atomic able to punch that one in. And despite giving up that quick kickoff goal, they score 2 back-to-back, and we are even.
The last 2 defenders there from Space Station a bit married into the corner following suit as they both turned around away from the ball, and that's what gave up a little bit of space there for Envy to sneak in. So after 4.5 minutes of play, we're all tied up 2 apiece in Game 1. AXB and Space Station trying to break out. Good demo from Aleutian, but Space Station will slow up the attack from Envy. 10 seconds left now. Space Station trying to have the last look. AXB picking this one up, using all of his boost, and he's going to go to the Envy corner and try and keep it alive. It comes out to Typical, gives it back to AXB. Has Arsenal there, a little bit weak. Arsenal still keeps it up, and the big clear will eventually kill the ball from Envy. And overtime, Game 1.
AXB had Arsenal in the middle with full boost. That pass needed to be a little closer to him. Arsenal was in shooting position, had everything he needed. But we've got overtime, Corelli.
And already, Space Station looking dangerous with the ball. Give it back to Typical, and 2 go as AXB tried to slip it in. Aleutian on the save.
And that's got to hurt for Space Station. Again, Typical's normally such a good shooter. And now Mist, that net was open as well, and he put that wide. Mist
couldn't get around it.
He likely had low boost, Corelli. I switched to him right after he made the shot. He was on 0.
So 2 big opportunities for both these teams. Both can't convert. Can't say you didn't have your chances here in overtime already through the first minute. Typical tries to play past Atomic. Atomic just fighting for the challenge here against AXB as he's met by Aleutian. Aleutian has options, but no boost to work with, and Typical clears it out for Space Station. One touch by the first defender, tries to cut Mist as well.
And that was a scary moment for Mist. He's got to make that stop against Typical in the corner. If he misses out, that ball could leak out into the middle and be a very good scoring chance. Mist so cool under pressure. During his time on the Knights, during the rise of the Knights and the rise of the Peeps, Mist defense was a big part of their success.
Arsenal beats Mist to the ball and puts away Game 1 for Space Station.
And that, what do you call it? The caster curse?
It might be.
Arsenal getting there over Mist's head. Arsenal He was big for Space Station in this series.
That's 2 goals that Arsenal just quick to the ball. You think back to the first goal, which happened like 25 minutes ago at this point. He was able to cut out a pass from Envy, and the finishing goal here, the finishing blow in overtime was just Arsenal being speedy downfield and getting up. And for Space Station, a well-earned Game 1 victory here.
And a hat trick for Arsenal as well, even though the scoreboard only shows 2. He was the one to score first before we went to the break. Arsenal having quite the game. He is a very fast player, very aggressive player, and he is showing us why he is one of the best players in the world. Arsenal, very good showing from him in Game 1. Envy, they were able to bounce back for the most part, but in the end, they just couldn't hold Arsenal off.
Yeah, Space Station hung in there against Envy here. And I think this was, quite honestly, all things considered, James, a very close Game 1 here between both these teams. I don't think either of them really came out stronger than the other. Space Station did a good job. Arsenal did a good job of cutting out a lot of these passes. And you talked about it during the middle of the game there, where he's going to be the quick man on the ball. He's going to be the guy to look out for. He's going to be the one that's going to give that pace to the game for Space Station. And you saw it here, a hat trick in his name. And he carries his team to a victory here in the scoring department. And Envy left to get back into it in Game 2.
And for Envy, you just can't give up those kickoff goals. You're going to have to do better on kickoff. That kickoff where it bounces straight up and backwards is the worst kind of kickoff, and they lost a goal because of it, and they ultimately ended up losing the game because of conceding that goal.
So we jump into Game 2 here. Envy would love a strong start here. Already feeling a bit of pressure here from Space Station. Passed out the typical left side shot, and it's a 1-goal lead for Space Station.
And there's that typical shooting, but a lovely feed from AXB. That was out in the middle. The defense had no chance to intercept the shot. They had to defend it after Sipical strikes, and he placed it where he needed to. Excellent shooting from Sipical, and equally excellent passing from AXB.
And that Envy defense was really backed up onto their own goal line. They left that space in front of the box wide open for that pass to just be laid off into the hands of Sipical. And he's the man on this team to be the shooter. We've talked about it many, many times. And you don't want to give him the ball at the top of the box. He will put it away, and you see it here for the first goal in Game 2. AXB looking for the backboard, does get it, missed to clear it away for Envy. Can they find their offensive footing here? It's Aleutian, and he can't get a second touch. Now Arsenal, a little bit of time. Yeah, lets Mist come in for the challenge. It goes right into the hands of AXB. Arsenal can't get back up to it. And Aleutian just trying to keep the ball as much as he can to intercept and break up that Space Station organization breaking out. Atomic over to Aleutian, now to Mist. And a good couple passing plays, but in the end, it really doesn't go anywhere for Envy. They give the ball back up to Space Station. Atomic, shot goes wide. The defense really just invited him in as he came across the box there.
Well, it was inviting him in because Aleutian did some work harassing the defense. He was up there bumping the goalkeeper. And AXB, I didn't think he had an opening. He just shoots a missile past the defense.
And it was a free ball coming out, and Aleutian, you could see on the back wall, was trying to make the read, but he just puts it top shelf over the 2 defenders of Envy, and now a 2-goal lead opens up for Space Station.
And you could tell Envy thought they had that angle covered. They thought they had it covered until they saw that ball launch off of AXB's hood. And we talked about Atomic being that key player, that player who can make things happen, and he has had a quiet game so far, Corelli.
He was lighting it up in the beginning of Game 1. Ever since then, we really haven't been calling his name too much. Typical, finds the back wall. Dangerous ball here. It's 2-go from Envy. AXB just plays it back into the middle of the defense. Typical still on it, and Atomic to clear it away. Big miss from Arsenal. Gives space for Miss. Can he get past the first defender? It's broken up. Atomic does get the demolition on Typical. The defense does get back, though, for Space Station, and no harm done to the defense.
But that was a moment they could have conceded a goal. Space Station could have conceded a goal. That miss at midfield was devastating. Atomic gets the demo. He might have even had a chance if he kicked it into reverse to backflip that in. But Space Station, they got out of harm's way with no casualties.
Very tense game, back and forth here. Space Station do be looking to get the better attacking chances right now. Every once in a while, you see that Envy defense get a little tied up on each other. AXB, again, looking for that back wall, but misses there. It's given back to AXB, sets it up for Sipical, and Illusion forced to go. Atomic trying to find his man out. Played out by Arsenal. And again, Arsenal, cutting out those passes either on defense or on offense. Here's Sipical to drop it down. Mist can't get back into it. And a 3-goal lead now for Space Station.
And this all started with Arsenal blasting that ball back into his own half. I love what Space Station's doing. They're retaining possession at all costs. Just don't let Envy get the ball where they're trying to get it. You saw that pass attempt upfield. Atomic was trying to hit Mist. When Arsenal, hit that back, AXB was able to kickstart a very fast counterattack. And it seemed like Envy didn't touch the ball for at least 4 or 5 touches. And that ultimately led to the Space Station goal. The speed for Space Station is unmatched right now from Envy.
It's really what's crumbling the Envy defense right now, as they've struggled to keep up with the pace. And you can see it. When Envy try and make plays on defense, they're a little bunched up, and now AXB breaks free as everyone went from Envy. Shot from Sipical right over Mist's head, and 4 goals to the Space Station name.
And Mist was running back to net. He had 1 pad to work with. There was no mid boost, only had 1 pad, and then a perfect shot top shelf. Envy caught out. Mist didn't even have much to work with there. And you combine that with the beautiful shot, there's no way Envy's going to keep that out of net. SSG is stomping Envy.
Typical 3 goals on 3 shots. Showing up here in game 2. A shot from Atomic just went high. And that is one of the few looks that Envy have had throughout game 2. It's been all Space Station here, as it appears they're going to cruise to a Game 2 victory with a 4-goal lead. 15 seconds left. Some life here from the offense of Envy, but it's too little, too late. Pass
you're seeing how quickly, Corelli, you're seeing how quickly Space Station is cutting off those passing lanes. They are not afraid to just throw themselves at the ball. They are fearless at the moment, and it is paying off as Space Station stomps Envy 4-0 in Game 2.
Yeah, it's tough to play scared, James, when you're up 4-0, and they were very confident throughout this game. I felt like Space Station, a big confidence booster here, as everything seemed to be working for them. They had the demo game going a little bit. They had the speed going. Then they really bunched up that defense of Envy and made it very tough for them to break out.
They certainly did, and Envy had no answers this game. Illusion down there, 104 points. A miss, not able to register anything. 0 goals, 0 assists, saves, or shots. It was a rough game for Envy, and it was rough because of how quick SSG was. They were getting the boost everywhere. They were first to the ball in almost every situation. Whenever Envy tried to get a counterattack going, it was cut off. We saw someone getting in the way, and there was really not a string of 2 or 3 hits for Envy to really do much with at all. Whereas with SSG, we saw times where they were able to string together multiple touches and go from even a defensive touch shifting all the way towards that counterattack and ultimately the goal scoring opportunity. So Space Station in full control. They are in the driver's seat right now, up 2-0, just 1 game away from putting Envy out in a sweep, which would be huge because even myself, Gibbs, I'm sure many people out there expected Envy to at least put up a fight here, whereas Space Station has been dominant.
Yeah, Envy have looked good, Space Station as well, but Envy had looked good even with the previous loss yesterday. There was a lot of compliments given to this Envy team, but right now they are just struggling, as you said, James, to keep up with the pace of Space Station. And there's a lot of tough shots that Mist, who's been on the goal line for what feels like most of this series for Envy, have just struggled to get up and save. And it's that boost game, it's that speed, it's that control of the NV final third or defensive third that has really let Space Station blow open game 2 and now potentially sweep Envy.
This could be a good opportunity here for Envy. They were able to get the ball out of their own half. Atomic has some boost, but he got bumped back by Arsenal, so he won't be able to challenge this ball until late. However, it still looks like it could be a chance. The dunk, the ball on the goal line, and put out. Scary moment for Space Station.
Yeah, AXP going backwards there, and I'm curious to know what the comms were, as I know he wasn't facing the ball, but got some help on the far side as the Space Station team does get out from their goal line. Very scary situation, though. Arsenal looking for that back wall, and Aleutian there to meet it. Big, long clear to space is what you want. If you're going to blow it downfield, you want to put it high into space away from defenders so they can't just instantly knock it back to your side. And a great two-touch here from Atomic, and Aleutian tried to get around it, but opted not to go too much in front of his face from Space Station.
And I like what I saw from Typical. He was on the defensive end. He could tell that they were starting to get trapped in their own half. So what does he do? He comes out of net and just goes for the bump, goes for the demo on the next man and rotation for Envy, trying to get some space so that his teammates can get boost and a little space to clear it upfield.
Arsenal looking for the bump on Mist, and Mist had to respect it. Arsenal, though, carries it down the field.
And this is what you call the unblockable shot. He gets the little tap here to keep the ball going on net. And then how can Mist save that? What can he do when he has Arsenal blocking his path to the ball? He's either going to hit Arsenal and then get bounced out of the way, or he's going to get demoed by Arsenal. There was no hope for Mist to save that. That execution from Arsenal was spot on.
Perfect finesse to keep that ball up and then go for the bump. Mist trying to get one back, though, immediately for Envy as they are threatening some offense here, but they get tied up in the corner and a clear comes out. Atomic fighting for more space for Envy, and that's all he could do. Now Mist. The ball played straight to Typical. Puts a shot on target, was looking for the bump with Arsenal to open up the net. Aleutian clearing out some defenders as well, so both teams kind of rotating through the defense right now. Here's AXB, cuts down past Atomic, gets a demolition on Atomic as well. Now Typical to the ceiling, and a second touch, keeping control. And he'll be sent on respawn for his efforts. Arsenal, a pass over to AXB, it's cut out by Atomic. Here's Typical. Now AXB, no boost to work with. That ball was coming right at him, and Mist is able to clear it out in the end.
And that demo from Atomic, he was trying to create a little bit of space, maybe get downfield, but didn't really have much boost to go for a pass there. Typical, excellent challenge win. If Atomic is able to get that, that would have put Envy on the attack. Now Space Station with that win from Typical. Perhaps they can get another goal here for insurance.
Arsenal, second touch, does find the back wall, gets past Atomic, Mist has to go. Demolition comes out from Aleutian, so the net was open, but the shot never came. The defense did prevail from Envy, even with the man down.
And you can tell how much Space Station is trying intentionally to put themselves in those positions to get the bumps and get the demos. They're going for it, they're utilizing it, and it is working quite well. It's a close game still. Envy not out of it just yet, but how are they going to respond to this aggression from Space Station?
Well, they better respond soon. 45 seconds left, and this could be it. Mist looking for the touch over to Atomic, but he puts the shot high. They have the defense beat, and now a big clear from Space Station. Envy's got to restart. 30 seconds left. Aleutian, Atomic clearing it out now. Envy needs something to drop, and that's a big miss from Arsenal. This could be it. Aleutian on the backside. It's wide open, and Aleutian ties it up with 21 seconds left.
And we'll take another look at this play. AXB, he turns right there. Typical was coming up for the challenge. You got to wonder if that was a miscommunication. There was a player right behind him. They didn't see Aleutian downfield. And that pass caught him completely out.
As soon as you call for it, Envy give you what you want. And they get one back late here in this game. Space Station has been leading for over 4 minutes. Now missed. Throws it downfield. Typical. Can't get it past the Lucian. AXB, he'll pop it up. Typical's there. Shot down. Arsenal keep on. Missed. Huge save on the goal line. And he keeps this game tied in game 3.
Missed. He just had to hope that that's where the shot was coming. He was reading the car. He was reading the car language. And he was able to decipher it, getting that block. That could have been game, set, and match. That was a very solid last-second effort from Space Station. Coming up just short.
They get themselves into overtime. Atomic and Envy trying to stay alive in this series. It could be Atomic. It's saved away by Arsenal. Now AXB into his own corner, trying to collect boost and then get the ball. Envy just waiting for this ball to come out from Space Station. Typical tries to get past Mist. Mist does a good job of keeping this one in for Envy, keeping this attack alive for them. Alusha with no boost, still fighting for it in the Space Station corner. Atomic also getting a couple bumps. Envy doing well to make this tough for Space Station to clear out. Here's Arsenal trying to pick this up into an air dribble. Cut out by Atomic and Mist to play it downfield. Alushan, not a lot of boost to work with here as he just pops it up into the Space Station corner.
Such a good 50-50 from Typical. He jumped and he waited to flip until he saw that the hit coming out from the opposing team was going to be to his right. Then he right flips, gets that dunk, and relieves some pressure. But Envy, they are playing with fervor right now, keeping that ball in Space Station tap for quite a bit of time. We'll see if Space Station can do anything now that they've gotten out.
Missed. He's been tackling people downfield to keep the plays alive for Envy. Alushan, that touch gets away from him a little bit. And now the follow-up as he is afforded a bit of space here and a lot of respect in the corner. Not Atomic. Back to Alushan. Some tough work to be done there for Envy, but they make it work out. Space Station, though, do stop up the attack. AXB gets bumped away from Atomic. Here's Mist. Can he pop it up over Sipical? And Sipical makes the save away. Over 2 minutes of overtime here. Space Station threatening the 3-0 sweep at the moment. Here's Mist. Shot. Played down and away from Sipical. Space Station getting backed up in their half right now, James.
And we're finally starting to see Envy get control of the boost. They have been struggling for boost all series, but Typical will end it here with a top shelf banger.
Space Station had to weather the storm there for a little bit, but look at the passing play. Arsenal to AXB, and then he finds Typical across the box there. Beautifully executed by Space Station, and they take down Envy in 3 games.
Corelli, that was an 83-mile-an-hour shot top shelf. That is going to be tough to stop. Typical reminding us. He is reminding us here that he is a world-class striker. We saw it the season that he won MVP. We're seeing it now. What a shot that was to end it all. And even that wasn't his only fantastic shot, but also the setup. That pass from AXB proved to be, worth all of the money in the world for them in that moment. AXB, he had multiple quality passes, so everything coming together for Space Station, the Arsenal aggression, AXB midfield playmaker game, and Typical shooting. All the ingredients for the recipe that makes Space Station such a tasty team.
Yeah, it's tough to mix them up. Typical played so well in the back half of that series, the last 2 games especially. And for Space Station, they are awarded a 3-0 victory over Envy. They will move on to play Rogue, which we got more games coming up here for the North American Spring Series. Stay with us.
Rated E for everyone.
They'll know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. All with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Body freaks, body freaks. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. They'll know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. All with a smile on our face. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. With body freaks, body freaks. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice tracing on my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you break me. But something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the North American Rocket League Spring Series. I am your host, Brody Moore, and alongside me is Gibbs and wait, hold up. Sorry, I think they put this in wrong. Is that 3-0 for Space Station? That can't be right. That's not what Gibbs said. Gibbs, did they put this?
I'm sorry, Leaf. I'm a South American expert now. I'm not a North American expert anymore.
Hey, it's not what I said either.
It is not, and I think it may have come down to that, or maybe you disagree. Maybe something else happened with Team Envy here, but it just seemed like Space Station had a full control of the pitch at Chiefs.
Yeah, so Space Station in game 1 and 2, very pleasantly surprised with how much they were able to command the pitch and just come out here swinging. I really thought that Space Station was slumping a little bit harder than I thought they were. So great to see them just come out here and be like, oh, that's the team that was #1 during all 8 weeks of RLCS. Fantastic.
I loved watching this offense, just the passing plays, like either just passing for possession, or with like the AXB pass and play to bring it back to the middle, like a little bit of a backwards pass, then to end it on a 3-man pass and play to win it in overtime was great to see from Space Station. Arsenal, when he's alone, he's so deadly. He had that 1v1, the shot that James says the impossible to save, where he goes for the demo on the aerial dribble. It was great all around from Space Station.
Yeah, no, this was exactly, I think, the play that we want to see, that momentum. I unless I missed it, unfortunately, still no Breezy, but you know, at least we got the Space Station we expect. We were worried yesterday based off the performance against the Knights, and even into that lower bracket. You know, going into a game 5 against Charlotte Phoenix, Space Station was not performing the way we expected them coming out of that league play. So going forward now, I think, Gibbs, we can say safely that Space Station is in that passing formation. They've got that speed and that momentum going in their favor now.
Yeah, they get to play Rogue next. That's going to be a hard one for Rogue, where they haven't played it all today yet. So yeah, going to be interesting to see. The Space Station will definitely be favorites there, but it's anyone's game.
But we do need to talk about this next series coming up, because we know, since we showed you guys that bracket, you've been waiting for this one. Into the winners finals, a best of 7. We're going to be watching G2 versus NRG. This is a matchup that, again, is just, you said it before at the beginning of the show, is just as old as almost Rocket League as itself. This is a classic matchup with G2 and NRG. These players on these teams too have also been around forever. And right now, G2 achieves the favorites coming into the series, but we did hear from Garrett yesterday that NRG is working on something new, and I'm wondering if that's going to come to fruition today.
It's going to have to. I mean, G2 have looked just absolutely brilliant in terms of the offense. Like we talked about, you know, Garrett G had some very, very high praising words for how he thought that why can't I think G2 was playing? There we go.
But G2 and NRG, like, obviously so much history between these teams, but since Turbo has joined this squad of NRG, they've played 5 times only, and that includes in weeklies and all of that. They usually avoid one another through most of these tournaments, and it's 3-2 for G2. The 2 wins NRG got were in both league plays of RLCS in Season 8 and Season 9. So when it comes down to the important games, right now, G2 has their number. Now, a lot of them have gone the distance. 3 out of those 5 matchups have gone all the way to Champions Field. One of those was in DreamHack Montreal. One of those was in the regional championship for Season 9. But G2, they came out on top. So with the history for G2, then the recent success of G2, where they've won the last 4 tournaments in a row for North America, you cannot not pick G2 at this point. Like, G2 has to be the favorites here. NRG, sure, they're the reigning world champs, but there's a new sheriff in town right now with G2.
Yeah, no, I just want to look at NRG, though, because obviously we can't cut them out of the question here. I mean, they're still a top team. They're the reigning world champions. They're in the winners finals right now, and they deserve to be talked about as if they, can come out with a win on this series. So, Chiefs, I know they did mention that they're working on something new, but for NRG, you've always generally been in favor of them, of course, picking G2 now. But if NRG are to win this one, what's that play style going to look for them that would be able to be victorious over the G2 play style?
So I think if NRG wants to beat G2 here, the biggest thing will be beating Chicago when it comes to the challenges on the pitch. Okay. I think Chicago is the biggest asset that they have in terms of gaining possession and starting that possession. Thankfully, I think they have the tools to make that work.
Cool. Well, we'll see if they can pull it off. NRG going up against G2, the clear favorites in this one. And chat is thinking the exact same thing as we are, that G2, and you'd be crazy not to, is going to win this one. Also, let us know, vocalize your hype for this match on Twitter with the hashtag RL Spring Series. But now it is time for a best of 7 in the winners finals, G2 versus NRG.
NRG are the best team in North America. Well, we thought so, but G2 have done a great job over these last few months, making a real question of it. Now we get our chance here in the upper finals. Best of 7 between these two teams, Johnny, to see whether or not we can start, adding a bit of separation between this little question.
Yeah, indeed. I think the desk are spot on with this one. They have G2 as the favorites, and it's hard to argue with that. G2 coming out on top of most of their recent matches, matches that are as important as this one. And, NRG have got the better history when it comes to Rocket League, but that doesn't really matter so much when we're playing right now. And it's G2 who are the team on form. They look like the best team in North America, but I would be surprised if this doesn't go all the way, at least to 6 games. Definitely 7 is very possible. It always seems to happen when you have these two teams playing.
Well, here we go. Best of 7 between these teams. NRG G2, a rivalry as old as Rocket League in North America is. These teams have battled it out a lot fewer times than we'd want them to, but we get a special treat here today at the Spring Series. We're going to see Rizzo and the rest of G2 looking to start to cement themselves towards the top of North America, but here's NRG. And they've always done very well at major tournaments. G2, however, still looking for a huge major victory ever since E-League.
Indeed, G2 have come close, and unfortunately for them, every time they do peak, there seems to be either another team who just peaks a little bit higher and they end up coming second place, or RLCS gets cancelled in the LAN component and they don't even get to go and prove that they're the best. But this is their chance now to really cement themselves as the #1 team in North America. They've just come off a regional champions victory. If they can win this, then I don't think anyone is going to argue that they are the best team in the region. But have NRG figured the matchup out? They say they've got some tricks up their sleeve. They've got some new strategies they want to try. I'm looking forward to seeing it, whatever that does turn out to be. So far, it's a pretty quiet start. Both teams just trying to play defensively and solidly to start off this series.
Rizzo has to try and keep the ball away from Justin, and Justin's going to be very much the player to watch today. He was incredible yesterday in his run, as he was winning every challenge. Dangerous in the air. As here's Chicago. He can be equally as dangerous off the backboard. JNAPS moves in, crossbar post, but neither of them cause explosions. Neither of them give a goal to G2.
Very close stuff. G2 had some opportunities there. It did look like the shots were pretty awkward to hit, so you can't really blame them for hitting the crossbar. And they'll, of course, want to test NRG's goalkeeping before long. Certainly, the passing of G2 is causing some problems at the moment. NRG struggling to stop G2's advances. And, G2, they really do look like they've got the best offense in North America, and they have for a while. I think out of all of the very top teams, well, really just between them and NRG. Oh, I was cut off here by a great pass in field. I was going to credit G2 for being the better demo team. They didn't get a chance to do it here. That's a brilliant linking up play by Justin and Garrett.
And Justin's done a phenomenal job this weekend of spotting his opportunities to turn around in the rotation and cut away those passing plays. Did it a number of times against Charlotte Phoenix, ended up being one of the major difference makers in what was a very close sport series. Now he's done it to open up our scoring here today. NRG, a little bit against the run of play, but not too much so, have got themselves a 1-goal lead. Turbo, I was asked a couple of questions of JNAP, but here's where G2 can be so good. Very quick on the transitions over to the backboard. Justin's got plenty of time. Puts over to JNAPS though, and JNAPS could have been better served. He had Chicago right down the line.
There's been some poor clears by both teams already, and that is where we saw the goal from NRG. We've seen a couple of opportunities for G2 to score. That seems to be the weakness at the moment at both ends of the field. Just trying to keep those clear balls. Any passes out of defense have to be so precise against this level of opposition. Constantly looking for interceptions. That's a great pass. Turbo decides to take first touch. It's shut down by Chicago, but NRG still coming forward. Justin has his flip here. It doesn't sit very nicely for him, and he has to just dump it straight back down towards Turbo.
I'm going to drop up. Chicago has it over to Turbo. One whiff off the backboard is all it takes. NRG have doubled up.
And it's some very nice passing to set this one up again by NRG, but the goal really is a read that you'd expect G2 to be making. That is not a difficult overhead clear for a player like Chicago, but he has messed it up. The pressure is on. You know, G2 will know that they're the favorites going into this, and is that perhaps taking a toll on them in some way as we go into another major tournament? You know, they still haven't had success in one of these for a long, long time. They want to make it happen. Is it going to happen with teams like NRG and everybody else in the lower bracket? Oh my goodness, what on earth was that by Justin? He somehow got the ball sideways. NRG are just piling forward here. That's 3-0. They're looking good, Shogun.
A quick statement of intent by the reigning world champions NRG. 3 goals to the better. They should be okay to take this one now. I think it's a good point that you make, though, about G2 is that we've had a number of occasions where we've seen them starting to rise to the top, where we start to creep them, not only to being number 1 in North America, but potentially start offering a shout to being number 1 in the world. We had it back when they had won E-League, then they got 2nd place in DreamHack, where we thought, okay, they're now the team to beat, but suddenly started to drop off. We then had it where they got 2nd place in Season 7 at the World Championship, ended up being in the relegation tournament the season following. G2 just a team that struggles to put together long-term consistent results. Maybe this is their tournament to start turning that narrative around and start saying, okay, no, we're going to be better than just 2 months this time around. We're here to stay.
You know, NRG know all about that. They know all about being stuck in 2nd place for tournament after tournament. It was only when they brought on Turbo Pulsar that changed. The G2 have kept the same roster throughout all of their troubles and all of their struggles, and you know, right now it looks like it's been a good decision overall, coming out as a top team from RLCS Season 9 Regionals. But will they be able to get that win? Will they be able to consistently play at the top level through many competitions in a row? That's something we've yet to see from them.
A quick reminder to everyone that this is very likely that we'll get to see this again later on, as here comes Garrett, wants to defeat Rizzo on the 1v1. Couldn't quite get it, and a booming clear, but NRG should be able to scoop this one up. And they have also scooped game number 1 comfortably. NRG are going to take this, and G2 are going to have to figure out what exactly went wrong here.
It should be quite an easy thing to identify for G2, I think. It's not hard to spot the mistakes in a few of these goals. Rizzo just giving away possession for the first one. Chicago completely whiffing the ball for the 2nd goal. When you're 2-0 down from mistakes like that, it's really difficult to come back, and they weren't able to. But, you know, besides that kind of defensive blunder coming up over and over again for G2, we really didn't see them establish their offense at all in this game. They were never able to keep NRG pinned back in goal for an extended period of time. That is what they're known for. And they really didn't get the demo plays going very often. I don't know if they're feeling confident staying up front like that for an extended time against a team like NRG.
Well, the beauty of a best of 7 is that they get plenty of time to start finding that rhythm, as plenty of Rocket League still left to play. But for NRG, this was the perfect start. As we said, that they are the benchmark when it comes to major tournaments for North America over the past few seasons. They have been outstanding almost every single time they've been asked to answer the call. So for G2 right now, they're going to go into this next game, and just we want to see the passes tightened up a little bit. Make sure you're going for the right things, because NRG, if they've proven anything this weekend, is that they're very sharp and they're not going to get caught out by loose passes.
Yeah, this is just like yesterday. We saw NRG progressing through winners bracket without too much difficulty, because they were allowed to rotate the way they want to. They were allowed to position the way they want to in defense, and it's up to G2 to really break that down and to make NRG's life difficult. I really do feel that G2 have got the offensive prowess to make that possible, but it has to start with the bumps and the demos off the ball. That is what NRG can struggle against. G2, you know, are they willing to take the risks to make that happen? Because every time you do stay up front to set up a bump play, you're essentially taking yourself out of the game and relying on your teammates to play a 3rd-man role perfectly.
Yeah, very rarely do we see NRG, G2, I mean, get like one of those very short, snappy goals out of nowhere. There's usually a lot of pre-prep where they try and set themselves up into a 3v2, 3v1. Either be just outpacing or through demos, but in game 1 they weren't able to manage that. Here we are in game number 2. They try and right that this time around as JNAB pops over to the corner. G2 taking their time right now, just making sure they control the midfield. But that's a poor touch from Rizzo. Almost allowed Garrett G to move himself on in. Either way, NRG have managed to establish themselves on the rotation. Justin off the backboard, looks for the second touch, is going to leave it. Now Garrett's all the way back by himself. But right now, both teams just trading possession on the midfield, but Turbo Pulse has got his third for the series.
And once again, NRG are being allowed to play the game that they want to play. They want to play a nice gentleman's game of Rocket League where everybody's standing off and just letting the ball do the work. And I think if this series continues to go this way, NRG will be victorious today. G2 need to make this scrappy. They need to make this violent. That is where they thrive, and NRG tend to struggle. And NRG, overall, I think they have the better defense between the two teams when you're just allowed to drive whichever way you want with no interference from the opposition.
Here we go. Rizzo takes his time. And running out of boost, so he couldn't correct himself afterwards, and that means we've got Turbo and Garrett G bearing down on Chicago, who's got to buy as much time as possible. He's done brilliantly at that. Gets both of them out of the play. Now G2 want to try and get a hold of this ball, but they've just given it straight over to NRG's Justin, who is so dangerous whenever he gets that sort of space. Turbo gets a good block. Cleared over to Rizzo. This has been a major issue so far for G2, is that they're getting these clears, but the next touch is always from NRG. They've had no follow-up once they escape.
Really nobody able to get close to Justin there. He almost took 3 players out by himself, but G2 have dispossessed him and they're keeping the ball in the blue end. Very suddenly, it's a counter-attack down the middle, and Turbo Pulsar puts it in for 2-0. NRG are going from strength to strength.
We wanted to see when G2 were going to start committing a little bit more to the offense, but they just did not time it right this time around. Got instantly countered. Chicago was not able to get back quick enough. And again, an early lead has been given over to NRG, and a comfortable one at that. Rizzo's going to look for the backboard. We're still after a G2 goal. Been completely undisturbed, NRG have on defense.
And it's interesting, we heard from Garrett that NRG are trying to implement some new things. I really wonder what that plan was, and has that been put into practice today, or were they just able to play their standard Rocket League style and come out on top? Because overall, I haven't been too impressed with what G2 have been able to bring to the table today. You know, but even not thinking about the defensive misplays, offensively, they're just not all there. Their timing is a bit off. We usually see multiple threats hitting at the same time, shots coming in at the same time as a demo, at the same time as a passing option infield. But right now, G2 just don't have that synergy. They're getting broken down, and it's NRG who are hitting them with those perfectly timed offensive plays.
And Turbo's got himself his 5th for the series. Garrett, though, full credit for the setup. You know he's on form today. NRG looking like the team to beat, not only in this game, but in this tournament in general. They are just dismantling G2 in these opening 2 games. And right now is where you're going to find out, you know, can G2 find an answer? What can Jazzo say to them that's going to be able to turn this around? Because this is dire right now, and it's early, but it is dire. That's how poorly this has gone.
Oh, that's a shot on target though. Chicago will get the first goal for G2. Nicely placed shot. Looked like Turbo had a pretty good chance to save it. I think he may have underestimated how high Chicago could hit that ball. Turbo just ready to dive a bit lower on that one, and it just ends up going over him. G2 finally on the board.
And that's going to be so helpful for them as well. Just as soon as you break that goal for the first time, it just helps you just realize that, yeah, it is possible. You can definitely get something going for ourselves. And now, a minute and a half, they've got to try and find 2. Rizzo looks for the midfield, but Justin refuses to go away. So quick to cut rotation, but he does it so well every single time. It's NRG holding the midfield again. JNAPS is a possible option, but that first touch gave Justin a chance to move in. Garrett to Chicago. It's not going to be able to be infielded. Rizzo's been caught out. Turbo just chooses to play off the corner, off the backboard now, but Rizzo will take it away. Johnny, as we slowly start to head towards the end of this game, G2 need to find another bit of magic.
The G2 still struggling to create that consistent pressure that they're so well known for. And they're really being out-demoed and, you know, outplayed off the ball by NRG in this series. I wonder if that is the game plan change that NRG talked about, because their offense is looking pretty scary today. They're scoring a lot of goals that look like G2-style goals. And unfortunately for G2, it's another miss in defense that sets up an easy goal for their opponent.
There's only so much that NRG are going to have to do if they're going to keep getting freebie goals like that. Yes, G2 do need to go hunting for something, but you've got to do it with some level of coyness in a way. Just make sure that you're not going to just instantly give away the play, as Justin is going to doink it into the back of the net. And there we are, 5-1. This is all NRG.
And we saw a couple of plays attempting a shot here. Garrett with the pre-flip, Justin with the little pop backwards into the goal. And that just shows you how easy it has been for NRG to score in this series. They had two players there who both had wide open nets simultaneously. G2 really have not been there in defense. They've struggled to get the ball clear of danger again and again. And, you know, NRG have done well to just put the ball in awkward positions. G2 haven't been able to handle it.
Here we go, Garrett. Starting to start a little bit now on JNaps. It seems like that's what NRG have done for this entire series so far. 10 minutes of gameplay played, but all 10 of those minutes have belonged to NRG. So let's try and put one more in. Rizzo with the clear. Over to JNaps. Is there a consolation here? No, NRG will deny them even that. So the ball should hit the floor, and it will. 2-0 to NRG. Half of the job done.
And they're making it look pretty easy right now. NRG on a fast track to victory against their biggest regional rivals, against the top team in the region right now. And this is just so impressive from them. I think they've totally surprised G2 with how well they're playing and the way that they're able to deny G2 any kind of pressure play. It's an easy thing to ignore. It's an easy thing not to notice in a matchup like this, but that's where NRG have really been on form today. They haven't given G2 easy clears. They haven't given them options to hard clear the ball, set up shop on the halfway line, and just start to dominate the boost battle like they usually do. And yeah, this is something G2 have to wonder is, okay, are they going to get that opportunity to play that style, or have they got to now just figure out how to outplay NRG from a deeper position in the field? That's something I haven't really seen from them in the past.
I think it does start at the other side of the field as well, because G2 are trying to go so quickly from their side of the field to the other side, but they're not realizing NRG are waiting for them. They're not trying to pressure too much, and because of that, G2 have just handed away possession. Otherwise, they're just handing away an easy challenge, mostly to Justin actually quite a few times. I think G2 need to just focus on how they're transitioning from one side of the field to the other, and then from that, just see where it all falls into place. But right now, that midfield belongs to NRG, and G2 have got to find a way to break it.
It's a really problematic situation for G2. It'll be a great comeback if they can, respond not just from this scoreline, but from the way this series is going. They have been outplayed. They've been destroyed in 2 games in a row now. And NRG are not the sort of team that give up 2-0 leads in a best of 7. This is something that you really do expect to see them convert against anybody, even G2. So now it's up to G2 to step up and prove that they are the best team in the region.
So here we go. Game number 3. And G2 just need to find something here. Can offer both themselves and their fans a little bit of hope. And Jam's going to push that ball into the wall. Chicago back over to him. Good 1-2 play. JNaps with the flick over the top of Justin. Rizzo is moving forward. Will not be needed. And is that the hope that G2 needs?
That's a fantastic pass, but look at this play from JNaps. The catch into the flick really had no time in between it, and he was there to knock Turbopulse into the goal, just in case Turbo was making a save. He wasn't, by the way. JNaps' shot was too good. 1-0 to G2. Little interplay between JNaps and Chicago makes it happen.
Great start for G2. NRG will try and make sure that this is not going to be a sustained little thing here from G2. They want to try and cut this one out immediately, because G2 are a very momentum-heavy side. We've talked about it earlier on about how they get all results that they've got in major tournaments in a row. Same thing can be very much applied to the way that they play. They can win multiple games in a row on the bounce, as long as they're feeling good about it. Justin couldn't quite find anyone else on his team. It's a pass over to Rizzo. It's a very heavy one, though. With 0 boost, it's already difficult to really get anything going, but Rizzo's unchallenged until the latest moment. NRG finally clear their lines, and this is going to be the difficult area for G2, is that they do push so many players forward. Then when the big clear comes out, they've got to start tracking everyone back. They can't immediately put that pressure back in.
Yeah, they really have to be careful not to collide with each other when they do this, because they're all playing very close to each other here to get these little ticky-tacky small passes going. And there is, of course, the danger of a team collision. And like you said, one touch from NRG taking the entire squad out of the game. But hey, that hard clear is pretty good. Chicago's missed this target, though. You know, it has to test NRG from that range. Another miss. This time, Rizzo in defense. G2 are really not there this game and this series. So many really unusual misses on the ball that you'd expect to be just routine touches for a team like this, regardless of the pressure. But hey, they've made it 2-0 despite all these misplays. So something is clearly working in game 3 that wasn't in the previous 2.
Just completely offsetting the NRG rotation. And I've got to agree with you. I feel like this game we have seen both the best and the worst of G2 in terms of just little snippets. But G2's best has been exactly what's carried them over to a 2-goal lead. And a chance to try and put this series at 2-1. What a pinch that is. Turbo's going to be by himself. He just tries to buy for a little bit of time. Couldn't get the second touch. Here comes Chicago. Fizzes a shot, but Justin clears it. JNaps back to the midfield. You know Rizzo's thinking about it, but might as well take his time. Just need to try and, you know, slowly snipe away for a third goal. But right now, it's NRG that have got all the work to do. They're the ones that now need to escape their final third. They're the ones that have got to push forward and find themselves a goal. They've not really tested so far, but Garrett can do certainly great things when he's got that kind of space.
Well, it seems like the comeback strategy from G2, effective as it has been, was quite simply miss the ball to confuse your opponents. It looks like NRG have hurt themselves in their confusion, but they're on the comeback here. One goal goes in just as we enter the last 2 minutes of the game. It looks like Garrett was just given too much space. There was no backup for the initial challenge for G2. Easy conversion for Justin.
G2 giving a lifeline now over to their opponents. You said 1 goal across 2 minutes. NRG do not have to panic for this one. They can take their time. You definitely get the feeling that with the way G2 play as well, NRG aren't going to have to go hunting for a goal. They might very well get a counter-attacking opportunity. Garrett can't find his way past JNaps. He wins the challenge as well. Huge demo. JNaps passes over to Chicago, reaches for it. And the scramble to get to the ball is won by Chicago. 2-goal lead re-established.
And that's the danger of going for those demo plays. We saw Justin running down the line there to make one on G2. Didn't make contact. And that leaves the last man of NRG completely vulnerable to the exact same strategy. So the timing really working out there for G2. They picked that spot better. You know, overall, they've, I think, lost the demo battle today, but they're certainly winning it in game 3.
And Turbo will get dunked by the oncoming challenge. Justin, though, takes his time. Tries to control the ball. He's got 2 players out. He's only got JNaps left to be. Does JNaps stand a chance? Crossbar helped him, but it only can suppress NRG for but a moment. That's a 1-goal game yet again.
That's just brute strength in the challenge by Justin. 2 50-50s in a row that he dominates. 2 50-50s where he keeps the ball under perfect control. Who said that 50-50s were random? Justin showing just true calculation in both of those challenges. Getting a goal out of it by hitting the bar, setting up his teammate. NRG within 1. G2 under pressure here. They're still in a pretty good spot defensively. They've got everybody spread out, covering different locations. This is definitely G2's game to lose from here, but NRG are making this difficult for them.
And no team has better exemplified that Rocket League is not over until the ball hits the floor than NRG. G2 need to be very aware of everything they're going to try and throw at them. JNaps, huge flick. Try to find the one spot that NRG would not have a player, but look how quickly they break away to the other side of the field. Rizzo's not going to be able to hit this one. That's 2 players gone as well. It's going to leave JNaps with Justin starting to just charge him down, and Justin's won it well. Garrett G up for the shot, off the post. Rizzo saves, and he touches it into the corner as well. Pressure gone for G2, but NRG still threatening.
You know, I have no idea how G2 are still in front here with the defensive collisions that they're having, where people are blocking each other, bumping each other, but somehow they've stayed in front here. That's a great pre-jump save by Justin to keep NRG in the game. G2 are still in a great position to win game 3, despite their best efforts to throw it away by getting in each other's way.
Garrett cannot keep it up. The series lead is cut in half. G2 have picked up their first, and Johnny, it was unconvincing, but it was so much better.
I mean, there's definitely upside to G2's gameplay here. They had an offense in this game, so that's great. You know, they started with a goal and, you know, they stayed in front till the very end of the game. But what on earth was going on in the midfield? I've not seen G2 this disorganized in a while, and somehow it works in their favor. I think they've confused NRG with a few of their plays.
For chaos, Johnny. Okay,
True,
G2 merely provided.
Hey, I told you, G2 thrive in chaos. This isn't exactly what I had in mind, but it's worked.
It's
G2
like
back
if
in
you
the series.
gave, like, the decision making is like a randomizer, but with really good mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, they had the finishing touches at times. Their shooting has been, you know, I would say at times very good, other times not so good. But that's definitely one way to confuse your opponents and to get them, you know, hesitating and to get them second guessing themselves in plays. Because NRG surely during this game, I would love to hear their comms of this game. To be honest, I'd love to hear both teams' comms of that game because that was just completely ridiculous. And I want to know what they were talking about in those crazy moments where we're getting team bumps, team blocks, complete whiffs, open net misses. You know, I love it. It's definitely great entertainment for the neutral spectator like myself. And we do get to see a closer series now. So it's really a win-win for everybody here, except NRG, who did lose that game. So they're not going to be too happy about that.
What's going to be the big thing in this game is that G2 still need to get another one. Otherwise, they're going to face down 3 match points. But here is Chicago. Couldn't quite lift the ball up quick enough. As Rizzo escapes Turbo over to JNabs, but Justin's immediately cut it away. Chicago can't win his challenge either, so NRG managed to reverse the pressure. Turbo looks to find a teammate. He did get one. Not on target, though, and now JNabs with Chicago in support. Might not need him. Instead, it's a selfless pass. Could have gone for net, but wanted to ensure of the goal.
And that's just far too risky by NRG. See everybody flying forward there. Third man in that position needs to be so careful. You're either going to play a clean challenge or stay back and, you know, buy time for your teammates to get back into the play. But if all of NRG's players are going to play that aggressively, then G2 will capitalize. This is something that they're very good at, is turning quick possession play into a goal. The same thing could be happening to G2 here, though. They also need to be careful of their advancements. Hey, the way this series is going, we're, you know, looking like we're going to get that game 7 that we hoped for and that we expected. It's such a messy series in the middle of this one. Just comes down to who can capitalize more on the mistakes of their opponents.
Hey, G2 have been part of plenty of messy series. The one that really stands out to me is them with the team now known as MV when they were playing as Ghost during the league play. One of the scrappiest series I've ever seen, but also one of the most entertaining. So G2 can definitely play in that sort of scenario.
Well, absolutely. Like we said, they're the team that really do come out of these sort of games looking quite comfortable somehow. And the last game's a good example of that. There was so many unpredictable moments happening and so many chaotic situations, but G2 somehow get the win. And if this game's anything similar, I wouldn't be surprised if they keep on winning. It's up to NRG now to just try and calm down a little bit. They've got to try and level this one out, because when they were playing, you know, more of the gentleman style of Rocket League, where everything's just going smoothly back and forth, they looked like the better team. They looked like they had a better rotation established and more consistent plays happening. It looks like, you know, somehow NRG have agreed to play G2's game here. They've agreed to, you know, just throw themselves into every challenge and take on G2 mechanically. And it hasn't worked so far in game number 4.
I can tell you right now that there's always a gentleman's agreement when it comes to fisticuffs. And that is exactly what NRG have agreed to so far. As JNabs is removed from the field, Justin's got an open net to aim for.
Oh.
Chicago, I do not know how he recovered for that. Able to save the ball. And we're still at 1-0. Now G2 try and find a way out, but Justin's just diving for this ball every single time. How on earth have G2 managed to survive? And now they transition. Chicago's got 2.
Once again, G2 are allowed to play their game. NRG are throwing themselves into challenges. They're leaving third man isolated. And this time, it's not a misplay that gets them scored on. It's a huge play off the ball by Rizzo, eliminating that goalkeeper, leaving the net wide open. And it is exactly what G2 wanted. This series has swung in their favor. This is the exact type of series that they were hoping for. And the difference between this game and the last one is they're not making too many mistakes in this one. He saw a huge save there by Chicago to keep them in the lead.
Well, Chicago has been the standout player here in game number 4. It is a game that is so important to the overall state of this series. Now Justin can't get any further than Chicago once again. Now Rizzo goes off the backboard. Should be able to be easily scooped up, but Garrett narrowly avoids getting demoed. G2 playing heavy metal right now on the field. And has it just been too loud for NRG? Can they keep up with this? It's Justin. And as far as JNabs, but Chicago, not a great touch, but actually it keeps it away from everybody on NRG. They were all cooped up on that left-hand side. It was easy enough for him to try and put it over to the right.
Just over a minute for NRG in the hunt for the comeback, which seems so difficult to find right now. After games 1 and 2, you just wondered how many goals were NRG going to score each game, but this is no longer the case. The timing is back for G2. That is the second goal where there is a perfectly timed off-the-ball play by Rizzo. This time just forcing Justin into the near post goal. And JNab's shot was right after him. Impossible for Justin to save after committing to the corner like that to avoid the bump.
Right then, Stiz, I think it's time to open up the notebook now, mate. Your team are on the ropes. As G2 have just bounced back in the biggest way. Look very scrappy in not the right ways in our first 3 games, but this has been their playstyle played to perfection. Rizzo takes his time over the top of Garrett. For NRG, just need to find some answers now because there's not much of this series left to play. Game 5's coming up very soon, and it's going to be match point to one of our teams. Question is, which one's it going to be?
You know, NRG have tried earlier in this series to, try and take a leaf out of G2's playbook. Look for those off-the-ball plays more often, and I do think that's a great idea for them to focus on. But the timing has not been there in the last 2 games. NRG have, been going for bumps and demos on goalkeepers, while the ball really isn't under their team's control. And G2, meanwhile, they've been doing it when they have full control. That's really the difference for me. And G2, they definitely have more experience with that strategy. I'm not surprised to see them utilizing it more effectively. And NRG need to be careful. If they're going to try and play this game, they need to play it smart. They need to pick their spots. They need to time their attacks perfectly. They can't leave their third man isolated in the back over and over again against a team like G2 who are so good at eliminating that third man from the equation in the blink of an eye.
Well, that goal is definitely going to be a little bit more flattering to this game than it really was. As a scoreline of 3-2 is giving a bit more credit, but for me, the major difference right now, and you can always tell when G2 are playing well, depending on where their third man is. The more aggressive they are, the more confident they're feeling. It's not something that we saw in games 1, 2, and 3 because that third man was sat so far back, pretty much behind their own, their own halfway line, which for most teams, that's completely normal. For G2, that might as well be inside your own net. But now that's started to move forward. You can see Rizzo's become much more comfortable reading the plays. And that has made a world of difference because now we see the pressure switching. G2 are the team that have managed to lock NRG in their own final third for, minutes at a time sometimes. It really is a case right now of can NRG find a way past that third man?
Yeah, game 1 this series, we saw G2 with a couple of whiffs in defense. NRG capitalized. Game number 4 here, we see NRG being a bit too risky with their third man positioning and just leaving someone alone in the back in the first place. G2 capitalized. Both teams have been extremely good at making the most of the opportunities that they're given. And there are not that many opportunities to score, at least clear-cut chances between these two teams because the ball does stay in the midfield for quite a long time. But it really just depends who plays more consistently from here on, who can make the better mechanical plays in defense, who can make the better decisions in terms of positioning. Because these have really been the mistakes that have enabled goals to happen between these two teams. And, it's just G2 who are on the rise here. If they can keep on, timing their attacks as well as they are without bringing back those defensive inconsistencies that we saw earlier, then it looks like they are actually on the way to winning this series now.
There we go, Garrett. Looking for the backboard, looking for those backboard mistakes, but They simply don't seem to be there anymore from G2. It's something that they've almost forgotten about entirely as to how to accomplish them. As now Rizzo, huge setup here, but it's going to always be a little bit too close to the wall for Chicago to run onto for a shot. This is game 5. Whoever wins this heads on to match point. Chicago does win the ball. Can't get any further though, but here's G2 trying to lock down that midfield. They've got to make sure they hold on to those mid boosts as well. They can start focusing on stealing away NRGs. They're not going to rush this, despite a couple of mistakes, and that's exactly what they want to do. NRG moved everyone up, and G2 catch them with a monster play.
That is insane accuracy by G2. Turning just a very slow play in defense into a goal like that is just really so impressive. Now, we are going to have a pause here as one of the players wants to just make sure that everything is okay. Looks like JNAPS is disconnected from comms right as that goal happened. So we're going to get, looks like we're going to get JNAPS back in comms, and that shouldn't take too long. We'll be right back into game number 5. Oh, wow, what goal to open things up. Incredible from G2.
I mean, I saw the play happening, but it just didn't really sort of catch me, as I think I'm hearing in there that the goal's going to be undone for that one. But for G2 in general, their gameplay is just so smooth. They don't seem to be panicking whenever a mistake happens anymore. Usually it's a case of something goes wrong, everything else goes wrong. You know, they send 2 players to try and fix the mistake. Instead, they've been relaxing it a little bit more. A mistake happens, fine, take your time. And in that situation, though, I think it's a little bit more telling for NRG, how they saw a little bit of space to work into, and they moved everyone up almost immediately. They didn't hold anyone towards their own backboard, and that's what got them caught. That's what's made a huge thing for G2 to try and exploit, is how quickly they can catch someone out from NRG if they play the transition quickly.
It was very clear from the beginning of this game that NRG, they know that last game, game 4, they conceded a couple of early goals by just diving into challenges too much. So this time everybody was sitting back very, very far. That gave G2 the space to set up that, blistering passing play that just resulted in a goal very, very quickly. That's something NRG have to be careful of. They don't want to swing too far in the other direction here. Yes, they were, diving into too many challenges too early in the last game, but they have to, find the balance now. They need to try and, play a bit more conservatively without giving G2 all the space in the world.
So we should be able to hopefully get back into this very soon. It's going to be restarting from a kickoff at 4 minutes 36 on the clock. So we're going to see exactly what we get from this one. But for you, Johnny, we're looking at G2 right now. We're looking at NRG. I almost feel parallels in this series as to what we've seen from them in the last year or so of these teams' careers, where NRG took advantage, 2-0 up, yet they're up there, they're winning a world championship. We see G2, they're not playing all that great. And then suddenly something switched on them. They've got the pace going, as looks like NRG are gonna let them have the goal back. And that's certainly good sportsmanship.
Yeah, it's great sportsmanship here from NRG. The rules do state that in a situation like this where a pause does happen for a technical difficulty, you do go back to a kickoff for 0-0. But NRG have acknowledged here that, the goal was likely to happen regardless of that pause. So that's a really great show of sportsmanship from them. They're just going to give the goal to G2. They didn't have to do that. This was a, clean restart by the, rules because of that pause. So really great class there from NRG. You love to see it.
Here we go, back into the game. It's going to be JNAPS over to Chicago. NRG moving late for a few of these backboard challenges. Giving G2 an ample opportunity to start moving themselves in towards the ball, as Turbo double commit to one of his teammates. They do get the pinch, so it means that they can get themselves to the other side of the field. Justin dived in, but couldn't get there before Chicago. Garrett needs to block. Garrett can just about get a bit of contact, but not quite what he needed. Just on top of the ball again, over to Turbo. Turbo off the backboard, couldn't get a second touch and put it on target. It was a good attempt, but couldn't quite manage it.
I don't think I've ever seen a backwards quadruple touch, with the butt of the car like that. That would have been fantastic from Turbo. That would have been one of the most Turbo Pulsed goals I've ever seen in my life, and I can't wait for that moment where I see the most Turbo Pulsed goal I've ever seen. But that was a pretty close one. G2 still in the lead here. NRG have got the moral victory perhaps, but they're still behind in the series, and this one's really taking a turn for the worse for them. They have to, respond quickly here before the entire series disappears. And G2 walk away the victors yet again. You know, talked about it before the series. G2 have been winning between these two teams in the big series like this. And once again, somehow, although it's been unusual, they're back in that position.
That is a major demo. Going to give so much breathing room for NRG to clear their lines. Done exactly that. Rizzo by himself. He's gone up a bit late. Turbo is going to come out the challenge well. Justin's going to be up there completely unchallenged for the double tap. It's not on target. 3 minutes left on this game. NRG, though, look to be getting the offense wheels going. They've had a couple of opportunities here. They just need the finish.
Yeah, NRG are balancing their aggression much better than they did in the last game. They haven't thrown themselves into challenges unnecessarily here. They've, you know, got chances to score despite that fact. Even though they have played a more safe game, they're still getting opportunities. Just up to them now to make one of them happen. Justin was pretty close there. Now Garrett looking for the infield. Rizzo on the one-man mission to demo NRG. Off the ball again. Well, why not? It's been working out wonderfully for him in the last game especially.
And it's like NRG have inherited some of the spirit of the teams they played yesterday, because there are a lot of infield passes being attempted, and they'll also inherit the danger and the risk that comes to them. If G2 can spot one of them, they can intercept and immediately go on for the attack. It's going to be a risk, though, that NRG are going to have to take for this style play style. Justin on the wall. You can see Garrett G start to move up beside him, but he isn't going to be needed just yet. Comes and tried to hit the ball over. Couldn't quite bump Genaps, though. And now Genaps and Chicago both moving the ball. And we're talking about chaos. Well, good luck trying to read that one, Turbo. Ends up having to move back. He's cut one player over. Destroys the axles. As Garrett can't quite get the touches he wants. But NRG, they're getting an opportunity to go down to the final third. They just haven't had a chance to really make something of it in a while. G2 still looking for their second to try and wrap this game up.
The finishing touch just hasn't been there for NRG. They have had opportunities. But this is the problem going up against a team like G2, is when G2 do find their footing, when they start to play consistently in defense, they're not an easy team to score on, and I think that's why G2 usually have the advantage in this matchup. Their offense is less predictable, and it doesn't really rely on a fantastic last play to make happen like NRG's often does. Very often G2 are just scoring open nets because they've out-pressured their opponent in some way, and that's a much easier shot to finish off than NRG's typical goal, which is much more precise and much more reliant on perfect play. You know, they're close again, Garrett, that time with a double touch attempt, but he has missed it. You know, NRG, they've got the quality to score these types of goals, and you can't deny that it's a very difficult thing to execute under this kind of pressure.
And with 30 seconds left, they're at least going to get 2 or 3 more chances to complete their play. Rizzo easily able to beat Turbo to the ball, though. And they're going to have players down the line. Justin's got to get something going, but Chicago immediately challenges. The last player you want on that ball with time left is Justin. And they've just managed to keep it away from him every single time, but this could be it. Turbo over to Chicago. Chicago to the corner. Garrett G, will he have any options around? Just has to try and make sure he gets the ball. That's going to be pinched all the way to the other side of the field. And G2 have now taken full command of this series.
That's all going to go over right as the ball hits the ground. There it is. And G2 looked their best there in Game 5. That was the cleanest performance we've seen from them all series long. You know, that shows the caliber on this team. It shows the experience on this roster. That even though I'm sure they're well aware that they were not playing very well earlier on, they were way off their best in Games 1 and 2. They somehow managed to come back with huge chaos in Game 3 and 4. And now, when the dust has settled, they look like they're playing the most consistent Rocket League they've played all day. There was a finish by Chicago. That was the initial goal right before NRG gave them the free goal on the kickoff, because they acknowledged that shot by Chicago, it was just, fully deserving of the back of the net. There was nothing they could do to stop it. And, both these teams have that capability. They could pull something like that out of the bag. And I think after NRG stopped giving G2 all the space in the world, we didn't get to see as many opportunities for that sort of thing to happen. But G2 are definitely good enough to, pull shots like that out from even tighter positions than that one.
And the question becomes NRG, they're not playing bad by any stretch of the imagination. We've seen them get plenty of opportunities. How many more times do they need to get it, though, before it starts clicking, before they start hitting the shots that we know they can hit? Because they're difficult shots, but they're difficult shots for everyone. For these guys, however, you'd expect them to start pressuring that net a little bit more often, starting to force a few more saves. Because right now, they just haven't quite been able to hit the target.
Yeah, the only problem last game for NRG was that they had to do that style from 1 goal down. Oh my goodness. Well, how about that for a read by Garrett? He's just caught this one as it bounces down off the crossbar, 7 seconds in. And really great play there by Garrett. So quick and no chance really for G2 to react.
And when it bounces down like that, it has to be a hard read on what the bounce is going to be. If you don't do so, the ball is immediately going to get away from your reach. NRG in a game that they must win. This is match point, and it's going to be a turbo shot that's saved by Justin. I don't quite know what we've just seen here, but now we transition to the other side of the field. And J-Nams makes it 1 each.
Oh my goodness, that could be one of the biggest moments in the series. You know, clinical from G2, perfectly executed counter-attack. But the fact that it all starts off with Justin falling onto the ball as it's about to cross the G2 goal line, that's a heartbreaker for NRG. You know, I think they've actually played a pretty good style and they've figured out a reasonable way to handle G2 while also providing consistent threats and opportunities for themselves to score. Even though they've, I think, strategically got it all right, they still come out quite unfortunate and they've lost their lead with hardly a minute gone in the game.
We're going to have to put it behind them now. G2, still the team that are in form right now. Justin looking for Garrett. They're going to have to try and get another player into this, though. They are going to run out of boost. Turbo was moving up, but instead, that's the rotation. First off, we're waiting for Justin to move in, but right now, you can see how many times NRG are moving a player forward, and they have to turn that player back around. They're not quite sure what G2 are trying to do with the ball, and sometimes I don't think G2 are quite sure what G2 are trying to do with the ball.
It's just careless. J-Naps, I think, trying to pop it infield to Chicago, but there is a complete breakdown in communication. Chicago wasn't sure whether he wanted to commit to that pass or stand off and cover the long shot. Kind of did neither in no man's land, and that's made J-Naps' pass to him look more like a pass to NRG, who easily score the open net. Now, they might be about to equalize again as Turbo got caught in no man's land there, but the shot was off target. G2 still have pressure.
Well, we said earlier on that G2 thrive in chaos. Opening minute and a half here has definitely been exactly that. Let's see Garrett. Takes the ball for the reset. Wants a second touch, but ran out of boost. Didn't do anything else with it. Riz off the backboard. Goes for it very late instead. Justin chooses to steal the boost instead. It's going to slow down G2's chances to move forward. Justin up. Justin on target, but Chicago, a defensive wall stout throughout the whole series. He continues to hold.
He's had some great saves, Chicago. Now that's a fantastic pass, and J-Naps converts. G2, 2-2. And there is again just no time for NRG to react. The passing is just perfect by Rizzo.
And every one of these goals that we're seeing from G2 is a close infield pass to each other. This backboard has been a non-factor for them throughout this series. They have just consistently found accurate pass after accurate pass, and they are tearing NRG's defensive part at will when they get them going.
The difficulty for NRG is just knowing how far back to stand. Do you leave everybody back and cover the long clears, the backboard hits, or do you need somebody forward pressuring it, the G2 team? It's such a difficult balance to find against G2, who are usually so good at both picking the right spot to attack and timing it well. And they've just scored a third goal. Chicago gets to the score sheet, and this one is all too easy. NRG just left nobody at the back.
Yeah, don't have any idea how they were trying to play that one. Only half the game played here, Johnny. We've got 2 goals to 3. And G2 currently on their way to the grand finals.
Now, you know, that could be the misplay that NRG look back on. I wonder what could have been if we just avoid exactly that moment. Earlier on, of course, they were, you know, the team that suffered pretty big misfortune with Justin just colliding with the ball on the goal line. But, you know, that last play definitely could have been prevented. There was just nobody at the back for NRG. They all rotated the same direction at once, and they've just given G2 too much space. And that is a play that you cannot afford to make against a team who are as good as G2 are at taking goals when they're given opportunities like that.
If this is how it ends, it'll be one of the most frustrating defeats in NRG's careers as Garrett 1v3 does incredibly well to keep that one out. The timing was on point for NRG. They're trying to move themselves to the other side of the field. Now it's Rizzo. Needs to win the challenge against Turbo. Doesn't end up fully committing to it. Instead, he wants to become a target man downfield. Still a bit of boost as well. Chicago on net. Minute and a half left now in this game. G2 are the team that are pressuring, though. It's NRG trying to find a way out.
You know, besides that one mistake by NRG leaving their back line completely open, these last two games have been a pretty good example of what we expected from this series, the level of play that we've, you know, been able to enjoy when we see these two teams play against each other. G2 have, you know, they've been the better team when it matters. They've had the stronger finish to the series. They're about to win their 4th game in a row. And, you know, there's been a much less linear trail through these games than a 4-game sweep would suggest. But they have got the results so far. Just need to hold on for another 44 seconds, and they'll have the series in the bag.
Chicago back past the Rizzo. He's given up possession, though, quite loosely. NRG just couldn't quite find the passing angle that they needed. Garrett finds a bit of space over in the back corner. Maybe Turbos to try and take over from, but another challenge win. G2 relentless in their defense of their net. Don't want to give anything up. Garrett tries charging forward. Not much time left here. NRG need that one big opportunity.
Just that 10 seconds for NRG. Like I said earlier, they'll be disappointed if this is how it ends, and it looks like it may indeed end like this unless Garrett can say something about it. Rizzo with a heroic save. Keeps Garrett at bay, keeps NRG at bay. And now it's on 0 seconds. Surely G2 can convert from here.
Turbo will not be able to reach the ball. G2 move on to the grand finals. NRG down to the losers. They'll take on either Space Station or Rogue. What a series that was, though, for G2. They figured something out that series, and they figured it out and applied it incredibly well.
Yeah, G2 started very inconsistently in defense. NRG, unfortunately, are the team that finished the series with defensive inconsistencies. You know, they didn't have the luckiest breaks in this last game as well, but that's just how it goes sometimes. And if you're not playing perfectly, that could be the difference maker in a series. Unfortunately for NRG, they've just ended up on the wrong side of this series. However, I wouldn't be surprised to see this matchup again in the grand finals at the end of the day. Of course, if that does happen, G2 will have that 1 game advantage, which is a huge lead in a series like this between these two teams who are so close every time that they play. But NRG have got to first, get through some really tough competition in the lower bracket final. As the teams coming up there, they'll have the winning momentum going into that one. And, despite NRG's experience and their history as a team, knowing exactly what to do in these situations, you do wonder, how are they going to bounce back from 4 game losses in a row against their biggest regional rivals?
And I think momentum is probably the best way that we can describe the two teams that they can face against. Space Station and Rogue seem to be going from strength to strength and strength, but we're going to have to find out which one of them are stronger on the day. We're going to find that out very soon, though, after a quick break.
Rated E for everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rocket League Spring Series. This is all about North America this weekend. We are on day number 2. We sent some people home yesterday, and of course, we have to send some people home today, but we'll get to that in just a minute. I'm your host, Leafex. Alongside me is Gibbs and Achieves, and we just watched one of those matchups we've been waiting for this whole tournament. It was G2 versus NRG, and in all honesty, Gibbs, it looked like NRG may have had the upper hand coming into the beginning of that series there.
I just love when we get to see Energy in G2 because they will always entertain. The series, I don't think was perfect Rocket League, but it was really fun to watch. And early on, yeah, for G2, the defensive miscues from maybe earlier this year where they were the glass cannon offense kind of showed up, where Energy controlled a lot of possession and G2 crumbled when they were on defense, but they turned it all around. And I think it was just icing on the cake that they turned their defense around so much that to end the entire series, we see Rizzo make an incredible inside-out save to clinch Game 6, and he had another big one there as well. It's just G2, when their defense is clicking, they get the counterattacks. It was beautiful.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% with you. The early part of this series really did feel like that perfect combination of G2 giving up a little too many dangerous counterattacks that NRG were able to convert. Justin and Turbo were playing out of their minds. All the pressure was there for NRG. Game 3, G2 got away with one, I think.
Yeah,
there were
sure.
a lot of goals that probably should have went in. But after that, oh man, the defense just went into lockdown mode. They allowed hardly anything. Game 4, it says 2-3, but no, G2 crushed that game. And then 5 and 6, like you said, massive stops that killed a lot of the morale. And I think a lot of that drive from NRG, and they just stalled out.
Well, this is one of those questions. I think for just a brief moment there, it almost looked like we saw that questionability. You know, why we question G2's play style sometimes is like, okay, sometimes it can fall apart. We saw, you know, I think it was a pass back to that third man that ended up going down the field. No one was home, and we're like, okay, classic G2. Again, that can't happen. You asked it yesterday directly to Chicago. Gibbs is like, do you guys, you know, are you still that glass cannon, or do you think you've got it all sorted out? Is it, if we're still seeing flashes, is it sorted out?
So I think that one goal that was just the wide open net was just a poor pass that happened, where they trust so much on the offensive side because of how good, I believe it was a pass by J-Naps, who just threw it right to the goalie. And that's going to happen when you're trying to be aggressive. You expect, because G2, we saw it throughout the series, incredible passing. The way G2's offense works is you have to connect on those passes, but the very least, don't give it straight to the goalie. Because once you do that, then you get that free clear. It's very similar to like in 2v2 Rocket League, when someone tries to go for that corner pass, they throw it right to the goalie, and you're that man that's like, do I shoot? Do I now have to try and block this? And normally it's a wide open net the other way. But G2 does that so well. And they used to be maybe 50-50, right? Where it was like, will they show up on the day? Now, though, it's like 80-20. And throughout that series, we saw it such quality passing for the last 4 games. Their defense did crumble in games 1 and 2, but we haven't seen that as much lately, and G2 is so strong.
Yeah, they are strong, and that's exactly why they're waiting in the grand finals now with a win over NRG. NRG drops down to the lower bracket. One more life on the plate for those guys, but they will be waiting in the lower bracket finals. Of course, 2 teams have to fight now to get to that spot. So let's talk about those teams. In the lower bracket, someone else is going home right now. It's do or die from here on out. Rogue versus Space Station Gaming. Space Station Gaming, we've already got the witness today with a 3-0 over Team Envy, and they're looking good. They're looking back to form. They have that momentum that we know that they base their play style off of. Rogue, we have not seen yet Achieves. Yesterday, they were looking pretty impressive, even taking down the Pittsburgh Knights, who were looking good. The question is Rogue going to be able to carry that over to day 2?
Yeah, so the reason I think Rogue is going to struggle a little bit here, early on yesterday in their lower bracket matches, Turanturo and First Killer definitely still killing it. I thought they were playing fantastic. The offense was there, but the defense was a little hit or miss occasionally. And I think if Space Station comes out like they played versus Envy, oh boy, it could be trouble for Rogue, because I'm just not sure they have that lockdown defense. I was kind of picking Envy to beat Rogue because I felt like the defense was strong enough to beat him. But now that Space Station's here and they have offense like that, those passes were just so good from Space Station, pass and shot, and I think Rogue is going to have a tough time stopping some of them.
Yeah, for this, it feels like Rogue has to find a way to create space. When First Killer has space, we're going to see some flip resets. We're going to see multiple men have to try and block that. And if that happens, it opens up the door for Kronovi to come in and clean it up, or Turnturo to also make a play. But Rogue, they used to be way more team-oriented with Wonder, where they would go for those three-man passing plays. We're not seeing that as much. It's more of a duo with First Killer and Turnturo moving up the field. Then Kronovi kind of hangs back now, plays that midfield line. But the only way that works is if Turnturo and First Killer have space to be able to play with those mechanics. So if there's no space given, and Space Station was the #1 defense in the RLCS, and they had a little bit of a slump, but it seems like they are over that now. It's going to be very difficult for Rogue.
Well, the question on that then is, if Rogue at the beginning can have First and Turnturo, have that aggression, have that speed, is that going to prevent Space Station Gaming and Chiefs from even being able to get that momentum started? If they can get off to a quick start for Rogue, or is that just not probably going to be a problem for Space Station Gaming?
Well, off to the quick start, I think there's definitely a lot of things to expect out of Rogue. You know that offense is fast enough, and like you said, Gibbs, Kronovi playing that midfield, generally the backfield line, but we also saw him yesterday get in the face. You said it's all about creating space. So how effective is it when Kronovi is able to push forward, try and drive through and create some gaps to work with, going for physicality, maybe Turnturo doing the same thing and allowing Kronovi trying to clean up. So if Rogue definitely are able to stop Arsenal and Sipical in the midfield, also AXB, he's pretty quick too.
It's tough.
Rogue, it's pretty tough, but can they do it? Absolutely. And I'm actually really looking forward to this match. This is going to be a good one.
So my one player to watch out for First Killer. He stole the most boost throughout all of the RLCS. And Space Station, we know they love boost. When Arsenal does not have boost, he looks invisible on the field. So if First Killer can take away a lot of boost from Space Station, they have a shot.
Well, we're going to find out if that's going to happen right now as the match is about to get started. Let us know on Twitter, of course. We always like to hear your thoughts with the hashtag RL Spring Series. But it's now time to send someone else home. Is it going to be Rogue, or is it going to be Space Station Gaming?
Well, if Rogue fans know best, Corelli, then they definitely know that they're in for a slog 5-game mess where it probably ends in overtime, and they'll either their hearts will be rewarded or their hearts will be crushed. That's the life of a Rogue fan. For Space Station fans, they're feeling pretty good, at this point. Through their run so far, they've looked really good. Earlier today, their passes were on point. You heard the desk talk about it. I think we're in for a fun matchup.
Oh, absolutely. And I absolutely agree with the assessment of Rogue. And I think they're coming off a very big high here, reverse sweeping the Pittsburgh Knights. That's a big win, especially with the new roster. And so far, we talked about it all day yesterday. Turnturo has just looked so good for Rogue.
He really has. And generating opportunities. One of the things that I was impressed with Rogue, in their first game against the Pittsburgh Knights, they weren't looking synergistic at all. They weren't able to put together passing plays in the offensive half. They were dumping the ball downfield, and then they immediately were able to adjust. They started finding each other in space, in tight spaces on offense. His shot will be blocked here by Arsenal. So if they can do that and also win the boost game on the pitch, like Gibbs was alluding to right before we got started, then Rogue might have something here, but it is going to be a difficult task against a team that some think might be the best, or at least, below G2, if not real close to them. It's typical around the carry here. Turnturo going to keep the play in the orange half for Rogue. We'll see what happens after this first minute, as so far still scoreless. Kronovi is shot blocked by Sipical.
I think for Space Station, you really started to see them shine when they picked up the pace against Envy. They got typical in shooting positions, and they had Arsenal zipping around the field, making it tough for the opposition to break out and just being a nuisance on their defensive end. That's really when we saw Space Station Gaming open up the defense.
Rogue, they've been slowly starting to grab possession more and more. Even right there, Turnturo grabbing the challenge in midfield. AXB, he'll get chipped by Turnturo, and that's something else that Turnturo has done so well with, is in the physical category. Getting those bumps and demos, but in situations where you're not expecting it, almost, whether it's a bump in midfield to open up some space, or even earlier getting that bump to take AXB off the ball for just a second to give his team a chance at it. You know, those are the types of things that Turinturo brings to this Rogue roster that they weren't ever really able to have before. First killer, his attempted touch taken away by Arsenal.
And to your point, Jorby, I think there's a lot of freedom on this Rogue roster now, letting First Killer and Turinturo do their thing. And Kronovi, you saw last season, he had a fantastic season, one of his best seasons. Even with their result, Kronovi individually played so well. And so with this roster really coming together, you're seeing the amount of freedom that these players have to do what they want to show off their individual style.
And I thought Kronovi yesterday was on form as well. He had, you know, he didn't do a lot of scoring. He had a couple of assists, but where he really impressed me was his challenge game. Proper risk management, if you will. But he took more risks, and they ended up working out for Rogue against the Pittsburgh Knights. And I love seeing Kronovi take those types of risks because he's one of those players that a lot of fans out there, they give him credit for being one of those big brain players. And Kronovi gets a lot of, he gets a lot of slack from fans and, from us alike, just because we know the caliber of player that he is. And he really showed that yesterday, I thought. So we are more than 3 minutes in, and we're still tied at 0. And really, both teams, they haven't had any real threatening pressure. That's the first threatening shot I think we've really seen. Arsenal coming up with a save off the crossbar. The Space Station really struggling to find some consistent offense against Rogue.
Yeah, a lot of lulls in this game, but a big shot. Here's First Killer again, trying to get the flip reset. And Space Station, I think, got sucked up a little bit too far and caught out by that shot from First Killer. And that's the biggest chance they've had all game.
And you saw Turinturo up on the offensive corner. He tried to steal that boost away from AXB, but AXB, that's the risk too, because Kronovi was also really close up into that corner, and they put themselves in an interesting spot on the transition where, you're hoping that somebody can dive back and make an acrobatic save. Now you're hoping that you have the boost to manage in that situation. So, as we like to say, it's all about managing risks. Rogue, they've done well enough so far, but Space Station knocking on the door. AXB shot turned away. Cross the side is Arsenal. Typical in AXB, double commit will kill the play.
That double commit was a huge shame too, because the last defender from Rogue, First Killer, backflipped in the net. Has to make another save here, but he backflipped, and that gave an opportunity for a shooting lane around First Killer as he was stuck in his position, but Space Station just couldn't get over it.
Ooh. Turinturo just missing the pass from First Killer. It was a hard pass. Kronovi able to get to that challenge. And First Killer now back to Turinturo. Cross side, AXB will play it away from First Killer. Typical wants a chance at this. And the ball goes straight down off the challenge. Arsenal going to keep it close. He's got under, but First Killer will spike it to the ground. And game one is 0-0 overtime. Here we go.
A very anxious start to the series here in game one. You're seeing it obviously because of the 0-0 overtime, but also very few chances for these teams. A few have popped up for both sides, but nothing too threatening. It's really just been that one shot from First Killer on the crossbar for Rogue, and Space Station have struggled a little bit to break down this Rogue defense. They're playing a solid game right now.
Another challenge here for Space Station, but Turo just faster than AXB, a little closer. And it's where you're really probably going to start seeing the battle of attrition start meaning more, when neither team is really getting a foothold. Start looking at the boost pads are bump at a bump to secure a victory. First Killer will score and Rogue will take the game.
And you want to talk about a big brain play from Kronovi. He sets up First Killer so nicely with that pass, and then he goes for the kill in the net, bumps out the last defender, opens it wide open for First Killer to come through and put it away, and Rogue will strike first.
Now that is, that probably is where things needed to go for Rogue after, they didn't get a ton of offense in regulation. They had only registered 4 shots on net. They only ended with 2 more in overtime, but 2 was all they needed. But like you said, big ups for Kronovi on on the bump, excuse me. And both teams were playing super well defensively. Just overall, a very exciting game where nothing happened, Corelli.
I think that's actually a fair way to put it. It was very back and forth, very even. I find myself saying this a lot during the spring series, and I think that just shows to what these teams have been working on and some of the roster moves that have come out and showing that some teams are looking better and better. Rogue, one of them here. And I think that for them coming in against Space Station here, this is a tough matchup, and I think they played them well in game one. They come out with a win, obviously, but there was a lot of opportunity left on the table here for Space Station that they couldn't operate on. I think that Rogue did a great job. I mean, 7 saves to their credit. First Killer had 4 of them by himself. That shows that the defense of Rogue doing a great job of slowing up Space Station right now.
Yeah, I totally agree. And even there was earlier where I believe First Killer had a shot that Arsenal had to bang off the crossbar to make a save on. Rogue, when they had their chances, they were making Space Station sweat for them. So neither team able to generate consistent pressure. We'll see if that changes in game 2 or if one big physical play will continue to be the difference between these two squads in this series. The Space Station team known to explode at any moment. So if you're Rogue, you got to keep that foot on the pedal on the floor. Typical. Getting up by AXB, and game of inches. You just keep them down for a few seconds, and that's all you need.
And a great beat here from Sipical. Gets around 2 and then lets this ball come through the midfield. He checks to see where that last defender is, and he knows that AXB is going to get in front for the interference. And he has a free shot on net, perfectly set up here by Space Station.
Space Station respond with a physical play of their own. Rogue back over to the blue half. AXB ends up backflipping. He actually gets back to the shot, and everybody pulled up on Rogue. Kronovi was expecting a touch. He came out of net.
Well, First Killer was still rotating back, and he thought Turinturo was going to get this touch, so he pushes forward, and I think Kronovi bought into it as well. Couldn't read it perfectly, and Space Station better for it here. AXB get the second goal.
Bit of a flub from Rogue on that one. But if you're going to make the flubs, well, don't do that, but also get him out early, i.e. the first minute. We're still within it, Kronovi, so that's okay.
Well, he ran out of boost, but I think even he was shocked that ball came off the back wall.
I know. Oh, yeah, no, I'm talking about earlier for Kronovi, not well, Corelli, we're moving
Either
up.
way,
That's what matters.
Either way, it was a great opportunity for Rogue, and still, like you said, to your point, Jorby, lots of time left here for Rogue to make the difference. But Space Station, as you said, are an explosive team, and 2 goals here. Rogue have to make some sort of a comeback, and First Killer almost had a double tap off the back wall.
It's typical trying to get this cleared out. AXB next up, he has it. Typical will play it right aside Kronovi. Will have to be Turinturo's job to get the clear, but AXB denies him the chance. Pitch off the challenge comes. Turinturo gets the read off the corner. First Killer next to bang it off the corner. Last man back's going to be Kronovi. As typical air dribble towards the net, saved by Kronovi. Arsenal, next man up for Space Station. All he can do is manage the ball in the quarter, and AXB gets kicked out of the way from Kronovi. First Killer kicks an attacker out of the way himself. It turns more and more of a physical game as these players trying to go for the challenge, just looking for one little bumper chip that can give them the edge. Kronovi can't get the solid touch. He was running out of boost on his way back to the ball. And right when it feels like they're about to crack through, it's these little moves, these little touches, trying to just keep it away from the other team to maybe get them to bite on something, to give them some space. But neither team has really been successful completely at it since that last goal from Space Station.
Well, it's not only keeping the ball away, but sometimes about keeping the player away from the ball. You're seeing once the play dies out from that first man, they're going for bumps. They're trying to sit in front of defenders, make them think about how do they navigate in front of this oncoming attacker just with their car themselves, let alone the ball. So there's a lot more to think about in this meta as a shot goes wide from Sipical. Follow-up from AXB's off the crossbar, and Rogue gonna carry this one out.
And unfortunate for Space Station, but they still do have this 2-goal lead. Rogue, they really got to get this ball out. First Killer will do so for a little bit, but a good carry from Arsenal in the corner. It keeps it close, trying to wrap around it. Typical pop goal, and it's the third for Space Station.
And look at this touch from Arsenal. It's kind of an awkward angle because he approaches from the right side, gets a little flip reset. Sypical's there as well and gets a touch. And with all of the cars going off the ball, but not getting a lot of power, it throws off the defense. And Rogue just had no idea what was happening.
Got him with the changeup. Rogue, they're going to need to change up. This 3-0 scoreline is not how they wanted it to go. Especially after being able to win. Keeping Space Station scoreless in game one, something that's not very easy to do. Turinturo keeping it close. The way he flipped, he probably wanted Kronovi on that pass, the way Kronovi bit at it. And the pass, Arsenal back to Sypical and off the crossbar and in. And Space Station, it's an easy walk in the park in game two.
And Jorby, you're talking about the little touches. Look at Sypical here, comes to a stop and lets that ball go right into him and bounce it off the crossbar, put it in himself. A 4-goal lead now, 3 goals for Sypical himself. We saw it the last time this team played against Envy a couple hours ago. Space Station, when they get Sypical going, when he's that shooter, it's been so successful for Space Station.
And for Rogue, they've just really struggled to find possession, and it's actually come with, a couple key missed touches. Sometimes just, not reading the play right. There was, Turinturo coming down. Kronovi was expecting him to hit the ball based on, the angle that he had. And Turin ends up missing it. Kronovi's out of position and they get scored on. And everything else, they were just starting to lose the challenge battle. And then when Space Station are given that much space, Corelli, you heard Gibbs talk about it. If Arsenal has the space and boost to do what he wants, you're not going to have a lot of luck against this team.
And Kronovi getting the first save, 15 seconds left for Rogue. It's been tough for them on defense.
Might come away scoreless at the end of game two. It's a lot more offense from Space Station this time. But Rogue, they're going to have to contend a little bit longer with Space Station, as we will have at least a game 4 in this set. We're all tied up in the series as soon as the ball touches the ground.
And for Rogue, there's a lot to think about coming out of this game, because I feel like Space Station definitely picked up the pace, started playing a lot better. You saw those passes, quick passes too. They were even in their own half breaking out, finding space in the midfield, and then ultimately in the final third, Space Station gaming looked the best that they've looked in this series so far through 2 games at least, is just the finishing, and they have Sypical there to put it away. Arsenal was doing a great job. He got 2 assists, setting things up for his team. So it's on Rogue to really start to match this pace from Space Station.
And again, those little touches, like that one right there, it's that first touch from Sypical where he keeps control, and the attacker is really, he's expecting a harder challenge, a front nose challenge, but Sypical, he pulls off at the last second, and that it's those small little touches that create space, and that's something Sypical and Arsenal are so good at doing. And then this pass right here from Arsenal.
And it was Arsenal. Yeah, it was exactly. It was that flip reset from Arsenal, and then the attempt by Sypical to get under it as well, but neither of them really generated power on the shot. It was just enough for the defense to kind of buy into it and say, okay, something's going to happen here. We have to react. But the ball just simply bounces through and it throws off the defensive Rogue.
So for Rogue, it's definitely a little bit tougher now, as you got to win in at least 4. And if they can do it here, if they can get the series advantage, it might work out well for them. But I mean, it's going to be tough to consistently win this boost battle against Space Station. Rogue weren't getting really physical during game 1, the game that they won. It was really just one big bump. And then they started going for more chips in game 2. It just didn't work out for them. Sypical went for the low flip reset, and Arsenal will get the pass over to him. But it's that danger, that speed up the corner from Sypical, where Arsenal just hits that quick pass to him, all of a sudden the ball's in your net. Like, that speed from Space Station on their passes, it's just so deadly and so hard to defend. AXB won't have any clear there. Turinturo is actually of a 2-on-1, but he'll take it himself against Arsenal. It'll be a save. Space Station moved back down the field. Sypical was diving into Kronovi, just couldn't get the bump. And now again, Space Station are winning every single touch, but that is unfortunate from Sypical. Kronovi now, a chance gifted to him, but AXB flipping back, he'll have the touch. And Rogue are back on the orange half. Arsenal trying to find this touch, but the shot actually comes through for Turo. It's saved by AXB. Rogue coming away with the ball more than almost expected on some of these defensive stands from Space Station. And here's Turo again. Back over to Kronovi, challenged by AXB. So tough to get in front of the box, but Turin got the bump. At first, will sneak it in. Rogue get the first goal.
And you can see this extended pressure from Rogue. Ever since that touch from Space Station that put them back in their own half, Rogue have locked them down. And it's those quick rotations and getting the midfield boost on your side that lets Rogue stay on this extended attack, and they finally are able to break down the defense.
Off the ceiling, Turo's got the read. He needs one more touch. He just didn't have the boost to get there. And Kronovi will be the next up. AXB attempted clear over to Sipical. Was challenged in midfield, so Rogue taking advantage on the backside. Sipical got demoed by first. That means the net is going to be clear for Kronovi, but he can't sink it. AXB clears it out downfield.
Tough shot there for Kronovi as he was trying to get it across the box. He had options in the pass as well. Not a lot of boost to work with, though, and that was really his best option, so it was well executed, but just a little too much on it. And now Rogue finding themselves on offense again. A lot more here in this game than in previous ones, maybe even in the first game that they ended up winning. Rogue, definitely. We talked about picking up the pace from them, and they certainly have here in Game 3.
And it's Typical picking up the pace on the sidewall. First killer bangs it off the ceiling. AXB tried to wrap around, but Kronovi's hopping on top of routes in midfield all game right now. Oh, a quick transition. AXB wins the touch. Typical pass to AXB, too far in front, but he'll make the dunk touch to bang it off the backboard. It'll be Rogue's ball on the turnaround. Turin, flip reset into the net, top shelf beauty.
Go off, young man. Look at the flip reset from Turo as he's spinning downfield, and Arsenal left to watch him put it away top shelf. That's what you want from a newcomer on your team. And I think Kronovi and First Killer are smiling watching Turo go downfield.
That's exactly what Rogue were hoping for when they added Turo to this roster. Kronovi wants one himself, but poor Kronovi's always running out of boosts. Not that it matters when you got someone on the back wall to defend, but a couple attempted double touches where he just didn't have the resources, and Sipical will actually punch this in as the ball came rolling around the box.
And a great play here from Space Station. You see AXB trying to get a piece of the defense, then Arsenal comes through, tries to get a piece of the defense, and that leaves Sipical again to come on and put the shot away for Space Station. That's the bread and butter for Space Station, is those quick touches and rotating through the defense. Let your big man shooter come through in Sipical. We've said it so many times, but you can see Space Station forcing it over and over again and finding so much success.
Space Station, you saw them on a few of those progressions before Rogue scored their second goal. All it takes is one transition. This team is so fast and so deadly on offense. You cannot sit on your laurels. As one demo comes through, it will force Turin to have to try to clear. AXB, a good approach on the challenge, but it'll be Kronovi's ball. He's waiting downfield now for the pass from Arsenal. It's denied. And Turo picks it up again. Air dribble towards the net, saved by Sipical, but for how long? He can't get the next touch as AXB takes it off the top. Ooh, the next ball is going to bounce off weirdly for Rogue. They got to get this ball out to the corner, and the First Killer will. Sipical towards the box, to commit for Rogue running into each other. But you see Space Station, they're just trying to lock down the options. They're trying to trap Rogue in front of their own box. That's a good flick, but saved by Kronovi on the back end. Another pass, shot denied by First Killer. Can they keep it in midfield? AXB will have the demo, but First Killer will buy a little bit of time. Typical will just dump it, and Rogue are handling business on defense as time is ticking down in the final minute. First Killer off the ceiling. He's got plenty of boost here to carry it over. Once the ground pitch, doesn't get it off of Arsenal. Arsenal trying to stop the quick attack from Rogue. AXB wants another chance, but his teammates picking up here from Arsenal to Sipical. Back to Arsenal. Now to the corner, he plays it off. forcing Rogue back a little bit, looking for the best possible angle. AXB up high, plays it out to the side. Probably not the touch he wanted. The time will run out, and Rogue will take series advantage, in danger of taking Space Station out of this tournament.
Yeah, and Rogue, this was a scrappy game. They started off hot, but you could see Space Station really claw their way back into this one. And I think Rogue are happy to see the time hit 0. Space Station really got the offense going. You can see them start to control the midfield boost, but I don't want to take away anything from Rogue. This was a fantastic game up until the final 30 seconds ago. And I think that for Rogue, if they can continue that momentum into this next game, they can close out the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Turinturo, he had a couple of really nice carries down the field and, just forcing weird challenges against the back wall. And then this beautiful shot on that flip reset, you have to love what you're seeing from this guy. And First Killer also had that nice shot earlier, but these types of plays you always got to look out for, because even at the end of the game, Space Station were still going for those bumps, those demos, those chips that give them just that slight inch advantage that they need to score. Didn't work out for them fully this time.
No, it didn't. But I think that there was a lot of good from the Space Station offense that we saw through here. I think they got caught out on defense quite a bit. It was a little disorganized, especially in the beginning of the game. It felt like Rogue really got things going. So for Space Station, I'm not too worried about them here going into this game. I think that they played a fine game. I think Rogue got the better of them, but I don't think there's too much to work on here for Space Station. Got to keep that offense going through the entirety of the game. You can't let it off in the beginning.
Rogue were sent to the losers bracket by G2 in a 3-0 sweep. Then I didn't even think they looked that bad. And they've made it this far. And this has been another tough test. But they have series advantage. They may even come with a goal in game 4, but it's knocked away by AXB. Can they continue this dark horse journey? Can they knock out Space Station in a loser's bracket and go to take on the next Titan in NRG? We're going to find out. It doesn't get any easier. Arsenal will win this touch. And you remember back in game 1 where it was a whole lot of nothing for 5 minutes from both teams. Both defenses playing really well. And Turinturo, he's up. The challenge forced out to the right. First Killer couldn't get there in time, but Kronovi will punch this up. First Killer couldn't get the demo, but Turin wins the touch. Kronovi was there, but AXB hops in front. Space Station having to play a lot of defense in the opening minute, but they handle business.
And what you were saying just a minute ago, Jorby, that game 1, I think, was just a testament of what we're seeing now. Trading blows here in this series, and a great drop down from Sipical, and AXB gonna put it home for Space Station.
It's a beautiful pass from Sipical. Again, the control, the ball control, keeping yourself right behind the ball, giving yourself the best opportunity to be able to stay in the play and make something happen. He got a little bit of space as it kicked up off the corner, and it was a perfect dump to AXB. The Space Station scoring first this time, but Rogue on the turnaround is high off the backboard, and Turinturo will stay back as Arsenal carry it down the field. A Space Station, they played the first about minute and a half on defense, but they came away with the only goal. So now Rogue, they're starting to get locked into their own half. We'll see how they can get this ball cleared out, or if they'll get scored on twice, but First Killer will have the save for now.
A lot of players on the Rogue side going for the same ball in the defensive front. They're lucky to break out there with First Killer taking a little bit of a sharper angle on it. Rogue got to be careful in cleaning up this defense. We know what they can do on offense, but Space Station showing what they can do. And for Rogue, it's been tough for them here in this game so far.
But, I will give credit to Rogue because I think that their defense certainly looked worse yesterday than it does in this series. I think that, especially for one of the best offenses in North America, holding Space Station to, only having one 4-goal game in this set so far, it's been tough. You had them scoreless in game 1, and you held them to 1 in the last game. So I think overall, banged off the post. It's been much improved, but you're absolutely right, Corelli. There still are those issues that are cropping up in this series, those little double commits and not being able to handle the ball effectively off the back wall. But they're keeping it close. You know, we're under 2 minutes, still a 1-goal game, and they're just about, 2 centimeters away from having tied this game up off that earlier shot.
And this has become a big battle here in the midfield to see who's going to lock each other in. Rogue, we're on the Space Station side for a few seconds there, but Space Station doing a good job of being so fast. Here's a bump from Kronovi. And now Rogue looking to kind of clamp down on this Space Station defense.
Goal. And that's popped up. Arsenal, I thought he would actually get the second touch there, but Kronovi will take the next one back over to first. Killer. Typical actually just jumps on the route, and really a perfect time to. Rogue were kind of in the middle of their rotation when that happened. No one else from Space Station was ready for it. It's just killing a little more time off the clock. It's Typical.
Oh,
Kept it
Typical.
close on the flick. It's beautiful from Typical.
He did it to him.
And it's, yeah.
He did it to him. Typical beats one, then just beats Kronovi by a country mile on this challenge and puts it up and over. Kronovi was the last man, and you're right. The recovery from Typical to get up onto that wall and get back to the ball, I think caught Kronovi off guard. Kronovi went up pretty confidently there, but for Typical, he's too fast, and maybe one more as the Rogues defense struggling to contend with this Space Station offense.
Well, it certainly is starting to feel, like a clock. Where it's like, the tick is for Rogue, the talk is for Space Station. AXB will put in a third. When they're feeling it, they're good.
And again, AXB, great shot here. The defense from Rogue not reacting fast enough. And a 3-goal lead. And when it rains, it pours for Space Station. They've been able to put up some big numbers here. They won by 4 goals or so a few games ago. So for Space Station, when their offense gets going, they start scoring quite a bit.
Rogue's defense also a little hectic here. But in the closing seconds, it's pretty much as close as you'll get to garbage time in Rocket League. With time running out here with a 3-goal lead. And the pattern continues. It started with a Rogue win, and it ended with a Space Station win, and we just went back and forth, Corelli. And I want to say that Rogue fans, that's a great passing play, and you should love that and cherish that, because we're going to another Game 5. And I know you Rogue fans love Game 5, but
that's a better message than what Gibbs was saying. He called Rose fans miserable, so
yeah,
there's a difference.
Gibbs just likes to antagonize everybody, and Gibbs is the only guy who can antagonize everyone, and everyone would still love him. SSG, they take the win here in Game 4, and this is a loser semifinal. The loser here is out of the tournament. Rogue really trying to make a statement and get into the loser final to face NRG. You thought maybe they had a chance at it in Game 4, but SSG, they're never going to make it that easy. You got to go the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think at the end of the day, overall, Rogue has played extremely well through this series. It's just a couple of games that have really gotten away from them. Space Station have done a great job of kind of putting up shot after shot, goal after goal. And there's a lot of gaps in this Rogue defense that'll show up. Space Station have been able to take advantage.
Yeah, they really were. And as Typical is just such a force. His ability, it was his ball control, his ability to control the game with just that individual ability that he has, that flick into the recovery off the sidewall, where Kronovi did not think that there was any way that Typical would get to that ball fast enough to put it straight on net. That's exactly what he did. That's the X factor right now for Space Station in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've said it through like 3 series of Space Station. If you get Typical going, man, it's going to be so good for you. And I think that for Space Station, they've benefited so much from Typical. But I think, we talk about this team as a whole. There's a lot of weapons on this team. You talk about Arsenal, what he brings. AXB has done a great job of closing gaps and setting up his teammates. And AXB, let's not try and take away from his performance during league play. He's had a fantastic season. So Space Station coming into this tournament, I would say peaking. And right now, giving Rogue a good run for their money.
And I really think this has been a great litmus test to see how this new Rogue roster really gels this whole weekend. And it's not the same Rogue that we're used to seeing, and so you have to take every match as kind of like more of a feeling out period for what kind of team this is, and we're seeing more than just flashes, Corelli. We're seeing some consistency, but we are seeing growing pains, and that mostly has come in the form on the defensive side. And so if they start getting that worked out and getting shots on net consistently, they get this extended pressure, there's another demo, then I think that you got a lot to feel good about moving forward with this Rogue roster. Because it's not been an easy bout for any team that has faced Rogue yet, even with G2. That 3-0 sweep was a very close 3-0 sweep.
Absolutely. The only thing I worry about that's in the back of my head is just that honeymoon period that we see with some teams. They get a new pickup and they start popping off. Anturo almost getting one on the left side. But for Rogue, you can't take away how they've performed through this tournament. Can they close it out in Game 5?
Toro couldn't get back to that ball. Typical will win cleanly. It comes off the backboard for First Killer. First Killer on the carry. Kronovi downfield, but AXB last man back to handle the save on defense. Turo tried to control that ball. He was able to win one challenge. Just too many space station cars. Now Rogue having to play some more defense. It was Typical trying to wrap around Turo. But that challenge, it's good enough for Stipical to get it to AXB. Back over to Arsenal. Stipical's there. The shot, though, a bouncer right into Kronovi. Another attempted pass over to Stipical from AXB. Stipical will make the most out of the situation, but on his way out of the stadium, Arsenal back to AXB, and it came too fast, but coming right back is Arsenal on the rotation. Back to AXB. Space Station just playing the ball away from Rogue. Almost like they've read this book before, but they're finally forced to go back to the orange half only for a second as that pass was to the other team, this time AXB. Space Station halfway through. While the scoreline remains 0, make no mistake, they've controlled the game.
Yeah, 4 shots there from Space Station. First Killer almost able to come away with a goal almost immediately on the counter. It felt like Space Station was really circling in the water there, ready to strike, but Rogue almost able to bite back there.
And the small whiff there from Kronovi forced to, Space Station wasn't up. They were all on the orange half at that point in time, so it didn't matter. But again, it's the little mistakes. Little mistakes have been, not little mistakes, but little plays have been the difference maker in games in this series. And it looks like we might have that same thing in Game 5. 3 minutes gone with no score. First Killer got close, but just not close enough. AXB can't carry it out. First Killer hops on top of him. Rogue just trying to push the hydraulic pressure on a Space Station, but they're met with a turnaround, and Turo jumping on the rotation, getting the pass to First Killer.
Oh, First Killer!
The shot, no good! Kronovius light save by Typical. That's 2 shots for First Killer that he just missed.
And a huge save by Space Station as well. Give credit to the defense just hanging on. Here's First Killer again, trying to make some magic happen late.
It'll be Kronovi up next. He's got Turo on the wing, but Typical jumps the route. Typical back to Arsenal. Shot blocked by First Killer. Well, it's starting to heat up as the final minute is underway here in game number 5 on Champions Field. Both teams just fighting for the loser final. The winner here will go on to play NRG next. Kronovi, the first pop, he'll get the second touch. Typical last man back, left to buy some time.
He gave it
That's
to
not the greatest touch, but he makes up for it with a big save.
Oof, Typical. Everyone's heart dropping with that touch. It came right back to Kronovi, but that speed is Typical able to catch back up to it. So in the end, Space Station are breaking out here. Less than 30 seconds to go. Rogue looking to go up here if they can get a hold of the ball.
Well, Arsenal, he had that little touch in the third, and both teams have done this, but Turo, he's not done taking players off the field. Neither is First Killer, but AXB's got a clear lane, and it's going to be denied by Turo on the rotation. Time winding down to 0 in regulation. Do we have a repeat of game 1? Or will Rogue find the golden goal? They cannot.
Oh, he popped it up.
Back the other way. Arsenal, the shot denied by First Killer. Will it drop? Yeah, Space Station will let it go. We got overtime.
That was a very floaty ball there in the middle of the field. AXB pops it up. And Space Station right back to work here off the kickoff, off the backboard, and Space Station can't follow it up. Rogue's defense does a great job of breaking up that play.
Oh, that's a pass to Kronovi from Turin, off the ceiling in front of the box. AXB gets there in time. Typical, he's got a lane. He takes the shot, and it's wide. No good. Huge missed opportunity. AXB wants Arsenal high in the corner. He's got him. There's Typical. Denied this time. Kronovi tries to get there, but he can't. First killer will be there for the save, but Space Station have midfield to start off overtime, and a massive clear from Kronovi to put Rogue back in the orange half. We're settling a little bit as Arsenal tries to carry this out for Space Station. AXB.
You see slow starts in games like this in overtime, but it's just been an explosion of offense for both teams. Here's Kronovi on the shot, and it's wide. Follow-up from Turo, can't get there. Arsenal and AXB break it up, and Space Station get out.
The stones from AXB on that play. What is going through your head when you're just sitting on the goal line as it's coming off the backboard? He couldn't get up there in time to jump for it. He just had to make the play, and he did. Turinturo off the ceiling. Pass to Kronovi, denied by AXB. And you see Rogue's rotation. First killer sitting a little bit back behind the midfield line. They do not want to blow out the third man, trying to keep this ball locked in. They want the loser final, trying to keep possession. AXB plays it back out towards midfield. Space Station have struggled to find the back of the net. They've had a couple of chances, but on defense, they're struggling now, trying to get them clear. Arsenal in the corner. He's got no boost. Kronovi took it away from him, but Typical close behind for Space Station to move it down the field. And first killer will get a booming clear. Back to Turinturo. No time to waste. Kronovi shot right into AXB. First killer just gonna try to keep it locked in the orange half. Here's Turinturo, Typical on the backboard. But there's first killer to play it off the corner. Back to Turin, denied by Arsenal. Kronovi, the third man, Rogue, just continuing to tap on the backboard. No shot, but a double commit forced by Space Station. Their first of this overtime and of that pressured opportunity. Rogue, back down the field.
Oh my goodness, back and forth. 15 shots have come out for Rogue to the 11 of Space Station, but Space Station has had to make 11 saves of their own. It has been a bloody game between these two teams. Back and forth. You cannot make it any more even than this.
I don't remember the last time I've seen this much offense from Rogue. First killer trying to sneak it in against Kronovi, but Kronovi can't find it. Turinturo denied this time by Arsenal. Credit where credit is due to Space Station Gaming on defense. They have weathered a hurricane from Rogue. Standing tall, now back on the Rogue half. Stand against the corner, but staying back. They don't want to overcommit either. And Space Station slowly starting to grab control of the pitch. And now Typical's behind the ball, but Turinturo able to pick up the save.
Time has just flown by here, coming up on 3.5 minutes. 16 shots for Rogue now, and first killer in a dangerous position with full boost. He's gonna push it down. Second touch from first killer. It sends Rogue on.
The young gun brought out the bazooka off the ceiling. Bouncer off the ground. Get wrecked.
What
Rogue
a play.
takes down Space Station. Oh
wow. Absolutely in awe here, Jorby. I cannot begin. There is so much to break down in that 3.5 minute overtime, more so than maybe the entirety of all of that series that we just saw. And I'm a little lost for words, honestly. And I don't blame you for just sitting back. My goodness, what a huge, think about what this means for Rogue. What a huge win. After the season they had for RLCS, bringing on a new player. Turinturo looks so good throughout this series. Everyone from Rogue looks so good, and they fight a hard win out against Space Station here.
I am just, I'm out. I'm done. I got nothing. That last shot was sick, man. That was awesome. But you said it correctly. What a series from not only Rogue. Now I can't put my chair back up from Rogue, but also from Space Station. I mean, I thought Space Station did so good in that series, and you said it as well, Corelli. You know, they've been playing well this whole series. Rogue played well almost the whole series. I think game 2 was a little bit of a wash, but Man, now I'm excited to watch Rogue against NRG. This is going to be fun.
Rogue is looking good. They're going to move on here. My goodness. And what a gut-wrenching loss for Space Station. So close. And they played well. Space Station played well through this series. You know, they're going to go home with the loss, but I don't think they played poorly. It's just Rogue got the better of them here in that overtime.
Well, it's the road is not going to get any easier. Rogue going to play NRG coming up next. Winner will go on to play G2 in the grand final. You don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
Rated E for everyone.
Running round like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice tracing on my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me. When I'm with you, I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole. Maybe every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do need you, I do, I love you, I do need you, I love you, I do need you, oh, I love you, I do need you, oh, I love you, I do need you, I do, I love you, I do need you, I love you, I do need you, oh, I love you, I do need you. All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do, I need you, I do, I love you, I do, I need you, I love you, I do, I need you, oh, I love you, I do, need you, oh, I love you, I do, need you, I do, I love you, I do, need you, I love you, I do, need you, oh, I love you, I do, need you.
Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one in.
Welcome back to the North American Spring Series for Rocket League. This weekend is a 2-day event, and we are on day number 2, getting very, very close to the finish. I am Lee Fex, your host. Alongside me is Gibbs and Achieves. And that ended in quite the style, Gibbs. I legitimately shrieked. I screamed.
Yes. My question to everyone, are you not entertained at this point? First Killer, like, we talk about the new meta of, double taps coming off the ceiling, maybe because the backboard's being defended. Well, First Killer took it one step further, and he does a double tap off the ground to win that. We saw Turinturo in game 3 with a beautiful flip reset. It's exactly what I was talking about with this Rogue squad. When they have space, they can be so dangerous. Space Station, amazing defense throughout, but it wasn't enough to stop these two mechanical beasts from doing what they do best. And again, I just want to praise Turinturo for this entire tournament. What a performance from him. Never been in the RLCS before. He's just coming up big. He came up big throughout the promotion tournament as well, but they just fell short. Now he's on an RLCS team, and he just beat the number 2 team from North America in Space Station.
Oh, yeah, so massive game. And Turinturo, so impactful, I think, is all I will leave that as. He was a complete all-star in that series, and I was curious to see, does Rogue have what it takes to stop that Space Station offense? Early on, I didn't believe it, and then it got there, and I was like, man, fantastic series.
It's crazy.
I gotta say, it wasn't even, again, just those two. It's like, you even look at Kronovi, whether, sometimes it wasn't, the peak we've seen him at, but some of his decision making, especially on his rotations back, you even saw at the beginning of the clips there, the replays, that bump that he got that allowed First Killer that open shot. Kronovi has just been a solid foundation, I think, for these two. And without Kronovi at that back line, those two wouldn't have that freedom to do this fantastic work up on the offense that's allowing them to do this. And this Rogue, to me, is looking phenomenal, as you mentioned too, because Space Station still looked pretty good too. Yeah. So the fact that Rogue was able to take him down, granted in a game 5, I think Rogue fans out there, Gibbs, can absolutely rejoice at this point.
And what a journey from them. They played G2 early, they get swept, then a 3-1 versus 72 piece, then a reverse sweep over Pittsburgh Knights. Then Space Station, they also had a long run through this lower bracket, but they just take them down in 5. They are now a top 3 team in North America right now. They get to play Energy next, and then possibly they'll get a rematch versus G2. It's insane.
Well, we have to find out, of course, after this match is done. So let's get into this last match before the grand finals happen. Back to best of 7s, NRG versus Rogue. This is a team that I don't think any of us actually had in our top 3 right now. Rogue has pushed themselves into that top 3 position, and for good reason. There's no one, I think, doubting that they deserve to be in that position right now. But they do have to go against NRG at Chiefs, and NRG looks pretty strong, especially at the beginning of the series against G2. And I just know this is not going to be an easy hill to climb over for Rogue.
Yeah, it feels like that's the same thing we've said about Rogue since yesterday when we began. We were like, man, Rogue, the team were complete write-off. And then we're all like, wow. And then I think we're about to see them run into the brick wall. Because believe it or not, I feel like NRG and Rogue are playing fairly similar styles, They've got 2 incredibly fast people, First Killer and Turo, lined up against Garrett and Justin. And then that more calculating third man in Turbo and Kronovi. And when it comes down to it, NRG just has better players.
Yep, they've played 3 times in maybe the recent month or so, and Energy has outclassed them each time. A 4-0 sweep, a 3-1, and a 3-1. Energy has Rogue's number, but
granted,
that's without Turinturo. That's without him. So who knows what happens here? Rogue's coming in hot, and Energy, very disappointing versus G2, where they come off so strong early, lose 4 straight. Anything can happen, as we've seen throughout this bracket.
Well, if they're going to want to shut down Energy early on at Chiefs, what's Rogue's game plan? I mean, we know that they have that speed. We know that it's very similar to NRG, but less experience, I'd say, with a couple of those players, especially with First Killer and Turo. What's the game plan to really catch NRG off guard? Is there anything they can actually generate themselves to put NRG on that back heel?
Oh man.
I mean, it could be no. The answer could simply be no.
Well, there's always something, right? It's just does it come down to execution, right?
Yeah.
First Killer and Turinturo, do they have the mechanical prowess to get through NRG's offense? I mean, you saw G2 have a lot of success against NRG. Granted, it was with perfect passing. A lot of excellent clears off of their own backboards to perfect deliveries to the other team. And it's like, I don't know how else you beat NRG, because those were on the money. And it just worked on capitalizing off NRG attempting to be aggressive. So I just don't know if Rogue has the same execution.
So, Leaf, I'm going to take this one for you, right? The fan vote is going in favor of Rogue right now. It was 55% in favor of them. I don't know how that's possible, because I think every Rogue fan has had a heart attack at this point. I don't know how they're still voting. This is insane. But Rogue, everyone is getting behind this team. Everyone loves Kronovi, and just like, they're back. Rogue is back. Our top 3 team right now in NA. This is the best that they've looked in a long time.
Okay.
But this is NRG, man. This is NRG, the former world champs, or the reigning world champs, who battled G2 really, really well compared to what Rogue did. So you have to side on NRG's side.
I get why people are fans of Kronovi, and I want you guys to tell me if you completely disagree with this here before we head into this match. But I fully believe that at Kronovi's peak right now, what he's been showing us, he is a player that is an RLCS world champion caliber at this point. I feel like Kronovi has proven time and time again that he can keep up and continually make proper decisions. Now, I don't see too many head shakes. So Gibbs, I don't know if you disagree, but I feel like there's a reason people are a fan of Kronovi.
I mean, I don't know if I'd put him in that echelon, of like top 15 players in the world, maybe, or something like that, but he's playing well. And on any given day, anything can happen. But I think I need to see more from Rogue, like outside of this tournament alone. But every single win they get will convince me more and more.
I'm just trying to get that clout from the Road fans, to be honest. But no, they're here and they're in full force, and there's a reason for that. But now we have our last match before Grand Finals, a best of 7, the lower bracket final to see who goes to the Grand Finals. NRG versus Rogue. Who's it gonna be?
Who will it be indeed, Turtles dog? I think that this is probably the most dynamic duo that has ever hit the broadcasting booth. You know what? It's all over.
He's gonna have to agree with you.
You can't. No. I still need you to answer. Doggo. No.
All right. We need some kind of topic here.
Yeah, give it to us. What do you think is gonna happen? Rogue versus NRG. Let's go.
He's going NRG.
He just wants the love on Turtle. We'll get game 1 underway. Turtle will get back in his seat.
It's been decided. NRG are going to take this one, Jorby, and, it's going to be a close one. Like the Des was talking about, it was a crazy series earlier on versus Rogue and Space Station. And I think First Killer, if he can keep those mechanics up, this has got to be a scary series if you're anybody on NRG.
Well, Turtle, the dog whisperer, has given us the dog's prediction, and I appreciate that. Wonderful start. Good to have you, Turtle. And Rogue, after that last series, with how First Killer ended it, and now he looked like he just wanted to start it right there. This might be difficult. A difficult match for both squads. NRG, they struggled against G2. Granted, it's G2, but look how Rogue are already starting out. Justin might actually catch them out. Garrett, the challenge against First Killer, off to the side. So we start off with Rogue on a lot of offense, and now NRG with one transition, they take control.
And against G2, you could notice that NRG was so good at those counterattacks. And I feel like we kind of started to see a little bit of that previous G2 as well, where they'd get a little bit too aggressive. And Rogue, while they don't have the synergy, they definitely, like I said, have the mechanics. But they're going to get caught on the aggressive side so often against NRG, who are so routinely good at punishing whenever people tend to overextend. So it's really going to come down to the defense and how far they push up.
And already, earlier there was a battle in midfield for boost between Turin and Garrett, or Justin, excuse me. Justin came up to bump him, but he didn't get the bump, but Justin got the boost earlier. And it's those little plays that might end up being the difference maker. But all matchups are different. NRG play different kind of style than Space Station do, and they also got a mechanical god on their side to rely on in times of tough offense. And Justin, we'll see. Justin, I don't think he had his best series earlier against G2. Let's see if he can pick it back up and get back to, this kind of thing right here. The old shift, the flick, but it's too high. Sent away by First Killer, but he'll take that shot and will get the goal. And NRG will score first.
And you spoke it into existence, Jorby. I mean, Justin, he's been very grounded, I've noticed. A lot of times we'll see him completely air dribbling through all the defense, really trying to take it as far up as he can. But lately he's been going for those dribbles, going for the controlled, slow pace. And we just saw it there. That's how he opened up a lot of space for, the pass from Garrett G to come out, the nice rotation, and then he's there for a quick aerial. So it's things like that where I think he's trying to mix it up a bit. He's been a little bit quiet, but I really like the ground play I've been seeing from him.
Now, Turanturo does a nice job on the backboard, taking away Justin's potential shot.
Oh, what a
and the
fake
miss from Justin. Kronovi makes him look silly. And that doesn't happen too often. Kronovi with the first goal for Rogue.
And I got to see this again. Do you classify that as a fake? Because I think Justin, he should have at least gotten a piece of that. But either way, Kronovi making it look so simple. He doesn't even need to come close to the ball. No contact whatsoever. Justin flies by. And I'm guessing he assumed there was going to be at least some 50 or Kronovi on the other end.
Yeah, I think he was thinking Kronovi was going to challenge that ball and just go for a hard clear midfield.
Way faster.
Another shot just wide of the post, and that was an open net too. You're going to put that one in. Garrett, delayed flick, but not enough height. Justin off the ceiling, it'll be taken away. The backboard's been pretty difficult to get through against Rogue for the most part. But NRG, they'll continue to harry the defense. First Killer will get the clear out for Rogue, but it comes right back over for Turbo. Kronovi finds First Killer, so back and forth. No team. That miss from Justin might make them. Nope, that's off the post. Hang on, that's off the post twice. NRG hanging on. It's gonna say they might be punished for that miss, but Justin trying to get the ball cleared out. It all of a sudden slowed down in the corner, but Rogue are winning these challenges off the back wall. First Killer, he's got the boost. Now the ball off the ceiling, dumped to Turanturo, shot off the crossbar. Kronovi came up, pulled off, and no goal. Rogue come away empty. They still have the ball. Garrett's got no boost. Justin trying to dive towards it. Kronovi's trying to force his way through, and it's been about a minute in this corner. Rogue still haven't scored. They've hit the crossbar a couple of times. There's the pass to First Killer from Kronovi, and they got to slow down.
NRG just facing obstacle after obstacle on the defensive line. You saw so many saves come out from them. Gary G especially. That was a nutty save that we just saw a couple seconds ago where he managed to somehow get a block on net. And I think Rogue, I like the idea. They've been moving it a lot into the midfield. And usually it's coming off of a pass that's actually going towards their own end. And that's what makes it so difficult for anybody from NRG to even get in the passing lane to intercept it. So kudos to them on the passing precision. They can keep this up. They're sure to break down this NRG defense at least soon, but it's a matter of how long you can keep that possession.
Still, midfield belongs to Rogue again. First
flip
reset's available, and didn't really have an angle he wanted, or maybe just couldn't get the shot. Turanturo almost got caught out, but he jumps back for the save, keeping Rogue at a tie. Turnaround, Kronovi's downfield. He can't get the shot too fast. And the ball, I thought it was going to touch the ground there, and it will. Turbo will kill the ball. Game one overtime.
And Kronovi, final seconds. I mean, you got to feel for him. I saw him go for that wave dash. He didn't have any boost in the tank. That could have been a huge counterattack if he had literally one pad. That's all he needed. But it wasn't enough. NRG still escaped with their lives, and Justin with a double tap almost gets it. Swipes across the net, so close.
And he had to hope that first touch towards the back wall was perfect because he had limited boost on his approach to the ball. So as he turned to it, there was no more room for recorrection. Garrett trying to force his way through, can't do it, but he'll take the other boost as well. Now off the ceiling, Garrett G, one off the back wall, but it will be cleared away. NRG thought they were going to lock down midfield, but Rogue got something to say about that. First Killer playing it slow against one, but Garrett again on the clear here. Rogue, they really, I felt like they've owned possession for the majority of game one regulation, Turtle, and they've grabbed the ball again here in overtime. Turin forcing the challenge, but Justin on the carry will do what he can to get to midfield. First Killer will take him out of the play, and then Garrett will keep the ball locked on the attempted clear. Rogue having to play some defense. Turbo pass to Justin, and the shot off the crossbar again. No goal for NRG.
Both teams coming so close to finding that finishing shot. We've had multiple chances on both sides of the ball, really. I think it's just a matter of whether or not you can get that shot in, because really it feels like the pressure that we're seeing from both teams when they do have possession is on point. I haven't seen any mistakes on rotation, no big gaps left in defense. And so far, really, it's whoever's just going to get that final shot who has the precision, the accuracy, instead of hitting the post or the crossbar.
NRG, Turbo. Can only slow down Rogue a little bit. The challenge is they're coming for NRG, but they're slowly losing the battle in positioning. Turin pops it over one, and Garrett attempted clear. It's too poor as Kronovi sends it high. To commit for NRG. Starting to feel the pressure from Rogue. Turbo, that's going to be a miss. Garrett has to handle this ball, and he'll do so well enough. Kronovi dumps it back to First Killer.
I've been seeing a little bit of gaps on the defensive side whenever I talk about how NRG are going to rotate out. They're going to get a lot of counterattack opportunities like they did against G2 with just wide open nets. But Rogue have been doing a great job of making sure they at least have one player who's rushing back, and the timing is just good enough so that they can get in front of that shot, stop any of the open nets to be presented to NRG. But there's one right there as it slips past, and First Killer with the save. What was that? But Turbo's going to clean it up anyway. That was insane.
NRG finally cracked through this, and First Killer, he does everything possible to make that save. And then Turo, he tried to bite on that read, tried to find where Turbo was going to shoot it, was expecting maybe something closer to him. He couldn't really go for much more. And NRG, they cracked through. And despite what it looked like for the majority of that series, which was Rogue controlling, still NRG were able to put on 14 shots on net.
Yeah.
Rogue couldn't match them in that department, only 10.
For sure. And I think when we think about this series, really, and how NRG have been playing, in the first two games, it's just similar to G2. They were playing confident. They were on the ball. And more specifically, I think Turbo's been doing a great job with the 50s, at least on the offense. And so far, I want to see them keep moving with the same confidence. You saw a couple of counterattacks here and there from Rogue, where they were able to get a nice hot run on the net, but then the saves from NRG. Look at this play. It's constantly in front of their goal line, and yet they still have a way to keep the rotation up, keep everybody in front of the goal line, and manage to predict where those shots are going.
Great placement by Justin on that last shot. First Killer, did what he could. I was still impressed that he was able to get the save at all.
Half flip.
Having a half flip and then just getting back in time for the save. So Rogue, this is, it's not unfamiliar territory. They played 2 overtimes in their best of 5 against Space Station. And you're going to start out a 7-game set with an overtime against NRG. That's just the life you live as Rogue right now. But they have to keep, I think right now the game plan they had in game 1, it was working. Like, they were finding shots. NRG were just doing a great job, barely surviving. If Rogue can not hit the crossbar, then
exactly.
It's a bit of a different story. But that's how the chips fall. We're on to game 2.
And it's one of those things where you don't really have to change much. Just keep creating these opportunities, and those goals will come eventually once you get warmed up with the shots. And that's how it's done. First Killer falls onto Justin, takes out the goalkeeper, and then Turo's there for the easy cleanup.
Now, Justin, he tried to get up to that ball, but First Killer's last touch, it just had him beat on the back wall, and Justin wasn't going to be able to get there in time. So a nice carry from First Killer down the field. That's what you're going to see from First Killer. Every single time this guy gets behind the ball. Can he air dribble? Yes or no? Either answer, he's going to air dribble and force a challenge.
Yeah.
And try to get the ball downfield to give his team a favorable position. But even right here, he's going for that backboarder, the shot, if he sees it. He's always looking at the net. Sometimes that could be to Rogue's detriment on offense, but it's part of what helped them win the game against Space Station. Turo, as equally as disruptive a force as First Killer. NRG. Turbo was fast to this ball. He's got Garrett, but too much power. Garrett close to him on the play. NRG will take the ball. But it is definitely how you want to start if you're Rogue. flipping it over. Turbo forced to try to stall here in the corner, and he'll do so effectively. Rogue are trying to get the ball out in front to Turinturo. It's cleared out again.
Rogue have been so good on these walls. I feel like their mechanics are really where their strengths are, because whenever they can carry that ball up, keep the control on the wall, like you said earlier on, First Killer, he's so good at creating an air dribble opportunity out of nothing. He'll dribble it up the wall, get it across the field, then go for a demo. That's a routine play that we're seeing now develop, and it's starting to get integrated into their play style, and I love to see it because now they're playing to their advantage. They know they have the mechanics of First Killer and Turo, while Kronovi's there to do some great passing and fill in on the defense.
Oh, and Garrett G will score off of Turbo's pass on the backboard. NRG, huge there. Turinturo, no chance for him. First Killer had ended up cutting. And it'll be the goal for NRG to tie it up, Turtle. You're just saying, you know, mechanics are the probably main thing about Rogue that you can point at. I mean, Turinturo and First Killer, two players known for their mechanical ability. But they get burned on one here. As NRG, they don't got slackers in the mechanical department either. Obviously, Justin Garrett, though I think also very solid when given the chance, although he's been quieter as far as mechanical flash goes, opting to, he had so many passes yesterday.
Yeah.
Where he had a playmaker in one game and then 2 or 3 assists the next game. He's so good when he's a guy passing out the damage to his teammates. Rogue, First Killer, finding Turinturo, finding Kronovi, but Garrett G finding the save. We're seeing more of this again. Dominating the walls, and First Killer dominating the corners of the net. Kronovi to first equals a lead.
I talked about it, off the wall. They are so good at setting their own players up, but look at the accuracy of where he can punch that ball into the net. That is incredible. First Killer has really stepped up all throughout this tournament, all throughout the spring series. He has been on a tear, to say the least, because I feel like, you know, towards the beginning and when they first started picking up First Killer, maybe he slacked a bit in knowing when to challenge, but his mechanics were always there. But since his positioning was a little bit off, he was getting so much less opportunities. But he's calmed down a bit. He's got a little bit less chasey, and now it's opening up a world of opportunities for him to get the ball on net.
Even back there, the physical play from Turinturo, I was talking about it in the last series with Corelli just earlier. You know, he's going for the bump on net even when the play is still back in midfield, but it gave enough to give them another chance at a challenge, and sometimes that's all you need. As they try to get back on offense, they've definitely had a lot more struggles NRG have on offense in game number 2. Only 2 shots registered on net, while Rogue are the owners of 7 shots, but here's another denied this time by Turinturo.
NRG, they've been doing well. I've still been impressed from Turbo. I thought yesterday his performance was solid. It was a little bit inconsistent, but so far, all of today, he's been really a pass machine so far. For getting his teammates up the field, letting them have a couple shots on net, drilling some stuff towards at least the defensive area and getting that relief. Like right there, look at that double touch. It's opening up space, setting up Gary G. Might not have gone their way, but now they can keep possession and continue forward.
Oh, and the pass from Garrett to Justin, and Justin, tough shot to put in. Turbo will find Justin again. That's off the ceiling, but low off the backboard. Garrett shot denied by Turinturo. Rogue trying to stall NRG's offense out as much as they can. Shot will be off the post. He had to stretch for it. Turbo couldn't wrap around. Kronovi, just a wave dash to keep the ball locked in midfield, but Justin moves it back to Rogue's back wall, and First Killer kills more time off the clock. Oh, and Turbo trying to get up for a hard pass, ends up backflipping. Kronovi booms it downfield. There's the shot. Double tap. First Killer will buy insurance with no time left against NRG.
What more is there to say? If you weren't convinced about First Killer last series, he's proven it to you now that he is a top-tier player when it comes to striking, mechanics, and overall offense. This man is turning into a monster of a prodigy, and he does it so well with a double tap there. I mean, how does he do this so consistently and create space, and it drops down? Rogue get the equalizer in the series. Now we're up 1-1, Jorby.
1-1. We're gonna go back and forth this whole series. I feel like that's just Rogue's story. But First Killer getting 2 goals in that game, and I just remember it was even 3 years ago when the game was still really young, where First Killer was still really, really good. He made his name as a ones player. And he was one of the best ones players, if not the best ones player in North America for a good amount of time. People were calling him the North American scrub killer. That's how this guy's name got around. And he finally became old enough to play in the RLCS, play on pro teams. And this is the impact that First Killer has after all of that time. And it's finally flowering. And just something I think Rogue, when Kronovi picked him up, they were really hoping for with First Killer. This is exactly what they're getting with him. Yeah. And it's beautiful to see.
I mean, those mechanics, those plays are all second nature to this guy. I mean, he knows what he's doing when it comes to playing this game. I think that we all knew it whenever he first got picked up by Rogue. It just came down to him learning the game, learning the competitive scene, how to act, how to control your nerves. And now he's got experience under his belt. We can see it, in full effect. The first season we saw Scrub Killer play, we didn't see him go on and win the Grand Champions or the final and win the World Championship. But now, once he got experience, he was able to do great things. And it's the same thing for First Killer as he gets more and more time in the RLCS.
Rogue trying to make a case for the grand finals. They played G2 in their very first game, their very first match of this tournament. They got swept. This is a completely different team from yesterday. They are clicking really well and contending easily with the best teams in the region. Their powers combined, Turnturo and First Killer pinch it against the backboard, and it's back to their own half.
And I mean, these guys, Rogue, you think about their journey here, they had to go up against E United in a tiebreaker. And in one of those games, there was an 8-minute overtime to beat them. So Rogue have worked so hard to get to this spot, to get to this position, and they are not stopping with their momentum. It's just up to NRG to see if they can match that energy, match that hype. And Turbo's gonna do it with a nice moon flick there, but it's not enough.
Yeah, Turnturo jumping back from his own third to get to that ball. There's another shot from Turbo, saved by Kronovi, and First Killer will get there quickly, but NRG were waiting. And now Justin, can he get this ball off the ceiling? He'll get the bump, but getting up there in time is all 3 Rogue players. Kronovi didn't find a touch, but he didn't need to. Turnturo and First Killer are able to get the ball out of harm's way. Justin, slow ball to Garrett. And Turbo, stealing the boost out, will keep the ball locked in front of the box. Kronovi, he just ended up sliding on top of Turbo's car. And Rogue are just getting locked in. It was only a matter of time for Turbo. Swinging left, swinging right, and then swinging for the fences.
Came down to a 50, and look at Turbo's positioning. He might not have planned to put that one directly on net, but it's all about the way you challenge and the way you face the ball there, squeezing it all the way on the right side, making sure you get over the ball, and the timing was perfect. So Turbo, that's game sense right there, down to really its basic form, and a beautiful 50 just squeezes into the net.
Justin pitches that downfield, and as good as Rogue's defense has been on the backboard, they were having trouble getting clears and relieving pressure. The next step in the journey to the orange half of the field. Justin couldn't get the solid clear away from First Killer. Kronovi, next challenge here, and First Killer was waiting. He was still pretty close, but he had just sat there waiting for that ball to get back to him. Now Justin and Turbo working to get this ball cleared out to the corner. Big slow down here for Rogue on offense. First Killer's racing back. Turbo takes the shot, could not split the gap.
Another play where I thought that NRG were definitely going to be able to punish and capitalize on the over-aggression, overextension of Rogue. But thankfully there's somebody there, just last second rotating in. That third man has yet to slip up on the side of Rogue. We're not seeing any real punishing goals from NRG. All the goals they've gotten, they've really had to work for. Maybe besides that 50, but Justin lands on it, and then they get mixed up. I thought this was going to be a horrific mistake, but it worked out.
It's a different type of dribbling.
What?
We're playing basketball.
What is that?
That was amazing.
What?
Yeah, You know, it's like, it's bouncy ball. There you go. That was awesome.
They just created a new game mode in Rocket League. I didn't even know that that type of goal was physically possible.
Well, now you know, Turtle. A lot of people were looking at First Killer's double floor tap off the ceiling as something just absolutely insane that they've never seen at this level of Rocket League before. And
just one up.
Sometimes you just get the fun, stylish goals right there, yeah. That's what you love seeing. Players like Justin and Garrett. Turbo almost putting another in here, Garrett. Shot, and it's off the crossbar and in, and NRG, despite some early pressure from Rogue in this game, it's all for naught. It switched, and Garrett picks up a third.
And a big part of this came down to First Killer not having boost. I'm on his perspective right now. You can see he had no boost. He actually rotated to the corner of his defensive area, went for his corner boost, but it was stolen. NRG starving them out. If First Killer had gotten that corner boost, gotten a full boost pad, he could have challenged way earlier. Instead, he had to pre-jump with no boost as more pressure comes on for NRG. Things starting to really click for this NRG roster, and they're looking more lethal, and Rogue can't stop him in front of the net.
I figured it out. So Justin, you know, he's going to keep getting his undercarriage under the ball for the flip resets. Garrett will sit right under him, and then they'll just pass the ball back and forth to each other, air dribbling. That's what they just attempted right there. Then Garrett was
another one too.
Go bunch of flip resets and take another shot, and Justin's right there to take it off of him.
I mean, those tiny taps individually back and forth. I think they like being close to each other, honestly, because they've been teammates for a while now. The synergy is most definitely there. They know where that ball is going to go. So this has been a treat to watch so far in this game as the NRG have really stepped it up, Jorby.
I mean, when you're up by this much with this amount of time and you're closing the gaps like this, having a little fun.
Yeah.
With how you're approaching the ball. It looks good for NRG. They're playing with comfort. The Rogue, they definitely have their work cut out for them, but, you know, this is exactly what happened in the Space Station series with Rogue. They'd win a close game, and then they would get destroyed in the next. And then they'd win the next one, and then they'd get destroyed in the next, and dominated in a couple aspects, especially on offense. So this is just par for the course from Rogue. I expect they'll get back to form in the next game.
I mean, ideally so. I definitely think it's been a little bit slower of pace for Rogue, and NRG have kind of figured them out on their offense. I think they're denying a lot of it when it comes to the walls. They're really getting in front of a lot of those opportunities. I mean, last game, when we watched the highlight reel after that game had finished up, you could see that Rogue, all their goals started off on the wall, but NRG have been dominant with the challenges. They take this game and take the lead in the series with a very convincing win.
Yeah, I mean, they know how Rogue like to carry the ball down the field, right? It's we've talked about it, those air dribbles. It's, you know, all right, I'm going to take this, we're going to rush down the field, try to bang it off the backboard.
Yeah.
And maybe they want to beat you with speed. Rogue want to play fast and furious, and unfortunately they couldn't get any fury going against NRG because you saw it a couple of times. While Turbo is up harassing on that play, Justin's waiting for that one moment where he knows you don't have complete control of the ball, and he'll steal the ball away. Garrett started waiting too. They started waiting for the challenges because they knew Rogue were going to bring the ball right to them. Rogue aren't looking to create, those team play, passing plays, small ball play down the field.
Yeah.
They're just trying to beat you with speed. So I think that for Rogue, they have to be able to adapt to that. But they've been able to do that before, so we'll see if they can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I love that point, Jorby, too, because that's what it felt like NRG were failing to recognize against G2. When I was listening to that cast, especially Johnny Boy was mentioning it all the time, how NRG were kind of not thinking too much when it came to challenges. You know, they weren't playing the smart game where they knew when and where. I mean, Rocket League is a game of picking your battles. You got to know which 50-50 to go in for, to dive at, and which one to kind of stay back for. And like you said, Jorby, NRG are very decisive in staying back, being patient, and letting Rogue kind of just literally toss the ball over to them.
Now Rogue will go to game 3, see if they can bounce back here and tie the series back up. Or if NRG found that NRG strut, well, First Killer will take this shot away from Justin. And it will be long hang time on the ball as Kronovi takes it. But Turbo, even here in midfield, will wait back over to Garrett. Garrett off the ceiling, just can't get there, and it'll fall right into the lap of Kronovi. Potential transition play. Shot from First Killer wide. Justin will take the pass from Turbo on defense. Kronovi just wants to keep the press going, and First Killer will muscle his way through for the first goal.
And this was just amazing passing so far for Kronovi. And look at the read off the corner. That dunk to get it out to First Killer. I didn't even see that at first until the replay. I thought maybe he got a 50 in the air, but he actually predicted with a little bit of a pre-flip to get that final touch across the net. First Killer then has a great 50-50 chance in front and just easily pushes the ball in with force.
Next challenge here. First Killer tried to get the win against Justin, but he's downfield actually with a look at the net, but he can't make contact. Well, NRG could have been a dangerous situation, but they almost turned it into their fortune on the turnaround. Shot blocked again. Last man back is Garrett G, but he's up to the task for the save. Kronovi low on boost, won't be able to get that touch. And NRG not really feeling the sweat on defense. They're back to Rogue territory. Justin pops it up high, but Garrett immediately back down to the ground. It's Kronovi, First Killer
nice
to
pass.
Turo. Beautiful progression down the pitch. Pretty textbook for Rogue.
And we've been seeing this all game long so far. It's those clears that start out where you can find your man. And First Killer, I love the fact that he went down and then went back up the wall. He saw the space, saw that he could get a great pass. Then Turo, the way he approached the ball, I thought he was going to come across and nail it into the left corner, but he actually managed to slot it all the way to the right, letting it go across his body. Just mechanics overall for everybody on Rogue were spot on. Precision with the clear, and then the pass across, and then finally the shot, Jorby.
And we talked about it with Rogue. They have to start playing to what NRG are giving them, and they were waiting for touches. And when Turbo's running back and Justin's on the back, well, they're expecting First Killer to just, run that ball down to the corner. Yeah, bang it. And he didn't. He dropped down and found the pass at the outlet lane. That's what you want to see from this team, especially players like First Killer and Turo who love to create opportunities on their own. But First Killer created one on his own in a different way that time. And he's done it before. I don't want to harp too much on it. It's just sometimes they get locked into that philosophy. And NRG, they're having to fight from now 2 goals down, and it seems that the clock continues to tick as it always has. The wheel is always turning for Rogue. Win-loss, win-loss. But there's still half a game left. Plenty of time for NRG, but maybe time is becoming less of a factor if a third goal for Rogue comes through. Justin trying to get the clear out off the save from Turbo Pulse.
These passes getting more and more scary. As I'm watching Rogue, they're moving down the field. I just saw Turo get a beautiful little touch out into the middle. And it's really soft. They're very, calculated with how they touch the ball, Jorby. They're not, like we talked about, just completely smashing the ball. And Turo, look at the patience to get that dribble. Then somebody can go for the demo play. Rogue, it's the complete turnaround now as they're passing more. They're getting more involved with their decision making for sure. And they're definitely taking this game one step at a time.
Long clear downfield. The connection was good, but the destination not found. Turo on the flip reset, found First Killer, low off the backboard, and Kronovi will be back to receive the clear from NRG. Actually, Justin will find Garrett. Garrett will find the net, and NRG are back in it. They cut the lead in half.
All the way through the corners, Kronovi, he wanted a bounce that was going to go straight into the air. Instead, he decides to go take the boost because the bounce didn't go his way, assuming somebody's going to be in net, or at least that Garrett G isn't going to have such a beautiful shot. That was definitely the best spot you could even imagine to place it if you're Garrett G. So Kronovi, a bit of a mistake on defense, and now an open net almost as First Killer has to run back.
And First Killer making another great save. We've seen him make a couple of great saves, but we also see Justin putting it in the back of their net, and NRG have officially tied the game.
Yeah, all himself. I actually thought that was a touch there from Garrett G in the sky, but it really didn't even touch his car. Oh, it was close. But it just bounced straight down. Justin, I also thought somebody maybe was in the side of the wall to get the pass out. But Justin, he just did it all himself.
Justin did it all himself. Not the first time you've ever heard that, but even still, you have to respect the ability of the touch on the back wall. NRG, though, Oh, there's only one back for Garrett G. Kronovi just trying to keep him on the ground and almost can complete the job. First killer will be all out of the play. Now Justin got a one-on-one the other way. Has to avoid one defender on his way to the net. Turbo, high ball, and it's going to be saved by Turinturo. Rogue, after being able to hold the lead for so long, now find themselves needing to score again, or they'll be facing another overtime. Kronovi, there's no one up. Both First Killer and Turinturo will meet in the air. That might be dangerous as the ball comes out for Turbo. Back to Garrett.
Oh my.
Justin! I said Garrett, I was wrong. It's Justin for another. NRG have the lead.
I cannot believe that pass from Turbo. That little finesse touch out into the middle. I was 100% sure that he was going to go for a shot on net. And Justin, with the confidence to go up there in such a dire moment of the match, to be in that same spot as Turbo, knowing he's going to pass it to you, NRG showing off their synergy right there and that chemistry from all three of them.
Turbo cutting off the pass. 3 unanswered goals for NRG in game number 4. Are they going to put themselves on match point for a rematch with G2 in the grand finals? They're one game away from doing it.
That's it. One single game, which is surprising. I mean, I thought Rogue, really, they had all the momentum. I really thought they were going to come out here, and don't get me wrong, they played fantastic, but NRG at this point, with passes like that third goal for them, I don't see a way that you can stop any sort of play like that from developing from NRG.
Rogue, Turtle, they got those 2 early goals, and it came off of, again, these challenges off the wall. You saw 2-1 challenges by Kronovi, and First Killer still had to force his way through another defender to win that, but they weren't able to get much more going after that. NRG just completely dominated the pitch and scored 3 goals within a minute and a half.
It's a difficult thing to kind of try to analyze whenever it comes down to those wall hits, because I love the fact that Rogue keep going for those wall passes. But take a look at this pass again. This play between NRG, that was something else. The fact that Turbo was able to get that little slight touch into the midfield, it was spicy to say the least. But like I was saying, I think Rogue, these wall passes that they're going for and these wall hits and 50s have been great. But maybe mix it up a bit with some dribbles. Every time they clear it, they take it up the wall. Very predictable stuff that NRG can read. While it's working sometimes, you got to mix it up, I think, on the defensive side. So dribble out a bit more and go for some flicks into the midfield rather than taking up the wall. Maybe that'll be effective, Jorby.
I like what I'm seeing from Turbo Pulse on the side of NRG. He's been good on defense and in the midfield especially.
The whole game.
Some good challenges when this series started against Rogue. There's I feel like Turbo at times has struggled in those midfield situations, but today he's been super solid, and especially in this series against Rogue. He's not getting the goals, but he got an assist in the last game, and keeping Rogue locked in just buys more time to go steal boost. All of the dirty little things you don't get points for on the scoreboard is what Turbo's really excelling at in this series. The Rogue, see if they can come back after getting scored on 3 times in a row. This is it for them. No more lives. It's a long ball to Justin, and First Killer on the rotation will have the save. Rogue slow on the defensive rotation here to get to some of these touches. Turbo harassing the net. And look at Garrett pull off here. He actually didn't win against First Killer, and Justin will pick up the save.
That's what I want to see. Things like that from First Killer. Notice I didn't even take it to the wall. Didn't care about getting that clear all the way up on the side. He actually took it himself, kept the control, and that was definitely the best attempt from Rogue so far in the first minute, if not the game. That's what I love to see. Plays like that unfolding from Rogue to try and break down and crack this NRG defense.
I love that little chip in midfield from Kronovi. He veers in front of Turinturo just to get Garrett off of him. It didn't work out for Rogue this time because Justin handled the clear, but still, I love the presence of mind from Kronovi.
Yeah.
On that little play from Rogue. Gonna be a long pass from Turbo to Justin off the ceiling. Justin boosts down to Turbo, but the shot denied. Kronovi off the back wall. Can't win against Garrett. Garrett 2 touches and a save from First Killer. Justin now fighting against Turbo to get it. And Turbo will keep it locked against Rogue's back wall. He actually gets the win off the back wall. Garrett clamping around the corner. And Rogue are really struggling to clear this ball out.
And it's a big difference. Garrett G, I would just pay attention to his perspective. In that corner play, he could have tried to make a play off that pass from Turbo. It was very tempting. It was eye candy for him, but he knew he was going to get beat. So what did he do? Instead, he just stays in the corner, make sure he doesn't automatically challenge everything. And then still, that means he can continue to go forward, keep the pressure after that pass came out, keep it in the corner. And now look at this. They've got possession for so long.
And it was another good challenge from Turbo. It jumped the pass in midfield and keeping NRG in the blue half. And even right here in the corner, Garrett was a quick transition for Rogue. Their first time really getting a solid clear out in about a minute and a half, it feels like. And they still can't even stay there too long. Let's see if they can get it here. First killer, pass to Turinturo. Can he get it to the ceiling? He'll get it to the back wall. Justin and Garrett will at least get it out to the corner, but you see Rogue trying to steal these boosts and keep it going. First pulling off the play, letting Kronovi in. The shot will be blocked by Turbo Pulsar.
NRG earlier on in the tournament, they had a lot of mechanical issues. Even Garrett G in that interview who was saying they had a lot of uncharacteristic misses, but now they've always got somebody behind them in a safe spot in the rotation. I've noticed several times when somebody misses on the backboard, they've been bailed out with Garrett G on the solo play. This is just heating up, and the pressure is relentless from NRG.
How does First Killer get these acrobatic saves every time?
I have no
He's
idea.
so quick off the line to make these saves. And he's trying to get the clear here, but NRG, it feels like they're playing with just, it's snack food. Turtle against Rogue in this back wall. Every single touch is theirs.
Oh
Turtle's
no,
just
what?
getting in front, harassing the net. First Killer still can't get a solid clear, and Garrett G has the ball. First Killer's gonna try again, but Turbo Pulse is there.
The question is, are they going to get too desperate to look for a goal, and are we going to see a counterattack at a Rogue? They have to maintain their composure here, Jorby.
Kronovi, finally a little bit of space. Garrett pops it up to Justin, who just wins. Big challenge in midfield for NRG.
Oh, that's it.
A good touch. Justin punishes, puts him in the ground. NRG a late lead.
Waiting for a slip-up, the one mistake that could send them into the grand finals for the rematch against G2. Turinturo didn't get the touch he wanted. That might be the one mistake that's going to end their run.
This has been an incredible lower bracket run from Rogue. Tested match after match. This is the biggest one yet. They got to find a way.
Oh, another breakaway.
To equalize, but Garrett and Justin can't get insurance to put Rogue away. Rogue still the last light of hope. Can they pick up a goal? Justin can't get the clear out. Kronovi, no, he can't get First Killer. Turinturo screening across to the corner. Kronovi keeping it against the corner. They're running out of time. They have to find their way to the box. Justin fighting against First Killer. Turinturo up high in front of the box. Can he get back to his touch? It drops. It bounces. Taunted.
First Killer.
First Killer puts it in. Clutch. Captain puts one in for Rogue.
The final seconds, and who better to nail this shot than First Killer? I was actually about to get so mad at Kronovi, but he was so patient. Let it drop. The awareness to know nobody's around, and that First Killer has the better shot. That is a clutch play and veteran experience at its finest.
But Justin and Garrett almost forcing the issue. Rogue got step one done. Now it's time for step two.
Oh,
but
that's
Justin wins the kickoff and wins the series. NRG on to play G2 in the grand finals.
I didn't expect it at all. It comes from a kickoff goal. That's it. That's what's going to send them into the grand finals. They lose a goal in the final 4 seconds, and Justin says, you know what? I'm just going to go for the best kickoff I could possibly get and then recover from it. NRG, a solid performance all around. You cannot beat that defense. Even when they slipped up, they didn't let it get to them. They didn't get in their heads, and they kept their composure. That's what I wanted to see out of the previous world champions, and that's exactly what they did here in this match.
And, you know, First Killer getting that tying goal, but it just seems fitting that Justin
yeah, every time he gets the overtime goal.
You're not more clutch than Justin.
Oh my goodness.
It doesn't get better than that. NRG and G2, we had a fun winter final with these two teams, but G2, they really got the better end of NRG. Can they recover? Can they finally get over G2 in the spring series? We'll find out in the grand finals after the break. Don't go anywhere.
The break will be after we're done talking, Jorby. You can't get rid of us that easily. I got to say, those were great questions too, though, Jorby. Can NRG finally overcome G2? I'm just honestly more, relieved that that ended in traditional Rogue fashion. I feel like that goal wasn't.
Leave. Come on, man. They've already had heart attacks today. They don't need any more of this. They don't need insults at this point. Can I talk about something here? We got 4 letters. JSTN. Game 4, they're down 2 goals. And who puts the team on their back? It is Justin. 2 goals on 8 shots to come back and just command series lead at 3-1. And then, of course, Justin at the end. Sure, we see Turinturo and First Killer make an incredible play like they've been doing all tournament long to tie it late. But Justin just wins the kickoff and does it all himself. He's been phenomenal. Back in the Pittsburgh Knights series when they got the reverse sweep, it was Justin. Here again, it was Justin. Some incredible plays from both teams. We see this weird ground dribble play by Garrett and Justin. But at the end of the day, NRG is the better team right now. Rogue will have their day, but it's not today.
Oh, absolutely. You did it.
All right, Achieves
Okay.
is muted.
Anyway.
Go ahead, Achieves.
Every time, I think it was overall a fantastic showing for Rogue. Loved to see the massive improvements. It seems like Turinturo has been a great pickup for them. Overall, a amazing showing from them. Sad to see them drop to NRG. I thought the comeback was going to happen there in Game 5. Unfortunately, NRG outplayed them in Game 4, and then it was just too much to overcome.
Yeah, no, I'm going to agree with what you said while you were muted there. You had mentioned that the Rogue has to be happy with this. Rogue, this is a great performance. And I think for Rogue testing out and having Turinturo on that roster proved that that's exactly what First Killer needed to wake up. First Killer needed someone that was up there with him, just going as fast as possible, getting those great mechanical plays and having Kronovi back them up. And I think for them, absolutely, this was a win. This is obviously you want to move forward in the bracket, but a top 3 placement and you're only third to NRG and G2. Like what more could you ask for, Gibbs?
Yeah, that's after going to the promotion tournament. They were almost out of the RLCS. They battle back. They pick up Turinturo. Top 3 finish is great here. They want to continue this momentum throughout these tournaments. Hopefully we have more throughout the summer, but it's looking good. It's looking good right now.
That's the one thing you can ask about Rogue is please continue to look like this. Do not make us sad in the first tournament we see you in after this. Yeah. That's all I want.
All right. So they won't.
Rogue.
See, what will happen with Rogue is they just won't qualify for that tournament. That's how this works. They show up as a top 4 team, and then they go away for a year, and then they'll come back.
Well, don't you? No, that's how
I kid,
Rogue fan club. But anyways, yeah, no, it's been phenomenal up to this point. We are, as Jorby had mentioned, taking a bit of an extended break in a bit. But before that, let's just take a look back at this tournament. Take a look at the bracket and just kind of reminisce. It's been a 2-day event, and we finally got ourselves up close to the grand finals here. So, looking at this, it started off pretty one-sided with those top teams coming from the RLCS taking it besides Space Station in almost all sweeping fashions here achieves, and then it kind of teetered out to what we expected on that point and got a lot closer.
Yeah, I think that first round was a lot of fun to watch because even like the 3-0s, G2 versus Rogue, it was tight. Rogue was playing well. 72-pin connector versus Envy, another tight series. Pittsburgh put on a show versus Space Station Gaming. But honestly, I think Pittsburgh Knights have probably the saddest story of this entire bracket.
2 reverse sweeps in back-to-back games, 1 versus NRG and then Rogue. But when you look at that lower bracket, it was owned by Rogue and Space Station. They both went out in the first round. They both made incredible runs.
Yeah.
Both runs, though, do end because it's G2 and NRG, the top 2 teams in North America. Like everyone would basically agree. Some people might have Space Station up there, but for the most part, we got a battle between G2 and NRG, a 4-2 incredibly close series. Now we get to see it again, but G2 will have that 1 game advantage.
I think for me, it was also just really great overall. I mean, we saw again Jacob back on the big screen here. That was really fun. Charlotte Phoenix again of themselves trying out Wonder Mike on the roster, so it was great to see them. I feel like they definitely made some advancements for themselves there, so it looked great. And then of course Pittsburgh Knights. We're wondering when that roster was going to connect, and I feel like now consistently we've seen that roster connect. Unfortunately, they had to face a Rogue that was just really feeling it, but the Knights also looking good. So I think overall for myself, this was just a great showing from every team because it was a chance for them to try new things, experiment, and to, in all honesty, I felt like a lot of the experimentation achieved was positive.
Yeah, and that's really what is so great, because normally, you know, we would be in the middle of Worlds right now, and generally, obviously, we can't do that, and this makes it a great playing ground to really test potential changes you want to make to your roster. And the fact that you've seen teams like Charlotte Phoenix and 72-pin Connector, Charlotte Phoenix had to make a roster move. They lost Turanturo, and Rogue picks up Turanturo. Charlotte Phoenix picks up Wonder Mike, and the fact that it works out so wonderfully for them really does bode well. And you're hoping that all of these roster moves play out nicely for each of the teams. And there's a lot of good things to look forward to in the long term for the teams that didn't make it to the grand finals. And the grand finals is a lot to look forward to because it's going to be great.
Absolutely. And now I just going to get some final thoughts from you guys because, as I mentioned, there's going to be an extended break while we get everything set up for the grand finals. James Bond and Landon Donovan will be joining me as we get prepared also to be on ESPN2. So if you have family out there, make sure that they tune in that, but you can also tune in on Twitch. Final thoughts from you guys since you guys get to sit back and relax and watch it now after these 2 days. Gibbs and then Achieves.
I am beyond excited. I get to go order a pizza, get to sit back and just be a fan. This is going to be fun to watch. It's G2 and Energy. It's always great. G2, again, that one game advantage, but you know Energy is going to come out swinging. I'm just excited to watch it.
Yeah, it's going to be a classic. Excited for Landon Donovan to get a chance to come in and experience some Rocket League with all of you guys. And I'm looking forward to enjoying it as well. So let's go and do that.
Exactly. Well, again, as I just mentioned, it'll be James Bond and Landon Donovan joining us for the grand finals, the best of 7 between G2 and NRG. We'll be coming back at 5 o'clock Eastern time and 2 o'clock Pacific time. It's going to be a fantastic grand finals. You do not want to miss it. So come on right back.
Thought another goal is all we needed. Taking second chances till we bleed. And when all the love had been depleted, we had but no choice to concede. As the stars were dancing in their line, past that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line. Future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry. It was bone dry.
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold.
I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight.
it. I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we.
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so. Baby, every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of frozen in my dream. I can't escape the thoughts of you if I try to leave. When I'm with you, I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole. Baby, every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of
I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
I do need you, need you. I do love you, I do need you. I love you, love you. I do need you. I love you, I do need you. My heart, don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind on, Vision upon a star. This time I'm feeling higher, and I know I can be taller. Shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the North American Rocket League Spring Series Grand Finals. I'm your host, Brody Moore, and some of you may just be joining us now as many people are watching on many different platforms with a lot of new people maybe trying to figure out what's going to go on here. So to help you through it all, I brought along a couple specialists to ask those questions for you guys. A familiar face joining me to the Rocket League scene is James Villar, also known online as JamesBot. And of course, our special guest, Landon Donovan, also known around the world as Landon Donovan. Landon, I just want to thank you for joining us. We're about to witness two incredible teams in a bit play. But before that, we just want to say we're excited that you're here to witness in the excitement of our sport. So thank you.
Thanks for having me. And as somebody who grew up playing video games, my mom used to yell at me because I was playing all day. It's pretty cool to get to do something like this in difficult circumstances. So thanks for having me. It's going to be a lot of fun today.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be a blast. And of course, James, I want to get a few words from you too. Again, anybody that might not know who you are, give some just background on yourself too. I mean, you're pretty good at Rocket League yourself.
You know, I mean, I'm not bad at Rocket League, but I'm definitely not international caliber like Landon here. So this is also a really cool experience for me, Landon. It's a great honor to be here alongside you. You're a hero for the United States, so it's an honor for me. And so thank you for being here from me. I just wanted to say that as well.
Thank you.
But Leaf, to answer your question about kind of my experience from Rocket League, me and you, we've been involved with Rocket League since the very beginning. This game came out quite a long time ago. I played it when it first came out for free on PlayStation Plus, and I had never heard of Rocket League or Supersonic Acrobatic Rocket Powered Battle Cars, which was the prequel to this game. But when I first played it, it was like no other game I had ever played in my life. It was the first kind of game where you don't just have an A button to pass or a B button to shoot. You're in full control of your car and you're interacting with the ball just like it's physics modeled after the real world. So I had never experienced anything like that. I still haven't to this day. And it's one of the reasons why I'm still playing Rocket League 4 years later.
Well, I just want to get a perspective from Landon then. You've been watching a little bit of Rocket League for a while now. In your eyes now, with your experience, what is Rocket League?
Yeah, so this started for me probably a month and a half ago when our chairman here at SD Loyal, our new soccer team in San Diego, decided to enter into this tournament that USL, our league, is having. And so I started watching, and at first you're kind of trying to figure out what the heck you're watching. But the more you watch, you get addicted, and it's really, really fun. It's a version of outdoor soccer, indoor soccer, pretty spectacular goals and excitement with a crazy backdrops in the background. So it's a lot of fun, and it makes me want to, well, everything makes me want to get away from my kids right now, but makes me want to get away from my kids and grab the sticks for a while.
That's true. And I think you summarized it pretty well there for what it is. James, is there anything else you'd like to tack on to that for what Rocket League is to you?
Yeah, certainly. And Landon, I think maybe you could just give them the controllers themselves. You'll honestly all be starting out at the same spot. I remember when I first started playing Rocket League, it's almost impossible just to hit the ball. You're watching this ball and you're trying to drive into it and you can't even hit it. It's so difficult because it's like no other game that there's been before. You're just driving your car around trying to hit this bouncing ball. And I assure you, it is very difficult. These pros make it look so easy, but it is a journey that you're going to go on when you start playing Rocket League, just trying to hit the ball at first, but then you start learning how to take hard shots. And then you start learning how to pass to your teammates. And then you start learning how to fly, hit aerials, and then dribble the ball, which is where you even hold the ball on top of your car and can push it around the field. So I think it is a very fun game to play for the first time with anyone, your kids, your family, your friends. Sitting down on the couch and playing Rocket League for the first time was one of the most fun gaming experiences that I've ever had in my life.
I think you're gonna make me tear up because I'm remembering my first times with this too. It's an incredible game that just it's a game changer. It's something so different. You touched on it before, James, that in some sports games you press a button to pass the ball. With this, it's completely physics based. You see the cars flying through the air. They use the boost as the only resource that they have around the field to fly through the air, and it's physics. If you stop boosting, you're gonna fall. If you want to pass the ball, you got to get on that side of the ball to send it over. So I think, Landon, the reason that it's really easy, and maybe you caught on this as well, to understand is that everyone understands physics, and you understand, if you want to pass the ball, you got to hit it over there. So I feel like that's already a good step to connecting to this esport, is the fact that it's purely physics based, isn't it?
Yeah, and to be honest, it's addicting, right? And like any fun video game to play, it's really addicting to play. So I think people who are getting their first look at it will enjoy it today. Rocket League is a great partner of ours. They're great to the city of San Diego. And so for me being here, it's great to have the ability to do this today and let people watch guys who are really, really, really talented at this.
Yeah, James, speaking of that, in just a few moments after a break, we're going to see those players play. But any final words before we get to that about Rocket League that you'd like to send out to the world again? I think your speech was already moving about how great it is to watch and how hard it is to do this stuff. But any final words there?
If you haven't seen Rocket League, watch today. And if you think that it looks easy, try it for yourself. You will have a fantastic time and you will come to understand how good these players are.
And I would also implore that to people too, is get out there and even just jump in for 5 minutes and you'll recognize how difficult it is. One final question, sorry for Landon. Have you been able to jump into this yet? Or are we gonna have to get you in a squad later?
Well, because of this isolation, no, but I've already told our chairman, Andrew, that once we're out of here, I want my chance.
Oh, we're doing it. Awesome. Well, we're going to get to see some professionals play in just a few minutes. But before that, we're going to go to a break. You do not want to miss this action. Spring Series Grand Finals coming your way.
It's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, of course, back to the North American Spring Series. Oh, you're watching some high-level Rocket League in just a few minutes. I'm your host, Brody Moore. Alongside me is James Villar, and of course, our special guest joining us, Landon Donovan. Just before this break, we talked about what Rocket League was. We broke down why we love it so much, what we experienced from it. And now we're going to try to focus on the tournament. We've had the Spring Series running over the last 2 days for North America, a 2-day event. The teams have been duking it out, 8 teams total, and we're down to those final 2. The grand finals is what you're going to be witnessing for the next little bit here. So I want to talk about this prize pool here and just to jump in. It's not just, the glory for winning they're playing for here. It's the prize. So we had $350,000 spread across 4 weeks of Rocket League. Yeah, this is going just more than these 2 days here, but of course, $125,000 going to the North American region. James Spot, a good chunk here. These two are fighting for $23,000.
Yeah, Psyonix, the developer, we weren't able to have our World Championship event, which is an in-person international event. So in place of that, we've had this spring series. We've got events going down from every region: Oceania, South America, North America, and Europe. This is our North American final. These players are the best that North America has to offer, and they're putting their skills to the test for some real money.
Yeah, and Landon, for you, this is a cross 2-day event. I feel like I just want to get a bit of a competitor's perspective on this too. It's not just a 1-day event. You're not just playing one. Playing across multiple days can probably add so many more layers to how you approach a tournament, doesn't it? Because knowing that energy is going to have to be spread across multiple days.
Sure, and I would say not completely analogous to the soccer I played, but playing a league game during a season with the LA Galaxy versus playing in a shorter tournament, right? And you have to be able to, I guess in both cases, you have to be able to be consistent for the long term, right? And that's why these guys have made it to the final today. I just want to say, if we had the ability to earn money when I was playing video games growing up, I would have had a lot to talk to my mom about when she was yelling at me. So I wish that had been around when I was playing.
The times are definitely changed, and there's so many avenues for kids to put these skills to test. But let's talk about the teams that did put the skills to test. We're going to take a look over the bracket if anybody is just joining now. 2-day event I just mentioned, and this is going to be a double elimination. So both these teams have worked their way through all the other teams to get to this point. G2 coming through that upper bracket, James.
Yeah, G2 right now is the undisputed #1 team in North America. They won the North American Championship for the RLCS this season, and they breezed through that upper bracket. NRG took 2 games off them. They actually got out ahead 2-0 before G2 won 4 straight. So they will have a 1-game advantage in this grand final, as that's why you can see a 1 there. And really, NRG has had a pretty challenging tournament run, but they have made it back. They are the world champions from season 8. And so this will be an amazing matchup for a lot of money and also pride.
And I want to let you know, Landon, this is traditionally, I feel like most brackets that I've seen generally across sports, just in general, is the single elimination and not a lot of times double elimination where you have a second chance to make it up through the front. So is it often that you've seen something like this?
No, you see it in like the College World Series sometimes, where teams have to, or even the Little League World Series where you have to be eliminated, or you have to lose twice to be eliminated. Nothing that I ever dealt with, but it's an interesting psychological dynamic, right? So now if if G2 go into this game saying, well, it's okay if we lose one because we still got another one, then you give momentum to NRG. It makes it really tricky. So it'll be interesting to see how they both handle it.
Well, this is a fun thing because that's normally how we do it. And one thing, extra piece I want to mention here is G2 has now taken an extra game advantage. So rather than the double elimination, they have to lose twice, they get a game advantage in this best of 7 matchup that we're about to witness. So they're already up 1-0 in the series without even having played. So that kind of takes a different approach to it as well, because you don't have that safety net. But I do want to talk about these games because I do want to get into them. So let's talk about this matchup, G2 versus NRG. James, these are very, very historied teams. And I feel like this would be a good opportunity for us to let people know about the history. If you want to start us off talking about G2.
Yeah, I mean, G2, there's so much to say about him. Obviously, JNaps, we call him the knapsack because he puts teammates in there and carries them to victories. That's how good this guy is. But then you also have Rizzo, and Rizzo's a very interesting character. He has one of the most insane control schemes in the game. He actually uses his joystick to drive his car around, while most of us have the right trigger bound to gas. But not only that, he has been in the RLCS since the very beginning. And on top of that, he streams and makes content all the time. So a very good guy. Chicago, he was a relatively new kid on the block. He was picked up to replace Kronovi, which was a trade move that had a lot of people stunned. Chicago, a relatively new guy coming in, replacing a veteran like Kronovi. So G2, they got to the World Championship Finals when we had our LAN championship at the Prudential Center in New Jersey. And since then, they've kind of been up and down, but as of late, they have been on fire. So G2, you've got to watch out for them. These guys are on a tear as of late, and the favorites coming into this matchup.
We just landed before we should still give history of NRG as well, but before that, I'm pretty sure you were already saying you're going to be rooting for G2 because of JNaps from Nova Scotia, weren't you?
Yeah, my whole entire dad's side of the family is from Nova Scotia. So when you guys mentioned that yesterday, I kind of have no choice, but I'm supposed to be an impartial broadcaster right now, so we'll keep that quiet for now.
Don't say anything, James.
Hey, well, I was just gonna say, if you like San Diego too, the coach for NRG, Sizz, is based out of San Diego, so there's some San Diego pride involved with NRG. And NRG is, well, that's the point. Right now, there's no horse in the race. He's got. But with NRG, these guys are probably one of the fan favorites when you look at what they've been able to accomplish from the past. They had maybe Rocket League's most iconic moment back in Season 5 of London, where they were 1 goal away from taking the whole World Championship, and they fell short. But then NRG, they came back in Season 8. They won in overtime of Game 7 to achieve their dreams. It was one of the most unbelievable ways to tie off a storyline, and it was a happy ending that so many NRG fans were hoping for and hoping to experience, and they did when Justin scored that overtime winner. So that was something special that we got to experience. And NRG, even though they won that Season 8 World Championship, they struggled a little bit in Season 9. They were expected to dominate. They didn't dominate, as expected, but they still played very well. And now they're looking to bounce back and claim back the #1 spot for North America.
Yeah, I think that team has been one of the most roller coaster of teams to follow. We had, I think, the entire Rocket League community behind NRG during that win. I'm not gonna lie, I straight up cried when it happened. I cried, even though I have other teams that are my favorite. I cried because it's such a beautiful story. And I'm sure you have a lot of moments that have been extremely emotional for yourself, that you've been able to just let a few tears out. And it's cool to see how people can just have so much passion for almost anything when people are doing the best at the best that they can be, right?
Right. And I was just thinking as I was watching that video, so sports bring that out of people, right? And that's why people are so tied to sports. But I think it's more than that. I think it's competition, right? And so when you're competing as a team, so you see the reaction of those three and what it meant to them. And it gave me goosebumps watching that, actually. No matter what you're doing or where you're playing, that means something to you. So that was awesome.
And you'll have to look at that clip with audio, Landon. It really is something else, that moment, because I have been watching Garrett G compete. Garrett G and Rizzo are one of the very few competitors who have been playing in the RLCS since day one. And Garrett G, he finally achieved the pinnacle of what Rocket League has to offer, which is a world championship. So now we're going to see him go toe-to-toe with G2, who's hoping to get a few titles of their own.
And this is it, Landon. I just want to thank you again for joining us on this. We're about to jump into the game now with NRG versus G2. A reminder that G2 is starting with a 1-0 up in this best of 7 series. Landon, I hope you can enjoy this ride.
Can't wait, man. Thank you, guys.
And one very important piece of information that I did not mention in that pre-game was Turbo Pulsa is one of the most decorated players that Rocket League has ever seen. He has won half of the World Championships, a 4-time World Championship winner. As he misses the save, JNaps was able to float it over him. A nice shot from JNaps beating out that NRG defense.
Yeah, it's fun as you're talking about him. He does that. Turbo's also been known to own goal a few times. He's been known to make those mistakes, but then also pull himself back and redeem himself in the most incredible ways. So an early goal like that, this isn't spelling what the rest of the match is going to be for sure.
And it was a quality shot from JNaps. He flipped early so that he could get to the ball and make contact at the perfect time. That's what threw Turbo off. But Turbo is one of those players that's really known for his game sense. He brings also such a positive environment to the teams that he plays on, a very positive player, keeping them focused, keeping them in the right mindset. So even though he might not be the most mechanically, technically sound player, he is one of those players that's irreplaceable. He has something that is hard to define. Garrett looking for Justin in the middle. He sees him over there, but got challenged from Chicago. Chicago didn't let the pass come through, and another challenge from Chicago will send this up to Garrett, who passes to Turbo. But you're seeing G2 is blocking pass after pass, and the counterattack comes through. Chicago lightly tapping that one into the net.
Yeah, this is difficult. Sometimes you'll see teams commit a little bit too hard onto the offense and just give up that open spot. Now, obviously a much different spot, Landon, than traditional soccer where you have a goaltender. All the players rotate around in this and almost all kind of play a role, even though they do have semi-given positions.
So how often do you see a goal like that scored on a counterattack where it's that easy?
A counterattack that's easy, not too often, but you do see those counterattacks all the time. But an open like that, net like that, depends on the play style. And with G2, you might actually see it with them because they're a very offensive heavy team.
And Rocket League, especially at this level, is a game of rotations where one player goes in for the hit, another player will have to move in and fill that space. And a lot of times when you see those counterattacking goals, you put the last player back in a position where they either have to go to the ball or go back towards net. They have to make that decision. And if they dive towards the ball and the player on defense gets there first, that is when you see those counterattacks come through. It's a lot of times when you bite too hard on the offensive end. Garrett couldn't get much power on that shot. Chicago will send that downfield. Turbo stopping it, but it goes right back to Rizzo. Chicago clears it to the corner nice and softly. You could see how effective that is. When you're playing Rocket League, and it is true in many sports, you don't want that ball to go across the middle because you're putting it into a vulnerable spot. When you're on defense, you try to get to that ball as close to the corner as possible so a rebound shot can't come through. Turbo. Getting in his face. You saw JNaps. He has been so speedy everywhere. Justin had to make a stop on the goal line. G2 really setting the tempo of game one, or game two rather. Game one is an automatic victory for them since they came through that upper bracket. So this is technically game two. Turbo sees Justin in the middle, but doesn't have enough boost to get it there. And you saw Chicago cut out the play, and Rizzo with a block. Again, NRG back in their own half. G2 has been swarming.
Yeah, and this is that offense we were just telling you about. G2, when they get on offense, are some of the scariest players to come across because they are absolutely relentless, especially if they can control those big boost pads in the corners of your defensive half.
Rizzo, also a player known for being aggressive. Backboard pass to Rizzo. Rizzo not in position for the shot. Gets it over to JNaps. Chicago will finish that one off. A 3-goal lead. for G2. They are in the driver's seat, and they are driving down the highway right now, not looking back.
And I'm sure plays like this have happened to you, Landy, before, where you have that shot at the net, but instead of taking that clear shot, you send it over to another teammate, and they connect with the back of the net. That's got to be so satisfying, completing those team plays.
No question. And I think you're always calculating when you're in an offensive position, am I the best option here to score, or is somebody else the best option? And you see this, as I'm watching more of this, I just realize how much teamwork really goes into this. You think of a bunch of individuals out there trying to score and win, but it's really the collective that makes them more dominant.
And that's one of the things that makes G2 special. They are known for their passing ability. They always try to have as much intention with every hit as possible. Some teams, you'll see them only think about the immediate moment, get the ball out of this dangerous spot. But where they hit it to does not really solve the problem. You don't really see that much from G2. What you see from them is always looking for that teammate, looking for that best place to put it. But with 7 seconds left, NRG get on the board, and even though they are here on the board now, 7 seconds on the clock, we don't really ever see anyone get 2 in 7 seconds.
No, a comeback, I mean, like, of course, a lot of less goals are scored in something like soccer. For the most part, you don't have rapid-fire goals, but in Rocket League, it can happen. But generally, a comeback like this in 3 seconds is not going to happen. And something you'll notice that's happening right here is even though the clock hits 0, until that ball touches the ground, the game is not over. So if you are at a situation where you're only 1 goal behind, you very well can bring that to a tie, and it will head into an overtime where you have a golden goal situation where the next goal scored is the winner.
And that's the first rule of Rocket League. When that ball is in the air at 0 seconds, you keep it in the air. And we've even seen that mechanic of the game come into play at the highest levels of competition. One of the moments that we didn't get to show, but I encourage everyone to go and check out, is the moment in London, Season 5, the World Championship, the final game. It went down to overtime. And it went to overtime because NRG was losing in the final seconds. At 0 seconds off kickoff, they kept the ball in the air, and Justin was able to tie the game with a 0-second goal. It was one of the most spectacular experiences that I've ever experienced from traditional sports, esports, whatever it may be. And that was just a special moment.
Yeah, no, I think that if anybody mentions a moment, and I implore anybody to go take a look, any video platform, YouTube, whatever, jump on there and just look for, you can probably just search Justin Goal or This is Rocket League, as one of our friends had the famous call where he shouted that this is Rocket League. And it was just the pure embodiment of excitement and what can happen. It was into that game 7, into the overtime, bracket reset, and just kept up at 0 seconds for almost a good 20 seconds, as you mentioned, and then it goes in. There was no better story that could have happened there. And it's crazy how sometimes a script can play like that, James.
It certainly is, and I will never forget that moment for the rest of my life. But even still, Justin they actually were playing against Turbo in that series. Turbo beat them, and now he became their teammate and helped them win that Season 8 World Championship. So Rocket League has already, in its young lifetime, experienced some amazing moments.
Well, that was just game number 1 in a best of 7. Of course, G2 started with the 1 up now, but we're going to go to a quick break before more Rocket League action heads your way.
change. Yeah, you check for my vitals, think I need revival. Broken down and fading, my heart keeps breaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you back to the North American Rocket League Spring Series Grand Finals. That's a mouthful. I'm your host, Brody Moore. Alongside me is James Villar and Landon Donovan, our special guests here. We just watched game number 1, which of course, with G2 already being one up in the series, technically is game number 2. But the first we got to witness, and I'm just curious now, Landon, after watching intently and taking some notes in your mind there, what are your first takeaways from the series?
Really impressive. The more I watch, the more I'm thinking through my head how difficult this actually is. And I know they make it look easy, but it's probably like anything in life. The professionals make it look easy. One thing I was curious about, so when they are turboing to get to the ball, I'm assuming the turbo meter comes back and refills, and you can't just keep turboing the whole time, right? So you got to wait to actually go.
Yes.
To go jump or right.
Exactly. Boost is a limited resource, and you see every time they boost, a boost trail comes out. And the way you get more boost is it doesn't recharge, but you'll see these little boost pads all over the floor. The little small ones, they give you 12, but the ones in the corners and the ones at midfield will refill you all the way to 100. So that adds another layer of strategy and another layer of thinking and skill on the game, is always making sure that you're conserving boost, you're using boost efficiently, and you know how to get boost quickly in those tough defensive or offensive situations.
Got it.
Yeah, so I think that's one of the largest things that would be different between a traditional sport is that your resource that you have is your own energy. You don't have to go pick. Imagine how much the game would change. Soccer would change if you had to go get something first before you could.
It probably would have helped me leave because I had no stamina when I was a midfielder, and they had to just take me out every time in half. I was terrible.
That would have been fun.
But yeah, no, that's that. As James mentioned, that is a very large strategy to boost stealing. You'll hear it mentioned a few times that because you have two boosts, large boosts that fill up your meter 100% in your own end, you need that to be able to defend properly, to be able to do things and move as fast as you want to go. But you might have that offense like G2 was doing, run in and steal that boost and get out. Or sometimes they'll take a shot, land, steal the boost on their way out on the rotation out. So the efficiency of those boost steals is very critical to maintaining some offense.
It really is, Leaf, and we'll see how that boost comes into play. I'll try to point out some key moments in this game where we do see what you called a boost steal, which is you see each side is labeled with the color blue or orange. And those back boosts are the boosts that you need to keep control of if it's on your side, because that's how you're going to get the defensive stops, but also the boost stealing on the offensive side, as you saw Turbo get that corner boost. If you can get those on the offensive end, you can make sure the defense doesn't have boost to make saves or make plays. You keep them stuck on the goal line. And that is a very effective strategy that you see many teams try to implement, but it is difficult.
So you actually then you keep them pinned in their end so they can't get out, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so I played indoor.
Oof. And we see a goal coming in from Justin, and we'll get to that in just a moment. You saw the flip from Turbo.
I played indoor, and that's good for NRG to get an early goal here. That'll help them. And in indoor, you do something similar where when you have possession of the ball, you want to keep the other team on the field as much as possible and not let them right back. And
that's is it probably a tactic to wear them out, right? You just keep making them run around. You try to make them waste their energy.
Similar.
And that's a very similar strategy, because if you can keep, and a lot of times instead of passing to one another like you do in indoor, in Rocket League, you see a lot of people bouncing the ball off the backboard and trying to keep the ball up in the air, because that's how you keep it away from somebody who has no boost, is you keep the height on the ball. So that is a similar strategy as we see another goal come in, back-to-back goals. In just a matter of 12 seconds, we saw 3 goals come in. Garrett G saving his flip until the last moment. And that's another thing I want to point out, is that you have a flip. When you jump, you can have a second jump that you can either use to pop higher or flip in a direction. And if you flip into the ball, you can get that little bit of extra power. There's a lot of small things like that in Rocket League, small things you can do to get extra power or extra speed that these pros do, and you don't even realize it.
I think that's one of the most incredible things to me, is that at the surface level, you can watch the game, score the goal, that's the objective. But at a deeper level, there are mechanics that are all physics-based that you can learn over time. Thousands of hours are needed to put in to master some of these mechanics.
We see G2 fighting from behind now. NRG starting to show some life. A demo. And now a long clear from Chicago. Rizzo racing down. And that's another thing to point out, is the demos. Yes. If you get going to maximum speed, it's called going supersonic. If you're going supersonic and you run into an opposing team or an opposing player, you blow them up. And it takes them out of position. So it's a great way if you are trapped in your own half or you're trying to get a team out of position, you can demo a player, and that throws things into havoc.
And I feel like that wouldn't be allowed in traditional soccer.
Not without getting penalized.
Yeah.
Fortunately, there's no penalties in Rocket League. Justin trying to find a teammate, but you saw Garrett and Turbo both went all the way back. We're approaching the halfway point of the game. JNaps, delayed pass. Rizzo was on the goal line and ready, but he wasn't ready for how quick that ball came to him. And now backboard pass again. Garrett having to fight out of his own end. We see a counterattack play. Justin tried to float that over Chicago, but Chicago had the boost to deal with it. You can see NRG's trying to lock G2 down on their goal line. You can see how closely Garrett G's playing at the midfield. He got the ball there and was able to steal that boost at the mid.
Yeah, and what you didn't notice as well, because it was just off camera, Justin did one of those boost steals. He grabbed the boost to try to force G2 to be stuck around that midfield line with no boost, but G2's done a very good job. Ooh. Oh my goodness.
And this is lovely. This is what you call a dribble. You see this dribble play from Chicago. He lands the ball on his hood and then pops it up in the air. JNaps is then able to come in and shoot that to the corner. And G2 is known for their passing plays. They're known for their ability to communicate effectively and quickly in those situations. That takes coordination to pull off a play like that. A lot of people, when they first started watching Rocket League, they're like, oh, this looks a lot like a lot of randomness. This seems like, not necessarily the best team will win on every opportunity, but that has proven not to be the case, especially with Turbo winning half the world championships. You see these players excel, and you see players at the top stay at the top, and it's a very fun thing to witness.
just on that dribble play to pass play, Landon, how tempting is it to dribble past a few guys with some great footwork and then like want to just score it yourself, even though the pass is a better opportunity? How tempting is it just to take that shot?
Well, everyone wants the glory, right? So when you have the opportunity to score a special goal by dribbling a few players, it is tempting, but you hope that reason takes over, just like there with the pass to JNaps to score the goal. That's the better play.
Now this could be a counter-attack opportunity.
Yeah, and you saw the glory. G2 wanted the glory there. No. That shot wasn't on target. They sent 2 players there, known as a double commit, but they were able to recover.
What happens
if
they tie?
If they tie, it will go into overtime, which means that the clock, instead of counting down, will start counting up, and it's golden goal.
Yeah, I think the longest overtime in a competitive Rocket League game was around 18 minutes, I believe.
Wow.
And that's just
it can get intense. It can get intense, and that happened to NRG when they won their world championship. It went to Game 7 overtime, golden goal, and Justin scored the goal that got them that Season 8 world champion title. And a big save coming out from Chicago at 0 seconds. And now we have overtime. First to score will get the win here in Game 3.
And kickoffs can reset the momentum huge. It's the only spot that tends to have really thought out plays where you can position predictably off the beginning.
And a backboard pass from Rizzo. We saw that chance come through for G2, and you're right, Leaf. There's in soccer, you see so many opportunities for set pieces, but in Rocket League, all you have is the kickoff. But we still see teams like Cloud9 was one of the teams that made the fake kickoff very popular, where you send someone up for the ball and then they drive around it and just let it get hit back to their own team so that they can get possession. We've seen that work multiple times for them and for other teams as well. And there's other kickoff strategies that you can have. So Rocket League, it's a very deep game with layers of strategy in many aspects, and it is a fun game to watch and a fun game to play.
So similar to like hockey overtime, would you say that teams are a little more conservative so that they don't open themselves up?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I would say relatively. You'll see a lot of teams play a lot safer. They'll try to use one of their offensive players to get past as many players as possible and then send a second player in to try to clean up that goal.
And you'll see more players attempt those solo dribble plays, Landon, because it's less risk on the defensive end. You can leave someone back to make sure they're keeping out any opportunities, as Justin tried to get that flip reset. But they are much more conservative, and that's why you'll see games that are 4-4 go into overtime and then have a long overtime, and JNaps keeps this one short, punching this one through after he dunks over Turbo, and Garrett couldn't get the clear to the corner. And it's so important to clear that to the corner because he dropped that down. JNaps had an angle on net and did not let his team down.
It feels good for JNaps because he's like, oh, well, thank you very much. I'll take this pass from you, Garrett G, and score on the net that you can't defend anymore. But you know that Garrett G isn't happy about that one, especially because that sets them at match point. You know, G2 sitting 3-0. They need 4 in this best of 7 to win. And now mentally, this becomes hard. And I actually want to defer this question over to you, Landon. In a situation where you're at a spot like this, it's do or die. What's the plan? Does suddenly the strategy change across the team, or do you try to just keep doing the thing you were doing before?
It's a great question. So for NRG in that game, they come out and score early, but G2 scored right away and grabbed the momentum right back, and that hurt them. And now you're down 0-3. This makes it really tricky for NRG. Do you stay conservative? That's probably human nature. And for G2, do you stay aggressive, which, you know, human nature is actually to relax a little bit. So this is going to be a very interesting 4th game here. It's a little hard to see NRG right now coming back to win this because of how G2 are playing, but I guess that's why you play, right?
It certainly is. And in best of 7s, you don't really see many reverse sweeps in this situation, but we have seen it before. And Rocket League is a very momentum-based game, and you can see the games are short. It's bite-sized games, 5 minutes per game. So you can get back into a series very quickly. And NRG is a team that can do it. These guys have been at the top. They've been competing for a long time. And to even get to this level, you have to put yourself in so many situations like this, where you're competing for a lot of money or you're competing on a big stage. And so now the question is, can NRG do it, or is G2 just too good? And it seems from what we've seen that G2 is just too good. We've even seen a few mistakes come out, like that hit from Garrett G, had to get that to the corner, but he left that ball out in front of the net and it was easily cleaned up. So this is going to be a very tough thing for NRG to battle back from.
Yeah, this is a situation though that I still will not count NRG out on. I mean, like both these teams are top of the caliber. NRG is the reigning world champions. Of course, G2 has figured something out recently that's working for them.
G2 is the reigning North American champions right now. So it's a battle of the champions, Leaf. But I do think for NRG, usually when they're playing their best, you have a special player, Justin. Justin was the player for NRG that hit that 0-second goal in London that shocked the Rocket League world. He was the player that scored the overtime winning goal for NRG that got them that title. So you look to a player like Justin. He is a young player, but he is a talented player. You need him to spark something and start playing a special game, because I think that is what it's going to take for NRG to have any hope of coming back in the series, is something special from one of those players.
Yeah, this is a cool thing just on Justin again, just how much he's changed the game and how people can look at it, and how much mechanics and being a player with just a go mind can really work for a team. Garrett G, we mentioned before, Rizzo, being in every single season of RLCS. Garrett G is the only player to make it to every single Worlds for the RLCS, which is our high level league play. Now, so Garrett G picked up Justin straight into the top level league as this young rookie, and Justin has been performing phenomenally ever since then.
Yeah, he really has. And Justin, it's because he's a special player. We have a few players that we've seen in Rocket League. We even had before this game, when it was being broadcast on Twitch and on YouTube, First Killer was another player that just went straight from obscurity right into the big leagues because he was a special talent. And we see that in Rocket League. You see it in all sports, those players that just have special talent. And a lot of times those are the players you want to build teams around. But now is when NRG and Justin in particular, that player that you said Garrett picked up, Leaf, he really needs to bring this team together if they want a chance. But for G2, you look at what they're doing. Chicago has been playing phenomenally all tournament long. We saw the dribble play that he had at the midfield that fed JNaps, and JNaps has been a shooter his entire career. He doesn't miss. He continues to hit those shots in this tournament. And then Rizzo is one of those guys that will bring it all together. He will pass the ball, but also we haven't really spent a ton of time talking about bumps and demos, but that is Rizzo's specialty. He is a guy who you are always having to look in your rearview mirror because he could be barreling down on you, trying to take you off the field. And sometimes when he misses, he forces you to get out of position to dodge him coming in, and it will still cause you to miss a save or miss a hit. So G2, they're playing their game right now, and NRG is just struggling to find an answer.
Yeah, Landon, imagine having to worry about a player and there's no penalties just coming at you when you have possession, trying to take you off the field. And even if you jump over that person going for the tackle, you still have to now regain possession of that ball. So bumps and demos make it so unique.
Yeah, I actually felt that way a lot in my career. Like no matter what they did, they weren't going to get penalized. But this has been really fascinating to watch. I actually was just thinking, so as you guys were talking, can a team literally just pull any player from anywhere in the world and bring them onto their team?
As long as they reside in a country that is within the rule set that they can compete from, yes. And also one really good question, or that is a very good question, and it also begs the question is, how do you become a pro in Rocket League? Well, Rocket League is a very unique esport in a sense that if you're good enough, anyone can form a team and make it into the professional league. It's open. You can make it a team and do it yourself.
You even look at this tournament. This tournament had open qualifiers. 4 of the teams that made it in here during the last 2 days came through open qualifiers. Now, a lot of the faces we saw were faces we're used to seeing, but there were some that kind of rose back from not seeing them for a while. So it's great that we have those opportunities for the new talent to be able to show themselves.
But now it's time for some old talent to put their skills on display, Leaf. We've got NRG trying to fight back. This could be it for them.
Match
G2
point.
on the precipice of claiming ultimate victory. See what NRG can do to fight back. Garrett and Justin. Justin is a dangerous ball into the middle. Ooh. Turbo bails out NRG. You saw that dangerous pass into the middle. That is something you don't want to do in any sport, is give up possession right in front of your net like that.
Yeah. That save was just incredible on the goal line too. You know you're definitely squeezing the controller a little bit harder after that one.
Garrett gets the ball over to Justin, but that was saved by Chicago. Rizzo attempting to get his team some space. You can see Chicago driving around Turbo, who wanted to bump him. And now G2 almost getting that go-ahead goal, the double tap attempt, and now Garrett will go for the clear, and Rizzo, he wants this title for G2. JNaps, the above net. Justin's going to conserve his boost. Hits it, but it's right to Rizzo. Misses the block attempt. Rizzo with the pop up. It's going towards the corner. Garrett was able to keep it out. JNaps was pressuring as well. Chicago sending it back into the NRG half. Rizzo waiting in the middle. He pops it over towards net. Chicago, that demo on the goal line, Leap, that could have been an opening for G2.
And I mentioned before, we need NRG to just get their wits about them. Turbo Pulsa, 4-time world champion. He knows how to bring this back. Garrett G, been to every single Worlds, and Justin a star. They know how to do this, but right now, G2 is relentless on the offense. You see the bumps and demos coming out on the rotations back to midfield.
We're past that halfway point. It's still scoreless. You can see and feel the tension on the field. NRG
just feels like it's a matter of time.
They're not ready to give up just yet.
Landon, you're exactly right.
There it is.
You called it.
You knew, new analyst, you're hired. You're on forever.
And you could see there how Rizzo, yeah, the pressure was overwhelming.
It's great that, again, you can see that. You can take the skills that you have in the real world and translate that now into Rocket League. I actually don't want Landon to pick this game up now because he's going to be too good. I'm going to meet him in ranked and he's going to destroy me.
If I do pick up this game, probably get divorced because I'll be playing that instead of helping with the kids. I can't wait to play now, though. This is fun, man.
Oh, yeah. We're going to have to lobby up, but for now, we need to find out with that final minute 30 if G2 is going to hold on or if NRG is going to be able to answer, because this next goal is so important to the tournament life, because if not, G2 takes this series and the entire tournament.
Landon seemed to be clairvoyant on that last play, calling the goal from G2. JNaps almost hitting a flip reset, the follow-up from Garrett G. G2 holding all the cards at the moment. We approach the final minute of gameplay. NRG has to do it now or never. And JNaps denied by Garrett G. Chicago couldn't get the rebound goal. But we're seeing more of what we saw lead to the first G2 goal. NRG backed up on their own half, but a missed touch from JNaps. He gives up possession, but bailed out on the long clear.
It's good to see Justin had the presence of mind to know that that play wasn't going in their favor. Back off, make sure to boost it up, and bring that ball back down to G2's end.
Justin trying to get that second hit out to the middle. Garrett will take control. He sees Turbo down in the middle, but couldn't get the pass. Justin will hit it back towards net. Chicago with a flick by. Final 10 seconds. G2 about to win it all. Final opportunity for NRG. Can they take it downfield? The flick. Turbo has to keep it airborne. He does. Chicago will let it touch, and G2 take it. They are your Spring Series champions for North America.
G2, a dominating offense. This is something that we talked about for a while now. Across seasons, they've never been able to perfect it, but it seems that G2, the old glass cannons, have now just become a hard hardened steel cannon that you cannot break through. There was almost no opportunities with 2 shots total coming out from NRG in that series with a total, I'm going to do some math here, 17 shots. 17 shots from G2 in that series alone. And Landon, you hit the nail on the head there. It was dominating offense. You saw yourself that there was no way a goal wasn't going to be scored during that moment. And you called it perfectly as it happened there. And that's all it was needed. Sometimes all you need is a goal to win.
Yeah, I'm certainly not the expert, but you could just see the pressure mounting, and it was inevitable that the goal was coming for G2.
Yeah, this was crazy. Congratulations, of course, to G2, your Spring Series North American champions. But of course, we're going to talk and break down the match just a little bit more when we come back from this break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the North American Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, Brody Moore, alongside James Villar and special guest Landon Donovan. We just witnessed the grand finals of the North American Spring Series. Of course, this is a 4-week event across different regions, but North America just wrapped up. We watched G2 versus NRG, and oh boy, was that a dominating performance from G2. This is not what we expected, in all honesty, as NRG were the reigning world champions, but of course, James, G2 are the reigning North American champions from the regional championship.
You're right, and that G2, especially as of late, have put in so much work. Just this past season of the RLCS, not this one that they won the North American championship of, but the season before, they were last place in league play. And after that happened, they didn't make any roster changes. They just put their nose to the grindstone and put in the work. They all moved into a team house, started training every day, and now the results are coming. They get the North American Championship and now the Spring Series Championship against a rival in NRG that many had as a favorite, as someone that could finally take that back from G2. So to see G2 maintain control and dominate NRG in a sweep was something that was just unbelievable to see.
Yeah, I don't think anyone expected it to, especially at a high level. Landon, for yourself, you don't often see a team kind of buckle under that kind of pressure, but you know, we do know that G2 is starting to perfect that play style. Is there ever times you've seen a team that just comes in with a new play style that nobody can adapt to?
Sure, but it seemed, and this is just my novice opinion, it just seemed that G2 were clicking everywhere. As they attacked, as JNaps was moving forward, Rizzo was always sort of the guy, like you guys said, the guy who kind of does everything. Under the radar, he didn't say his name a lot, but he'd make saves and come up with big plays and big moments. And they just looked like the better team all around. NRG looked like they were scrambling for most of the day. It started 20 seconds in with G2 scoring early on in that first game, and that set the tone early.
I think it absolutely did, and it's a much different story than what we saw, especially earlier in the bracket. For anybody that was watching the rest of the tournament, G2 and NRG did play in the winners finals before G2 had beat them there. And James, it was a 4-2. NRG seemed like they may have had a bit of a solution to what G2 was generating there, but obviously that wasn't the case, because NRG had to fight back through the lower bracket, make it to G2 again, but there was just no solution.
There was, you're correct. NRG, they are good enough to take games off G2. They did it earlier in this tournament. They did it in the North American Championship. But G2, just like Landon said, they were clicking right from the get-go. And that is what makes G2 G2. They are so good at passing, so good at finding and working with one another, utilizing space, utilizing boost, and the trust is there. You didn't really see that many mistakes from G2, even mechanically, technically, they were very sound. But not only that, the trust in one another allows them to be that much quicker on both defense and offense. And NRG, like Landon said, were scrambling most of the time because they were stuck responding. They weren't able to be proactive. They were responding to the tempo that G2 set.
And that's such a difficult thing to come back to. And I'm sorry I keep going to you with these questions, Landon, but it's really awesome to be able to get that perspective of someone that's played at such a high level with a game that's very similar. But I'm kind of curious what you would do if you know your back's against the wall. That pressure is just so immense. And given what you know about Rocket League, how would you have broken out of that situation? Or maybe you don't have a solution yet.
Well, I can't speak technically what you do in Rocket League, but as a general comment, you have to do something different, right? You have to change something in some way. And I don't know exactly what that looks like, again, vis-a-vis this game, but something has to change, because you could just see the momentum carrying with G2 over and over and over, and NRG couldn't get out of it.
No, it's difficult when you're back's against the wall, but of course, you even mentioned it earlier. Every day is a different thing, especially across the board with tournaments. From even one day to the next, being able to maintain that consistency. And James, for you, now that we've seen G2 kind of hold this playstyle for a while, is this a G2 that we're going to consistently see into the future now, or do you think the playstyle still has its holes?
So I love G2's playstyle, and I never want to see it change. They play so fast. It always seems like they're on the brink of collapsing, but they maintain control, and it is dazzling the way that they're able to do it. And I think it is the best way to play Rocket League. These guys, they have the formula, they're executing it, and I only think they're going to experience more success from here on out.
This has been a phenomenal showcase. Of course, I think NRG fans and NRG themselves would have loved to see a bit more of a fight back, but G2 was just absolutely dominant. And of course, we have an interview laying on the other side of this break. You want to get their perspective to see exactly what was going on the field, so don't miss it.
Take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now. Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold that's worth this waiting cold. And I want something that
Welcome back to the North American Rocket League Spring Series. We just witnessed the grand finals and G2 took the victory. I'm your host, Brody Moore, alongside me, James Villar, and special guest Landon Donovan. Thank you guys for joining me back again here. I just want to recap what we saw there. As I mentioned before, we have an interview on the line. We'll get to him in just a second, but we just witnessed a domination, absolute overtake from G2. I don't think at high level this is generally something that can be expected in most places. Can it, Landon? Like, it's usually expected to be a bit closer.
You don't generally see a final end this way, but when a team is playing that well together and that dominant, they deserved it. I mean, you can't say it any other way. They deserve to win.
James, you mentioned that this is one of your favorite play styles to watch right now. I think I could probably have to agree with you. Fast-paced Rocket League, who would have thought it would work? Is ball chasing the meta now?
So I don't even think it's ball chasing, Leaf. I think it's just speed and trust. G2, they're always there in the play. Someone's in the play, and the hit that they get is always effective. It's wonderful to see these guys really play the game at the next level. That's what they're doing, simply playing the game at the next level, and that is why they are winning tournament after tournament.
Yeah, G2 with this play style that for a very long time, as you've heard one of our other friends, Gibbs, mention, was a glass cannon, but it's very obviously the last time I'm going to use that, because before there was a lot of times they'd move on to offense and they give up a lot of that defense. You only have 3 players on the field. You don't have a dedicated goaltender. And the second that you move that third man up the field, you give up that defensive prowess. Now, of course, you gain offense on that, but you lose that back end. So as long as that's figured out, it seems like G2 has, you have a dominating play style. And to talk about that play style, why don't we bring one of those players in? And it is none other than Rizzo himself. Rizzo, welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the win. There's no way you would have thought it would have been a 4-0. Did you?
No, we didn't think it was going to be a 4-0, but thanks for having me, Leaf. Thanks for the warm welcome.
Absolutely, man. We're gonna go down the line to ask some questions here. I just want to ask right off the bat, how do you maintain that? It's got to be exhausting being on offense all the time. Is there ever a moment where you're just like, I just want to go back to defense for a second?
No, I think we're definitely a team that likes to play on offense. So I definitely would prefer it over playing on defense.
Okay.
And Rizzo, I had a question for you. Obviously, we've been seeing you guys win some big tournaments, but the season before this North American Championship title that you were able to take down, you guys were dead last in league play. I want to know in your own words, what was broken and how did you guys fix it to the point where you're this dominant?
I think you might even have to go a little bit further back than that. Going to season 7, we played a certain playstyle that worked for Worlds, and not many people expected it. But going into season 8, it seemed to not work as much, and we trusted each other a lot in season 8. But I think that was part of the issue, where we trusted each other way too much, and it just ended up crumbling. But we took a moment to kind of realize that we were actually wrong in our playstyle and to adjust it and change from there.
Rizzo, congrats. This is Landon. It was really enjoyable for me to watch, and I was trying to put a face behind what I was going to see here from what I was hearing, and it's not quite what I expected. But I will say, your style, just as someone who knows nothing about Rocket League, your style was very understated. We didn't call your name a lot, but you seem to always be in the right place, making the type of play that you should. And listening to you speak, you're kind of one of those unsung heroes that makes teams win. So I want to say congrats, and that was certainly noticed. My question for you is, I'm curious from a communication standpoint, I'm assuming you guys are speaking, again, sorry if it's a dumb question. I'm assuming you guys are speaking to each other constantly throughout the game so that there's constant communication and connection so that you're in sync at every moment. Because when I watch you play, just from someone who's never watched much, it looks like everything you do is absolutely coordinated and in sync.
Yeah, there's a lot of first off, thank you for the congratulations. I appreciate that. But there's a lot of communication that goes into it. That's something also we worked on from season 8 going into this season. Is there was a lot of problems in our comms where somebody might not just say something, or somebody would stutter or just go and it would cause confusion for everybody. So that was something we just definitely just smashed. We were just like, okay, just stop hesitating and just say exactly what you're doing, and then if it's wrong, it's wrong.
So sorry to follow up, are you telling your teammates what you're doing in the moment so they know, or are you telling them what to do so that they can be effective for what you're trying to do?
Both. I think for me personally, I really rely on what they tell me. If they say they're low on boost or if they're on the left side or something like that. For my playstyle, like you said, I don't really get a lot of stats and stuff like that. But as soon as I realize that my teammates are in a bad situation, that's when I need to know that they're in a bad situation, and then I'll like go back. So yeah, it's both of us. I like command them to do stuff, and they'll command me to do stuff.
Awesome. Congrats, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, those are great questions there. A few more for you guys, for you, Rizzo. Just with this play style now, again, you said this is something that's just so natural to you guys. Is there ever a moment or a day that it doesn't click? It's hard, you're just out of it that day. And how do you adjust? How do you then refit yourself into that play style? Or do you just find you're super consistent, no worries?
Definitely not always consistent. There's some days where we have problems in scrims, and on those days we kind of, if it continues, like some days you can just chalk it up as just a bad day. Sometimes that happens, but if it's continuous and you're going week to week with like problems in practice, then it's going to be something that you need to like reconsider and to really remember what you had been working on as a team.
That's true.
Leaf, I want to jump in here really quick and just get Rizzo's thoughts on this. Rizzo, you guys right now are the kings of North America, but we saw Rogue make some waves today. We saw even 72 PC, a team that no one really expected to make it here. What are your thoughts about the North American Rocket League scene in general? Who do you see as a threat, and do you think NRG can come back and get to former glory? What's your take on North America right now?
I think in general, a lot of the North American teams are really strong. A lot of them it's just every single season, it just keeps going up and up, like the skill ceiling. NRG specifically, yeah, of course I can think they can come back. I just think we're just on a hot streak, and SSG is on top as well. They're a tough challenge, and it's going to be rough to keep our streak going. So,
Rizzo, what are you going to do with the cash?
I'm going to Disneyland.
You can't go anywhere right now, man. Please don't leave your apartment. Stay safe.
Oh, my bad.
There's a reason we're doing it from home right now. So stay there. Keep being good at Rocket League. Rizzo, I want to say thank you so much for joining us. It was an absolute blast watching you. Again, congratulations on winning the Spring Series.
Thank you, Leaf.
Congrats.
And there you have it. Rizzo from G2, an absolute dominating performance. We're going to just start to wrap things up here a little bit. So I just want to take a quick look back at the bracket, if we can, just to just reminisce on the exciting stuff that we had this weekend. James, this was an action-packed weekend.
It really was. The audience now joining us, they're just witnessing the final, but we had 2 days of action that all led up to this moment where G2 dominated the grand final, and we had some really epic moments, reverse sweeps, game fives, overtimes, insane goals that people can go and check out on the twitch.tv/Rocket League channel or that Rocket League Esports channel on YouTube. And it was just fun. Rocket League is always fun to watch. It's enjoyable. Even if you don't play the game, it is esports' most exciting game.
Yeah, I think there's no other better way to put it. And I just want to get some final thoughts for you before we head here. Landon, it has been a blast. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your knowledge, your perspective, and hopefully we've made you fall in love with the game too. But again, thank you so much for joining us.
I loved it, guys. Thank you very much. Thanks to Rocket League for having me. Keep doing what you're doing. It's been a lot of fun. I'm going to go play with my chairman when we get out of quarantine here. And I appreciate you guys having me. Thank you.
That's awesome. And James, Bot, one final sign off, of course. We saw crazy things happen this weekend. What was your takeaway?
I just love Rocket League. I love what the game's about. I love what the community's about. I believe not only in the game, but the people behind the game. And I'm very, very excited for the future.
I love Rocket League. I love you guys and all you guys at home as well. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey for the North American Rocket League Spring Series. We have Oceania next week if you want to join us on twitch.tv/Rocket League, as James mentioned. But for now, we got to sign off, go play some Rocket League ourselves, and we'll see you in the future.